Black mist swirled, and the tide crashed against the shore. At the center of the Wano country's waters stood an enormous skull, its crimson eyes glowing eerily through the night, radiating an oppressive and sinister aura. Darkness enveloped everything. This was Onigashima, the stronghold of the Beast's pirates, led by Kaido. Tonight, Onigashima blazed with crimson light as the Beast's pirates hosted a grand pirate feast. The most eye-catching figure was the man seated at the highest point of Onigashima's pavilion. More accurately, he was the monster known as the strongest creature in the world across sea, land, and air. His super-hulking physique stood at a full 9 meters tall. The words extraordinary and monstrous could not even begin to describe him. His rugged muscular lines were sharply defined, interwoven with several deep scars that eternally narrated the charm of a true man. Whoa! The Emperor Kaido lifted a massive bowl filled to the brim by Black Maria, one of the Tobarapo, and drank it all in one gulp, letting out an exceptionally bold and hearty laugh. Fine wine, beautiful companions, and heroes. A combination that truly lifted the spirit. Yet today Emperor Kaido had more than one reason for joy. Beyond the pirate feast, there was another matter of equal significance. One of the secret treasures from Pirate King Joel D. Roger's legacy, which had unexpectedly fallen into Kaido's hands. At the pirate banquet, the three calamities of the Beast's pirates, King, Queen, and Jack, along with the Tobarapo and countless subordinates, all fixed their gazes with unnatural excitement. All eyes converged upon the center of the banquet. The bonfire blazed fiercely, its violent flames seemingly coated in a layer of golden fire. Flickering in and out of visibility, an enormous, deeply mysterious egg appeared within everyone's sight. Boom. Crackle. Mysterious colors surged from the giant egg suspended above the bonfire. Is this the legendary treasure egg from Pirate King Joel D. Roger's ship? As expected of Kaido's crew. Legend says whoever eats this egg will gain eternal life and unstoppable vigor, possessing mysterious power. There's also a rumor. If this egg is hatched, it will surely birth a monster on par with Lord Kaido himself. The pirates buzzed with discussion. After all this concerned the legend of the great pirate Joel D. Roger. How could an egg from the Pirate King's ship be ordinary? At the very least, it should trigger some extraordinary phenomenon between heaven and earth. After fierce battles against numerous pirate crews, Beast Kaido had ultimately claimed this most mysterious egg from the Pirate King's ship. And now, taking advantage of the pirate feast at Onigashima, Kaido had made his decision. He would roast this mysterious giant egg. Kaido loved his alcohol, and this egg was undoubtedly the finest accompaniment to his drink. Whoa! Emperor Kaido stared at the giant egg on the bonfire with a wicked grin. Pirate feast. Let the chaos begin, my crew. Black Maria beside him sensibly extended a delicate hand to pour wine for him. Suddenly Kaido's iron-jawed manly face grew uncertain. Staring at the roasting egg on the bonfire, he unexpectedly shed 2 streams of hot tears before everyone appearing somewhat sorrowful. So what if he's the Pirate King? Roger was still too weak, so weak that he died at the hands of the Marines. Clearly accustomed to such scenes, the pirates at the banquet did not panic at Kaido's sudden change. Instead, they remained fixated on the Pirate King's egg, even drooling with greed. Damned Kaido, what the hell are you doing? At that moment, a slender girl wearing a pink mask stepped in front of all the pirates and directly confronted Kaido, 2 small beast-like horns on her forehead, and a slightly angry expression, lending her an air of beast girl cuteness. Among the entire Beast pirates, the only one who dared to confront Emperor Kaido without mercy was Ultai of the Tobarapo. Sis. Page 1, Ultai's younger brother and fellow Tobarapo member, hurriedly grabbed his sister Ultai, afraid she might do something harmful to Lord Kaido. Whoa! Kaido paid no heed to Ultai, laughing alone and drinking once more. While the Beast's pirates reveled in joy, an unfortunate transmigrator had been reborn as an egg, and this very egg was being roasted by Emperor Kaido of the 4 emperors. Lin Qi, thoroughly familiar with the 2-dimensional world, immediately realized he had transmigrated into the world of One Piece. Moreover, he had transmigrated into an egg, though from the conversations outside it sounded like the giant egg from Pirate King Joel D. Roger's ship, which sounded impressively grand. After all, even as an egg, it had once been aboard Pirate King Joel D. Roger's ship. But I haven't even broken out of my shell yet, and Kaido is already roasting me alive. With the fire threatening to consume him, Lin Qi called out desperately for the system. Fortunately, Lin Qi still awakened the system. Ding. Detected host signing in to the demon contract system. Binding to demon contract system. Host's remaining lifespan is 72 hours. Please bind quickly, host. 72 hours of lifespan. What kind of system is this? Lin Qi was stunned by the system's voice. What if I don't bind? The host's life will disappear in 3 minutes. Please consider carefully, host. At this moment, Lin Qi understood his predicament. If he did not bind with the system, he would certainly be roasted to death as an egg. There was simply no choice left. Binding the system would grant 72 hours of lifespan. Did this mean his life in this world was destined to be just a fleeting flash? Lin Qi wondered. Faced with 2 choices, Lin Qi decisively chose to bind with the demon contract system. Lin Qi absolutely did not want to die such a pathetic death as a roasted egg. Instead, he wanted to see what tricks the demon contract system had up its sleeve. I bind with the system. Lin Qi said. Ding. Detected host binding to demon contract system. System binding complete. Ding. Issuing demon contract gift pack for host. One of the demon contract gift pack, host obtains a mythical Zoan. Kirin form devil fruit awakened state. Mastery over thunder and flame. Ding. Host intelligence, agility, comprehension, and all talents upgraded to S-rank. Conquerors Haki observation, Haki armament, Haki S-rank hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship S-rank. Ding. Obtained Pirate King GOLD. Roger one-time peak card. Note usage duration is half an hour. Note host remaining lifespan is 3 days. Countdown 7200. As massive information from the demon contract flooded in, Lin Qi felt as if he had been reborn through fire and flames, countless lantern passing scenes flashing through his consciousness. Lin Qi felt his immense power at every point itching to be unleashed. The giant egg seemed to have completed its mission of bearing and began to crack open. The stardust of the eggshell vanished within the golden flames, and a burst of dazzling radiance scattered in all directions. Kaido of the Beast was the first to notice the giant egg cracking. Having already awakened advanced conqueror's Haki, his observation Haki could glimpse brief fragments of the future. He ceased his drinking after a long absence, a look of surprise and subtle foreboding crossing his brow. Outside Onigashima, turbulent clashes raged as black lightning descended suddenly. The Pirate King's egg has broken. As the radiance faded, the eggshell fell away like flower petals. The pirates at the feast recovered and realized the egg from GOLD. Roger's ship had hatched. The burning bonfire transformed into golden flames, which then became the hazy outline of a human figure stepping forth from within until fully revealed before everyone. He was clad in golden scaled armor, his form humanoid with a beast's tail, standing tall and straight. Lin Qi suddenly opened his eyes. The noisy mob of beast pirates seemed struck by an overwhelmingly oppressive wave of energy, then toppled over like salted fish foaming at the mouth. Innate Conqueror's Haki. A power found only in 1 out of tens of millions. Conqueror's Haki on par with Emperor Kaido. Jiahan. After breaking free of his shell, Lin Qi's entire being overflowed with power. He directly unleashed the Conqueror's Haki of the divine beast Kirin, making a powerful entrance at Emperor Kaido's pirate feast. At this moment, the protagonist of the feast was no longer the Emperor Kaido, but Lin Qi himself. His wild, jarring laughter echoed across Onigashima. This is Conqueror's Haki. This is the world of One Piece. This is the demon contract system. Jiaha. Lin Qi sneered. A single wave of his overbearing aura swept through the beast's pirates, wiping out a large number of them, and instantly bringing a sense of calm. Lin Qi had now obtained the power of the mythical Zoan dragon fruit Qilin form. The Qilin was known as the beast god, a legend that existed in the ancient era. The innate Conqueror's Haki of the beast god was not something ordinary pirate fodder could withstand, let alone an S-rank Conqueror's Haki. The only members of the beast's pirates who remained unaffected by Lin Qi's Conqueror's Haki were the 4 emperors: Kaido seated on the main throne of the island's castle, his 3 lead performers, King and Queen, the abstaining Jack, and the Tobarapo, all renowned pirates who had sailed the seas. In a moment, the core forces of the 4 emperors Kaido's camp came clearly into Lin Qi's view. Whether it was Kaido, the 3 lead performers, or the Tobarapo, these pirates were incredibly familiar to Lin Qi, who had watched them countless times. Seeing these characters from another dimension appear before him, Lin Qi yearned to have a massive brawl with them, especially since he only had 3 days left to live. This thought made his urgency even more pressing. Lin Qi opened the panel of the demon contract system to check his personal information, and a moment later a system panel connected only to his brainwaves appeared. System demon contract system. Host Lin Qi. Lifespan 72 hours. Physique demon body. Talent S-rank incredible comprehension. Haki S-rank conquerors S-rank observation S-rank armament. Abilities mythical Zoan dragon fruit Qilin form optimized awakening S-rank martial arts S-rank swordsmanship. Note, as the system has detected the host is within the stronghold of the 4 emperors Kaido, it has automatically maximized the host's potential. By signing the demon contract at the cost of the host's lifespan, future abilities have been acquired in advance. Remark host's original lifespan 100 years, in small text. The 72-hour countdown to his death was ticking. The more Lin Qi read towards the end of the demon contract system's message, the more clear-headed he became, until his gaze finally fixated on an inconspicuous remark in small text. Lifespan 100 years. Lin Qi was stunned, suddenly feeling he had been completely tricked by this sly system. System, can I rebind? Lin Qi asked the system with a wry smile. According to the ordinary course of events, he could have lived to 100 if he had lived a simple life, but now his choice had changed everything. No. Clearly the painful lesson was that some paths once chosen must be walked to the end, even if you're crying. What a damn dog of a system. You really are a dog. Lin Qi cursed the system, inwardly grumbling to himself. Rather than overdrawing his future power, he would have preferred to live a plain life and reach 100. He had initially thought the demon contract system was quite appealing, but now he just found it utterly despicable. Lin Qi fell silent. After a while, a strange thought crossed Lin Qi's mind. Since the system had the ability to overdraw his lifespan, was there perhaps also a way to gain more lifespan? That's it. He and the system were bound together on the same line, sharing life and death. With this thought, a flicker of intense hope lit up Lin Qi's eyes. System, is there a way to gain more lifespan? Lin Qi asked with a hint of anticipation. Ding. The host has activated the main mission of the demon contract system. Propose marriage to the 4 emperors Kaido, and take Yamato as your wife. Mission reward, gain 1 year of lifespan. Does the host accept the mission? Accept. Lin Qi accepted the system's mission without hesitation. The reason was simple: 1 year of lifespan. There was no doubt that what Lin Qi needed most urgently was lifespan. As for Yamato, the daughter of the four emperors, Kaido, Lin Qi, being a devoted fan of the series, knew her very well. Both her striking appearance and her loving relationship with Kaido had left a deep impression on him. In this regard, the system did match his taste aside from being a bit of a dog. Apart from that, Lin Qi had no other options. His only hope was to complete the system's missions to gain lifespan. Additionally, the fusion of power filled him with anticipation. Even though this life was as turbulent as stormy seas, with death and hope walking hand in hand, in a sense, isn't everyone's life about seeking a glimmer of hope from despair? At least there was still a chance to live. That alone was enough to drive Lin Qi forward. With his formidable haki leaking out and the newfound hope for survival, Lin Qi was filled with intense excitement. This made him stand out starkly in the stronghold of the four emperors, Kaido. The protagonist of the pirate banquet was Kaido, but now there was an extra attention grabber which naturally irritated the powerhouses of Kaido's camp. The first to step forward was Ultai, one of the Tobarapo. "You brat, this is no place for a greenhorn like you to be causing trouble." Ultai glared at Lin Qi with her large round pink eyes, confronting him head on. Lin Qi snapped back to reality and looked at the angry young woman before him. She had a pair of horns on her head, wore a pink girlish mask, a light blue short skirt, and red high heels, all topped off with a cape. Her red heels made her already tall figure and long legs appear even more elongated. She had a head of thick, elegant blue hair with fine pink streaks clearly defined and a single lock of white hair on her forehead perfectly placed. The pink mask couldn't hide her delicate features and her well-proportioned fair figure. Instead, it added an air of mystery to her. Even when she was angry, her round pink eyes looked somewhat adorable. Who else could this be but the so-called headbutt girl Ultai? Her tongue was just as sharp as ever, though. Lin Qi thought to himself that seeing Ultai up close was indeed more vivid and cute than in the anime. Soon Ultai's fair skin gradually turned a light green, spreading to cover her entire body. Her hands and feet transformed into animalistic claws, and her entire body grew significantly larger. Behind her, a green tail suddenly emerged. Lin Qi knew that Ultai had eaten the animal Zoan dragon fruit, ancient Zoan Pachycephalosaurus form. Without a doubt, this was Ultai's Pachycephalosaurus hybrid form. As Ultai stepped forward, Kaido, seated in the main position of the hall, watched with deep, unreadable eyes. The three lead performers remained calm and composed. In fact, Queen, one of them, was showing great interest in Lin Qi. They hadn't expected that the egg from Gold Roger's ship would hatch a person. Queen, originally a scientist by trade, found this anomalous phenomenon scientifically fascinating and saw Lin Qi as prime experimental material. Ultai was ready to strike. In the blink of an eye, she raised her head, and with a sudden gust of wind, she brought her headbutt crashing down towards Lin Qi. Ultai headbutt. The most formidable aspect of the Pachycephalosaurus ability was its indestructible head combined with Ultai's powerful haki. This single headbutt made even the earth tremble, demonstrating its immense power. However, at the moment of impact between Ultai and Lin Qi, it was as if an invisible pane of glass separated them, preventing them from ever making contact. At the center of their clash, two powerful forces of haki collided, the black and red energy intensifying until it solidified into tangible black lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The earth trembled, visible cracks beginning to form. As one of the Tobarapo of the Beast's pirates with a bounty of over 400 million berries, Ultai's strength was certainly not to be underestimated. But Ultai was now facing Lin Qi, who possessed the mythical Zoan Qilin form. The Qilin, the beast god of ancient times, naturally held a bloodline advantage over ancient Zoan dinosaurs. Furthermore, Lin Qi possessed S-rank haki and was simply using this opportunity to test its strength. The advantage was with Lin Qi. This situation lasted only for a brief moment. Ultai's haki was clearly at a disadvantage, with the scales tipping in Lin Qi's favor. Then, with a sudden lift of his head, Lin Qi delivered a powerful headbutt that shattered Ultai's attack. The dragon raises its head. Dragon raises its head. Lin Qi didn't hesitate for a moment, directly delivering a powerful dragon raises its head strike to Ultai's forehead, slamming into her with brutal force. With a thunderous boom, Lin Qi's Qilin head clashed with Ultai's swollen Pachycephalosaurus head. In terms of sheer power and momentum, Lin Qi had the upper hand, and Ultai seemed to instantly lose her balance, on the verge of being sent flying. In this situation, Ultai stubbornly held her ground, determined to endure. Her younger brother, Page 1, also one of the Tobarapo, watched with deep anxiety in his eyes. Seeing his sister in trouble, he rushed in to assist. Page 1, having eaten the ancient Zoan fruit, the Spinosaurus model, unleashed his devil fruit power and transformed into a massive Spinosaurus, lunging at Lin Qi with jaws wide open. "Boss lady, I'm here to help." Page 1's transformed Spinosaurus form charged forward fiercely. But Lin Qi's observation haki had already glimpsed this brief future, foreseeing Page 1's attack. He sent Ultai flying with a single dragon raises its head strike. Simultaneously, he dodged the Spinosaurus's bite, extended his Qilin arm, leaped, and drove a powerful fist into the Spinosaurus's head. The Spinosaurus's colossal body was blasted away by Lin Qi, carving a massive deep trench across the floor of Onigashima. It lay there, its condition unknown. Despite taking the full brunt of Lin Qi's dragon raises its head, Ultai managed to stand again. Seeing Page 1 defeated by Lin Qi, her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at him. "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on Page 1? I'll tear you apart." Ultai's anger reached its peak, and she unleashed her second form, the hybrid Pachycephalosaurus form. She grew even larger than before, her chest heaving, with even more formidable presence. Ultai Head Gun Barrage. Ultai launched a continuous series of headbutt attacks, but every single attack missed its mark. It was as if he could see them coming. Each of Ultai's attacks was deftly evaded. With S-rank observation Haki and S-rank evasion talent, Lin Qi handled her assault with effortless grace. Seeing this, Ultai grew even more furious and agitated. Finally, she gathered all her power into the two horn-like protrusions on her head, creating a spiraling force. Time for you to quiet down. Lin Qi looked at Ultai, knowing from his past life that she was an absolute brother-obsessed maniac. More importantly, she was incredibly stubborn. Even if it were an emperor like Big Mom or Kaido who touched page 1, she would fight tooth and nail to the bitter end. Beast God's Conqueror's Haki. Lin Qi closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them. In that blink of an eye, the energy around him seemed to gather and condense, shrinking and building up until it burst forth like a nuclear explosion. In an instant, Ultai's mind went blank, her expression shifting in awe. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qi's dragon raises its head, crashed into her forehead once more. Boom. Ultai collapsed. This time Lin Qi did not hold back his power. Lin Qi invoked the 3,000 thunders. Lightning crackled and coiled around him, emitting a sizzling sound. With every step he took, he left a trail of electricity in his footprints. A layer of chill and flame enveloped Lin Qi's body. In that moment, he seemed like a fearsome beast incarnate. The powerful Beast God's Conqueror's Haki radiated from him, dragging anyone with even a shred of mental instability into an abyss of endless terror. This was the power of the legendary Beast God from ancient times, the Qilin, the god of all beasts. Ultai was an ancient Zoan, the Pachycephalosaurus, but in the end she was still an animal-type user. The Beast God Qilin held absolute bloodline dominance over her. Even Kaido of the Beasts was greatly shaken. The three lead performers were stunned. This power was something that even Kaido had to take seriously. The Beasts Pirates were named so because most of their members were Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. And in this regard, Lin Qi's Qilin fruit was clearly a superior fruit that exerted dominance over them. In reality, Devil Fruits also have elemental advantages and disadvantages. For example, the Magu Magu no Mi counters the natural type Mera Mera no Mi, being its superior fruit. If only her brother obsession and stubbornness could be changed. Lin Qi looked at the fallen Ultai, letting out a sigh of relief, but also a hint of regret. Lin Qi didn't pause in his steps. From a mere appetizer to unleashing his true power, his display was enough to shock everyone present in the Beast Pirates. He approached Kaido and the three lead performers with the air of a victor. Looking at Kaido up close, Lin Qi couldn't help but admire him, as expected of an Emperor Kaido. The pressure was suffocating. One of the three lead performers, Disaster of Fire King, wore a mask, had wings sprouting from his back, and a fan-shaped blaze of fire on his shoulder. With Ultai and page 1 of the Tobarapo defeated, King stepped forward as Lin Qi approached, ready to be his opponent. If you want to challenge Kaido, you'll have to test your strength against me first. King drew his long sword and stood before Lin Qi. King, this brat is mine. You and Jack stay out of it. Queen gave King a dismissive glance. He's my experiment material. I refuse. Jack interjected. Finally, he had a chance to prove himself in front of his two senior officers, and he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. King of the Lunarian tribe, huh? I'm quite interested in you, but not right now. I have more important matters to attend to. Lin Qi looked at the Disaster of Fire King and spoke with a calm, steady demeanor. You know who I am. King's body stiffened beneath the mask. I not only know you're a Lunarian, one of the so-called gods from Mary Geos, but I also know your past. Lin Qi looked at King with an amused expression. Right, Albert? Who the hell are you? King's voice trembled with shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Albert was the name he used before meeting Kaido. It was the most closely guarded secret. King was the name Kaido had given him. Clearly this man spoke the truth. Gehaha. You'll find out who I am in due time. Lin Qi shrouded himself in an air of mystery. King was stunned, his sword arm wavering slightly. However, King didn't lose his composure. He said, since you know my secret, you have no choice but to die. Suddenly a murderous intent flared up from him. Just then the sound of Kaido's laughter boomed from the main seat, interrupting King's murderous intent. Worororo. Kaido of the Beast stared at Lin Qi. Brat, become one of my forces? Kaido cherished talent. Based on Lin Qi's performance and the fact that he had likely eaten a mythical Zoan fruit, the Qilin model, the Emperor, extended an invitation for Lin Qi to join the Beast Pirates. I can become one of your forces, but I have a condition. It's the very reason I came here. Lin Qi declared. Kaido and King were taken aback by his quick agreement, wondering what his condition could be and what his true intentions were. After a moment's pause, Lin Qi suddenly shifted his tone. I want to marry Yamato. Of course I didn't come empty-handed. GOLD. Roger became the Pirate King because he reached the final island, Laugh Tale. The great treasure of the sea, the One Piece, is located there. Countless pirates across the world have set sail, but have never been able to reach that island. This is because they lack the road poneglyphs. Few know that the route is inscribed on 4 red poneglyphs. Even if they knew of their existence, gathering them all is an immense challenge. That's why only GOLD. Roger managed to accomplish it. Lin Qi revealed the red poneglyph, presenting it to Kaido of the Beasts as a proposal gift. The red poneglyph is the key to reaching the final island, Laugh Tale, and the legendary One Piece, an unparalleled allure for any pirate who sails these seas. Pirates across the entire ocean flocked to it. Kaido, one of the four emperors, was no exception. Driven by the pursuit of fame, status, wealth, or even the overthrow of the world to become the fabled pirate king, the Red Poneglyph was a prize he was determined to claim. It was the final path to Laugh Tale, where the One Piece awaited discovery. Lin Qi possessed a bargaining chip that could sway Kaido of the beasts. He had demonstrated formidable strength against Altai of the Tobarapo, and then boldly made a memorable impression before the emperor himself. Kaido's temperament was erratic, yet he held a deep respect for strength. Even a rival or enemy, if powerful enough, could earn his magnanimous recruitment. All of this was part of Lin Qi's plan, first to showcase his power, and then to present the Red Poneglyph that led to Laugh Tale persuading Kaido to accept him and allow his marriage to Yamato. After all, if Lin Qi married Yamato, Kaido would become his father-in-law, and in a sense he would naturally become a part of Kaido's fighting force. Kaido's offer of recruitment and Lin Qi's stated purpose did not necessarily clash. Many might misunderstand Kaido, believing he had no paternal compassion for Yamato, adhering only to the law of the jungle where strength reigns supreme, and that such a monster was incapable of familial affection. On the contrary, Kaido was in fact a doting father. He showed considerable tolerance towards both his adopted daughter Altai and his biological daughter Yamato. Despite his harsh words when Altai sassed him or Yamato acted willfully, he secretly allowed them to steal his devil fruits and taught them to fight. In the great battle on Onigashima, Kaido and Yamato put on a spectacle of fatherly love and filial piety, but Kaido's repeated restraint throughout the fight revealed his true feelings all too clearly. That paternal love was higher than any mountain, deeper than any sea. Kaido cherished his daughter Yamato immensely. Therefore, for Lin Qi to persuade Kaido to give away his daughter in marriage, the Red Poneglyph alone might not suffice. However, he had a secondary plan prepared. Lin Qi had signed the demon contract. The first task was to formally propose to Kaido and marry Yamato. Success would grant him an additional year of lifespan, failure would mean the end. With only 3 days left, completing the task quickly would require the most forceful of measures. I know you have your doubts, but there is only one truth, and I will prove it to you with facts. Of the 4 Red Poneglyphs, one is in your possession, another with Big Mom. Lin Qi paused, then continued, am I right? And I know the whereabouts of the remaining 2. I will deliver them to you myself, completing the set of 4 Red Poneglyphs. That is the path to the final island Laugh Tale, and to becoming the Pirate King. I was once aboard Gold Roger's ship. Though I slumbered within this dragon egg, I journeyed with Roger's crew to Laugh Tale, and witnessed many things along the way. Lin Qi leveraged his innate talent for weaving half-truths to the fullest, blurring the lines between reality and fabrication. Yet these were facts that Kaido could not easily refute. After all, it was true that he had started as an egg on Gold Roger's ship, and Kaido and his crew knew well that such a possibility was real. Otherwise, how could he know such secrets as those of King of the Lunaria tribe or the Red Poneglyphs? Everything Lin Qi said was based on truth. Moreover, he had indeed been on the Pirate King's ship, even if just as an egg. Worororo. Kaido suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Lin Qi. Brett, you know a lot. I appreciate talent like yours, and the Red Poneglyph you speak of is tempting. But if you think that's enough to take my rebellious son away, let's see if you have the right. I will find the Poneglyphs myself. Only I will become the Pirate King, for only I can dominate these seas. Worororo. Lin Qi sneered. Since Yamato is rebellious, why not agree to this marriage, Emperor Kaido? It would solve a nagging problem, and help you achieve your grand ambition. Kaido's refusal was anticipated by Lin Qi. After all, no emperor lacks a sense of pride. Unfazed, Lin Qi continued, your foolish, rebellious daughter is deeply poisoned by Kazuki Oden. As an emperor, this must be a headache. Your own daughter constantly vows to defeat you as her enemy. Isn't that a laughingstock? Your expectations for Yamato can never be fulfilled. Isn't that why you are so disappointed in her? Yamato's condition is an illness, and I know how to cure it. Kaido's son Yamato was in fact a girl. Even in this world, it wasn't uncommon for parents with high hopes for a daughter to give her a masculine nickname. Hearing this, Kaido paused. Lin Qi's words struck an unexpectedly true chord. Worororo. With his thoughts laid bare, Kaido's interest was piqued. He grinned wickedly. You want my recognition? Then come. A pact between men is sealed through their fists. The strong need no words, the weak must yield. Worororo. Kaido, invigorated and fueled by alcohol, transformed into a majestic azure dragon and soared to the dome of Onigashima. Lin Qi followed closely. While Kaido possessed the Uo no Mi model Sarayu, Lin Qi wielded the power of a mythical Zoan model Chilan. Both possessed the ability to ride clouds and traverse the skies. Lin Qi shifted into his Chilan form, ascending gracefully to the dome of Onigashima. To gain Kaido's acknowledgement, this battle was unavoidable. The moonlight was dim, and above the dome undercurrents stirred. Dark clouds pressed down upon the island, threatening to crush it. Kaido stood tall and imposing, a massive spiked club in hand, black hair flowing over his shoulders. His pair of long horn-like protrusions made him appear like a demon descended upon the world. Lin Qi gripped a weapon resembling a Zanpakuto. Upon signing the demon contract, the sword had been granted to him via the system's gift package. It was a weapon meant for his life at age 100, its future power having been prematurely fused into him. In exchange, he had forfeited 100 years of his life choices. Now, to earn lifespan, he must complete the demon contract's tasks. Great risk, however, accompanies great reward. The world always maintains this balance. With no further words exchanged, Kaido and Lin Qi commenced their battle the moment they reached the dome. Kaido's spiked club clashed against Lin Qi's Zanpakuto, both releasing their most formidable haki. Ding! System alert: SS class opponent detected. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Ding! Host is in a dangerous state. Proceed with caution. SS class. Kaido of the 4 emperors. As Lin Qi had guessed, his own S-class strength was equivalent to that of a Yonko commander, still a notch below an emperor. Although he could emit red and black haki, there were levels to this power. The progression: normal, awakening, advanced, materialization, conqueror's coding. The haki displayed evolves in color and intensity: blue, deep blue, red and black, deep crimson black. When Lin Qi clashed with Kaido, who had mastered conqueror's coding, the sky did not split, a clear sign that their haki was not evenly matched. Unsurprisingly, despite using his S-class swordsmanship to evade several exchanges, Lin Qi was ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer force of Kaido's haki. A mighty blow from Kaido's club sent him flying dozens of meters away. Even for Lin Qi, with his mythical Zoan-Shielan form, taking a direct hit from Kaido's club was a painful, jarring experience. Even Luffy had been knocked out cold by a single blow from Kaido. This was the power of an emperor. Going all out, Lin Qi ignited the flames of his Qilins, awakening across his shoulders and back. His devil fruit power had awakened, and in his new hybrid form, he clashed once more with Kaido of the Beasts. They fought in hybrid forms, then took to the skies, unleashing searing breaths as an azure dragon and a Qilin. The heavens churned above them, crackling with sudden lightning and raining down meteors of fire. Ragnaraku. Kaido leaped into the air, spinning his iron club, and wreathed it in Conqueror's haki before smashing downwards at Lin Qi. As Kaido's club descended, his red-black Conqueror's haki materialized into streaks of crimson lightning. This caught Lin Qi off guard. Such a devastating blow right from the start. Ragnarok and Naraku drop. This was one of Kaido's most powerful techniques, second only to his Thunder Bagua. In the battle against Monkey D. Luffy, it was this very attack that awakened the Nika form of the Gum Gum fruit. Though Kaido had yet to shift into his hybrid form, the sheer pressure of this strike dimmed the very heavens. Lin Qi knew that taking this hit head-on would leave him in no better state than Luffy. He possessed the awakened mythical Zoan-Shielan fruit, and in a sense a century's worth of battle experience. Yet at this moment Lin Qi keenly felt the chasm between himself and the Emperor Kaido. So this is the power of an emperor. In this vast sea, countless powerful figures roam. Since the execution of the pirate king Gold, Roger, the great pirate era began with countless fierce pirates rising across the waters. Among them, 4 who carved their way through the chaos, now reign over different seas, standing supreme above all. Red-haired Shanks, Old Man Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido of the Beasts. These 4 in the latter half of the New World came to be known as the Emperors. Worororo. Boy, you cannot defeat me. The force of this club is beyond even my control. Surrender to me, Kaido of the Beasts, while you still can. Spare yourself the unnecessary pain. Kaido of the Beasts laughed with booming confidence. He knew the gulf between those who wielded Conqueror's haki and fusion and those who didn't. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. You don't even know the true way to use haki. Only haki can transcend raw strength. Kaido of the Beasts said with a hint of pity, "You're just like those supernova brats. They all prattle on about becoming kings, yet none of them grasp the true essence of haki." Is that so? Lin Qi smiled faintly. He knew Kaido spoke the truth. The Emperor had dominated these seas for so long, and countless pirates, many of them called supernovas, had challenged him only to fall in defeat every single time. Luffy's victory over Kaido was still years away, and Lin Qi was well aware that Kaido had yet to reveal his full strength. But Lin Qi knew he had no other choice. For the sake of the system's quest, for the sake of his own lifespan, he had to defeat Kaido and claim Yamato as his bride. Boom. There was no room to retreat. Relying on his Qilin physique and innate haki, Lin Qi withstood Kaido's Ragnarok and Naraku drop. The ground beneath them caved into a massive crater. As the dust settled, Lin Qi appeared utterly battered, gasping for breath. Kaido of the Beasts was mildly surprised. He hadn't put his full power into that strike, perhaps only 70%, yet Lin Qi was still standing. Moments later, Lin Qi's wounds began to mend, sealed by the flames of his Qilin form. Kaido of the Beasts watched the healing process and remarked, "So this is the regenerative power of a mythical Zoan. What a nuisance." Indeed, Lin Qi's haki, like Kaido's, hadn't yet reached the level of Conqueror's infusion. Yet with his awakened mythical Zoan Qilin fruit and his S-rank haki, he managed to endure Kaido's Ragnaraku attack. A more amused grin curled at Kaido's lips. This was getting interesting. Lin Qi shot Kaido a glance. "You're a mythical Zoan user too, so don't act so high and mighty. If a mythical Zoan didn't even have this level of healing, you'd have died 1,000 times over at the hands of the Marines by now." Worororo. Interesting, most interesting. Kaido said with keen interest. "You've blocked my Thunder Bagua and Ragnaraku. Your name deserves to be etched into the annals of this sea. State your name, and I, Kaido of the Beasts, will remember it." Lin Qi. "It's been so long since anyone forced me into this awakened form. This battle is truly magnificent." Worororo. Kaido finally turned serious. Flames coiled around his dragon tail, the mark of his awakened mythical Zoan Azure dragon form. Gripping his spiked club, he stood before Lin Qi in his hybrid human dragon state. Dragon scales spread across his body. He studied Lin Qi with keen amusement. Without Conqueror's infusion, fighting Kaido is truly a struggle. Lin Qi thought, observing Kaido's eager demeanor, knowing the emperor was about to get serious. He made up his mind, time to use that trump card. Worororo. I will make you submit to me completely and become my subordinate. Kaido declared with absolute confidence, a pact between men needs no words. Your defeat is inevitable. Victory will be mine. Join my crew. I will defeat you and take Yamato as my wife. Though Lin Qi was locked in a desperate struggle against Kaido, even with his awakened mythical Zoanqian form, he had sustained numerous injuries. He knew he had been pushed to the brink. Kaido had finally gotten serious. And Lin Qi had been serious all along, honestly. It was just that he was a notch below Kaido in raw power, specifically in the realm of Conqueror's Haki Infusion. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki Infusion had reached its pinnacle. Gripping his iron club with both hands, he charged at Lin Qi with blinding speed. His presence, strength, and velocity all multiplied dozens of times over compared to his previous attacks. The sky roared with thunder. Condensed purple lightning blazed like a nuclear detonation. Lin Qi simultaneously opened his system and unleashed his most powerful trump card, Roger's Peak card. System activate the one-time Roger's Peak card. The one-time Roger's Peak card is a consumable item. Upon activation, the host will temporarily gain the pinnacle power of GOLD. Roger during his prime. Usage once. Duration 30 minutes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qi activated the Roger card. It was meant to be his ultimate ace, but to defeat Kaido and win this marriage, he decided to use the one-time Roger's Peak card obtained from the Demon Contract gift pack. Within moments, Lin Qi's power surged explosively, as if the Pirate King GOLD. Roger himself had possessed him. Some of Roger's skills were also etched deep into Lin Qi's memory. Around him, crimson-black lightning erupted with an aura that rivaled, no matched, Kaido's. This presence, this Haki, it was unmistakably Conqueror's Haki Infusion. Could this brat actually use Conqueror's Haki Infusion? Kaido of the Beasts was utterly shaken. In the blink of an eye, the two closed the distance and struck simultaneously. David I Thunderbagwa. Divine Departure. Both shouted their techniques. Lin Qi unleashed GOLD. Roger's signature move, Divine Departure. At this moment, he was as if possessed by the Pirate King himself. The moment their weapons clashed, a colossal burst of energy erupted, shaking the entire Onigashima. The sky churned violently, clouds swirling in turmoil. Then a fissure-like crack split the heavens. It was the unmistakable mark of Emperor-level Haki colliding. Look, the sky above Onigashima is cracking. The last time I saw a Haki clash like this was between Kaido and Big Mom. Is that brat really that strong? He's not inferior to Kaido. Onigashima trembled violently as cries of shock rang out. King, Queen, and Jack had also climbed to the island, arriving just in time to witness the clash between Lin Qi and Kaido. This is an Emperor-level Haki collision. A battle between mythical Zoans naturally reaches such heights. The three lead performers stared in disbelief. Divine Departure against Kaido's enhanced Thunder Bagua. Lin Qi and Kaido were evenly matched, each blow wrapped in Haki that stirred heaven and earth. This fleeting surge of GOLD. Roger's power even put Kaido at a slight disadvantage. Yet the Emperor didn't mind, still cackling, Lin Qi, you are strong. I, Kaido of the Beasts, acknowledge you. Worororo. Worororo. Emperor Kaido wiped the grimy dust from his form. It had been a long while since he'd faced an opponent of this caliber. Perhaps he hadn't encountered one in ages. The exhilarating clash set his blood ablaze. The moment Divine Departure was unleashed, Kaido revised his opinion of Lin Qi. This was unmistakably the technique of Conqueror's Haki Infusion. Initially, Kaido had mocked Lin Qi for lacking Conqueror's Haki Infusion, deeming him worlds apart from his own prowess. But now the situation had changed. Kaido admitted he had misjudged him. Kaido's previous attack had been a full-powered Thunder Bagua aimed at teaching Lin Qi a harsh lesson. What Kaido didn't know was that Lin Qi had cheated using Roger's Peak card. It was as if Roger himself possessed him, granting him the Pirate King's power temporarily. Yet this pinnacle of pirate strength was blocked by Kaido. It hadn't reached the anticipated heights. Lin Qi was equally shaken. This was only logical, though. Emperor Kaido was of the special Oni bloodline, had consumed the mythical Zoan fish fruit model Azure Dragon, and had mastered that fruit to its absolute limit. His Haki too had reached the level of an emperor. Even GOLD. Roger and Whitebeard had fought for 10 days and 10 nights without a decisive victory. No matter how inferior Kaido's strength might be, he shouldn't be defeated by a single move from the Pirate King. A battle worthy of the title Emperor should last at least 5 days and nights. Lin Qi was aware of this and felt a growing sense of urgency. But he couldn't show it, couldn't reveal a single opening. Roger's Peak card only lasted for half an hour, nowhere near enough to sustain a 5-day battle with Kaido. So from the very first strike, Lin Qi had unleashed Roger's ultimate power, aiming for a decisive blow against Kaido. Lin Qi, I'm starting to like you, boy. Worororo. Emperor Kaido said, that sword strike of yours, splitting mountains and parting seas, reminds me of something. Over 30 years ago on God Valley, the fight between Captain Rocks and GOLD. Roger taught me that only Haki can transcend all. That strike of yours was very similar to GOLD. Roger's technique. Worororo. Rocks. He was the ruler of the seas over 30 years ago. The great pirates who now dominate these waters, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, were all once members of the Rocks Pirates. At that time, Kaido was just an apprentice on the Rocks ship. Yeah. To receive such praise from Emperor Kaido, I, Lin Qi, am deeply honored. Lin Qi remained outwardly calm. Despite gaining Kaido's recognition, he couldn't afford to be careless. He had to race against time. Once it ran out, his ruse would be exposed. He understood that Kaido now admired his power more than the man himself. Worororo. Hya. In a few breaths they clashed again at tremendous speed. Kaido confessed, "That foolish son of mine Yamato is sick in the head. He constantly yammers about becoming a samurai. It's a real headache for me. Such is the tragedy of being a father." Wah! Suddenly Kaido burst into loud bawling tears. "Wait, Kaido, we're still fighting." Lin Qi was dumbfounded and tried to remind him. Although he knew Kaido's temperament was volatile, facing this sudden shift in mood left him utterly bewildered. This was a serious battle, yet Kaido had managed to break the tension in an instant. He fought while weeping. Imagine such a hulking ironclad brute suddenly crying with tears and snot streaming down his face. The atmosphere was beyond bizarre. Especially for Kaido, one of the four emperors hailed as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Mentioning Yamato, Lin Qi said, "That's a failure in your upbringing. By your Oni traditions, when a child is rebellious you starve them for a few meals. Or perhaps valuing strength above all, you should use your own harsh experiences as an emperor to teach her the cruelties of the pirate world. What's wrong with that? The weak are only culled by the strong. It's the fate of the Oni. That's exactly why Yamato was exploited by your enemies. She's poisoned, deeply poisoned." Lin Qi clashed his Zanpakuto against Kaido's Kanabo, speaking to him. "But it's not too late. I can save Yamato. So entrust Yamato to me, Kaido." The strong communicate through their fists, and Lin Qi now deeply understood this. Kaido paused for a moment, then his tears turned into laughter. "Worororo, if you can resolve this matter that weighs on my heart and cure Yamato, then I'll consent to your marriage." In an instant, they both stopped facing each other with smiles. The two who were just locked in combat suddenly became kindred spirits. They regretted not having met sooner. Seeing this, Lin Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. His one-time Roger's Peak card was nearing its limit. If he had to endure a prolonged battle with Emperor Kaido, his fate would have been the same as the other supernovas. Fortunately, Kaido had agreed to the marriage. The moment they stopped, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Host comprehension is off the charts 1. You have comprehended Conqueror's Haki Infusion. Ding! Host comprehension is off the charts 1. You have comprehended Kaido's Thunderbagwa. Ding! Host comprehension is off the charts 1. You have comprehended Kaido's Gashikido Inakura. Ding! Host comprehension is off the charts 1. You have comprehended GOLD. Roger's Swordsmanship, Divine Departure. This unexpected windfall shocked Lin Qi. The demon contract system with the outrageous comprehension talent purchased with 100 years of his lifespan was terrifyingly powerful. In a single battle, he had comprehended techniques from both Emperor Kaido and GOLD. Roger. Lin Qi remembered these heaven-defying talents in the demon contract, but their sheer potency far exceeded his imagination. Perhaps it was due to using GOLD. Roger's Peak card, which elevated his combat power to another dimension, allowing the outrageous comprehension talent to truly shine. Having comprehended these skills, sacrificing a single Roger card was worth it. After this battle, the very sky above Onigashima had been shaved off a layer. The skull-shaped island had been flattened, a masterpiece of Lin Qi's divine departure, shearing off the top of the skull. Kaido and Lin Qi appeared before the assembled crew. Kaido then officially declared, "From this day forth, Lin Qi is your deputy governor." As Emperor Kaido's words slowly fell, his tone brooked no dissent. The power Lin Qi displayed, capable of splitting the very sky, was something only the four emperors, Whitebeard, Big Mom Shanks, and Kaido, had achieved. Lin Qi joining Kaido's side was undoubtedly a tremendous boon, greatly enhancing their fighting strength. This was akin to a single pirate crew possessing the strength of two emperors, incredibly reassuring. King, Queen, and Jack did not object to Kaido's decision, having personally witnessed the haki and power Lin Qi exhibited. "Too bad we've run out of test subjects," Queen said, his rotund body swaying before raising his arms in cheer. "All right, boys, the fire festival continues. Let's welcome our new deputy governor. Boys, sing a rousing tune." With that, Queen twisted his bulky frame, busting out a fantastical rap. "If I got slim, I'd be too popular, so I stay fat on purpose, Vanku. Though I look round, it's all muscle." The talkative singing Vanka gets you excited. Boys, welcome the deputy governor. The fire festival continues. The Beast's pirates quickly accepted their new deputy governor, with Queen, one of the three calamities, providing the comic relief. Others fight, but Queen dances. Lin Qi was witnessing this firsthand. Lin Qi was to marry Yamato, so of course, he needed to meet his betrothed first. Kaido agreed, and ordered the Batman to take Lin Qi to see her. Yamato was confined in a prison by Kaido. "Finally, I'll get to meet her." Lin Qi followed the Batman towards Yamato's prison. So this is where Yamato resides. After leaving the conference hall of the Onigashima, they traversed several turreted towers before arriving at a secluded mansion. The mansion was vast, spacious enough to accommodate several giants like the numbers. "This is the place, Vice Admiral." The Batman hovered in the air, nodding, revealing two crescent-shaped fangs. With his signature uncle-like mustache, he had a somewhat endearing, goofy charm. Lin Qi had some recollection of the Batman. He had given Luffy a hard time upon his debut, and was jokingly hailed as the sixth emperor among fans. Young Master Yamato harbors a deep hatred for Kaido, and despises his ways, idolizing those samurai instead. What's so good about them? They're quick to commit seppuku, putting on a facade of righteousness while being utterly hypocritical. The Batman spoke with a hint of disdain, even disgust in his eyes for the samurai. Young Master Yamato has been poisoned by them. Unable to defeat Kaido-sama, he started sabotaging from within. How infuriating. Lin Qi nodded, then glanced at Yamato's expansive mansion. It was less a prison and more a place of confinement on this Onigashima. Just then Lin Qi heard the Batman exclaim in alarm. Vice Admiral, that's Nihai, one of the numbers. The Batman pointed at the towering giant blocking their path. The unruly and reckless nature of the numbers was well known throughout the Beast's pirates. It's fine, Lin Qi responded calmly. Don't you dare harm Yamato. The number Nihai dragged his massive frame forward baring his teeth and wielding a club charging at Lin Qi and the Batman. The sheer force of his swing disrupted the very air, creating a powerful vortex. Lin Qi stood his ground, utterly composed. Too slow. Suddenly he unleashed a surge of formidable conqueror's haki, which sent the giant Nihai crashing to the ground. With a thunderous boom, Nihai's immense body collapsed, bringing down the surrounding structures with it. Conqueror's haki. Vice Admiral, you're incredible. The Batman flattered him. That's the Conqueror's haki, awakened only by those with the disposition of a king, one in tens of millions. Vice Admiral, I'm with you from now on. My name is Afu. The Batman Afu gazed at Lin Qi with adoration, acting like a star-struck child despite his age. Lin Qi chuckled softly and walked straight ahead. Suddenly a fleeting shadow crossed his deep eyes. The next moment the crisp ring of a weapon echoed and violent air currents swirled like a vortex with lightning interweaving. They formed a web-like pattern radiating outward from the center. Afu, still lost in admiration for Lin Qi with stars in his eyes, was caught unaware in the midst of this invisible clash. A force blasted him, sending him flying. Lin Qi gave him a shove to push him out of harm's way, then turned to engage his opponent. Ragnaroku. As the smoke cleared, a Hanya mask appeared before Lin Qi. The newcomer had long gradient white hair that transitioned to a greenish blue at the tips. She wore a white sleeveless kimono adorned with blue patterns and diamond shapes on her chest, tied with a massive Shimenawa rope. Below she wore a long red skirt and red strapped Geta sandals on her bare feet. Her hair was parted in the middle with long locks framing her face and falling to her chest. A pair of crimson demon horns adorned her head. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail secured with 2 orange hairpins. Golden earrings dangled from her ears. The newcomer was none other than Kaido's daughter Yamato. Her tall, mature figure and the generous hint of her chest were a spectacle for men, but to Yamato herself they were nothing more than burdens. She remained composed and unashamed. Is this how you greet your fiancé, Yamato? Lin Qi's Zanpakuto blocked Yamato's kanabo. This isn't very ladylike. I am Kazuki Oden, and I will become the man Kazuki Oden was. I will defeat Kaido and open the borders of Wano. If you are deeply poisoned. Lin Qi looked at the delusional Yamato and said, it seems you've been bound by an invisible cage for too long, forgetting you are Kaido's daughter and forgetting yourself. Your Ragnaroku is but a scratch. It's nothing compared to Kaido's. Kaido. At the mention of Kaido, Yamato's eyes turned scarlet, filled with malice and hatred. Although Kaido's methods of raising Yamato were flawed, he himself was raised as a weapon of war from a young age, having faced betrayal and near-death experiences. This pirate world is cruel, and only power ensures survival. Thus Kaido raised Yamato in his own image. But unexpectedly Yamato did not turn out as he had planned, falling under the spell of Kazuki Oden, and even turning against her own home. Yamato resented Kaido. A true filial child. Undeniably Yamato was cursed by Kazuki Oden. I will defeat Kaido and open Wano's borders. Yamato declared with sharp eyes. As a transmigrator, Lin Qi knew her situation well. Everything had to be done step by step, one couldn't rush. So he changed his approach, saying, with your current strength you cannot defeat Kaido. But I can help you. You'll help me, eh? Exactly. I'll help you open the borders. Lin Qi declared confidently. Once you and I are wed, Kaido will no longer control you. I can take you away from Onigashima and see Wano opened. You will no longer be bound. You can go anywhere in the world as free as the sea. His words struck a chord. Yamato was stunned as Lin Qi had spoken directly to her heart's desires. She removed her Hanya mask, revealing her radiant face. She looked at the shackles on her wrists. Though broken, they still weighed heavily on her heart. Yamato raised her head to look at the stalwart Lin Qi, asking with a mix of doubt and hope, I can truly escape Onigashima? Of course, Lin Qi affirmed. Kaido has already agreed to this marriage. You are mine now. No one would dare stop me from taking you away. You defeated Kaido. Given the commotion earlier, Yamato must have sensed something. Lin Qi didn't deny it, saying, allow me to remove those cuffs for you now. Removing them will trigger an explosion. Kaido won't let me leave Onigashima. Before Yamato could finish, Lin Qi released a burst of red-black haki. With a clang, he removed the cuffs before they could detonate, holding them in his hand. Yamato, there's no need to fear. From this moment on you are free. But now there's one important matter to attend to, dispelling the curse upon you. Lin Qi then chanted, making a series of gestures over Yamato, and proclaimed, Kirin, subdue the evil. Qilin exorcism. With a shout, Lin Qi manifested the Qilin Dharma aspect, which immediately detected the filth clinging to Yamato. A thick plume of inky black smoke surfaced under the Qilin's oppressive might. In the next instant, the Qilin Dharma aspect clamped its jaws around a yellowed, tattered nautical logbook. It was Kazuki Oden's voyage journal hidden within Yamato. Now it had become a vessel of black corruption. It was this very will that had lurked within Yamato's consciousness, manipulating her, even amplifying her negative emotions to catastrophic extremes. This was the curse of Kazuki Oden. Odin had perished in the boil fire execution, boiled alive in oil by Kaido, and even shot twice before his death. Such a demise barred him from the cycle of reincarnation and bred immense karmic malice. The grievance of a fallen nation and the torment of the boiling oil gradually coalesced into a cursing will of the Kazuki clan, planting a seed of resentment deep within Yamato. And this corrupting will was none other than Odin's voyage journal itself. Kill Kaido. Kill him. In an instant, the curse that had festered within Yamato's mind for years erupted with violent force. Sensing the threat, the cursed will of Kazuki, Odin attempted to seize control of Yamato, but the Chilan Dharma aspect bit down hard and wrenched it free from her body. Lin Qi watched coldly as the Chilan dragged out the cursed will, a phantom samurai with phoenix eyes and thick brows, struggling futilely against the divine beast's unyielding grip. For a moment Yamato seemed utterly drained, collapsing into a brief faint. Merely a lingering grudge. Lin Qi said icily, Chilan exorcism, slay the evil. Chilan karmic flame. The cursed will of Odin recoiled in terror from the sacred blaze, writhing and shrieking as it was consumed to ashes. The Chilan is an ancient beast god endowed since time immemorial with the instinct to suppress malevolent spirits. Clearly the cursed will of Kazuki Odin could not escape the Chilan's all-seeing gaze. Under the purifying flames it was reduced to nothingness, and the voyage journal, stripped of its malice, crumbled into dust. With the curse dispelled, Lin Qi gently lifted Yamato into his arms. The faint fragrance of her hair drifted to him, and a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. I remember now. Everything my father Kaido arranged for me. He was truly caring for me. Moments later Yamato awoke. Freed from Odin's curse, she finally realized how rebellious she had been. Her hatred for Kaido had been fueled by the curse which had hidden within her countless thoughts, subtly rewriting her perception and judgment. Whenever a fleeting negative thought about Kaido crossed her mind, the curse would seize upon it and amplify it beyond reason, twisting her love into an all-consuming vendetta. And when she encountered certain samurai, the curse would inflate her affection for them. Unfortunately for the curse, she had met Lin Qi, a user of the dragon fruit mythical Zoan Chilan form. For the Chilan suppresses evil, and no specter dares approach. Now Yamato seemed like a different person. She no longer claimed to be Kazuki Odin or aspired to be a samurai in his likeness. In that moment, even Lin Qi appeared taller in Yamato's eyes. Her affection for him was rising. Seeing her personality restored to normal, Lin Qi offered a gratified smile. Young Master Yamato, this is Lord Lin Qi, the Vice Admiral. He has come to propose marriage to you on behalf of Lord Kaido, and your father has already given his consent. The Batman Afyu, whom Lin Qi had saved from Yamato's attack, spoke eagerly, revealing the purpose of Lin Qi's visit. This stirred a vague memory in Yamato. Lin Qi had indeed mentioned taking her away from Onigashima. Though the cursed will had been purged, the masculine bravado Yamato had cultivated over the years remained. Her dream was still to leave Onigashima and behold the wonders of the outside world. Her resolve to open Wano's borders remained unshaken. Yamato shook her head, then turned to Lin Qi and declared, Then what are we waiting for? Let's get married. Her words stunned Lin Qi. How had the tables turned so completely? Once we're wed, Kaido can no longer control me. I'll finally leave Onigashima. Just the thought of stepping into that vibrant, dazzling world beyond fills me with exhilaration. This is my dream. Let's go get married right now. Yamato declared, boldly grabbing Lin Qi's hand. This is completely off script. Lin Qi had intended to persuade her, but never expected such eagerness. Then it dawned on him. Though the curse was gone, the masculine mannerisms she had developed over a lifetime still lingered. Yamato was even more impatient than he was. That was something Lin Qi had never anticipated. Yamato, actually, I could give you some time to get to know me better. Lin Qi said. Though his lifespan was less than 3 days, he had still planned to offer her that time. Yet things were proceeding far more smoothly than he had imagined, even if both of them were entering this union with their own motives. Compared to my dreams, sacrificing these 2 lumps of flesh is nothing, Yamato said with a laugh, patting her chest. I've long wanted to cut them off and become a true man. At this, the initiative shifted entirely to Yamato, leaving Lin Qi on the defensive. The two came to an immediate accord. And so Yamato led Lin Qi swiftly out of the mansion, easily leaving the Batman behind. After all, both Yamato and Lin Qi were mythical Zoan devil fruit users. Their speed defied imagination. In mere moments they appeared in the conference hall, facing the 4 emperors, Kaido and his officers. Meeting the gaze of that towering, imposing man, a suffocating pressure fell upon Yamato. She spoke directly, Father, we shall marry tonight. What a... Kaido's face darkened, his expression fierce and menacing. We marry tonight, Yamato repeated. She only wanted to leave Onigashima as quickly as possible. What did you just call me? Kaido's terrifying visage made it hard to breathe. Father, Yamato said. My foolish son. In an instant, Kaido's fierce expression flipped like a page in a book. He dropped to his knees and pulled Yamato into a tight embrace, tears streaming down his face. How many years had he waited to hear that word? Approved, Kaido declared. I'll make the arrangements at once. Soon Kaido officially announced the marriage of Yamato and Lin Qi, followed by a grand banquet, which was also the wedding ceremony. The wedding on Kaido's side was simple, with no elaborate rituals. In truth, it was just a feast, everyone celebrating. Kaido toasted with Lin Qi, saying, You truly didn't disappoint me. My foolish son called me father. Aurora. After the brief ceremony, Lin Qi and Yamato were cheerfully ushered by the beast pirates into a newly prepared bridal chamber. The night was exceptionally beautiful and enchanting. Watching them leave, a sudden melancholy washed over Kaido. A daughter is hard to keep once she's grown. Beside him, Black Maria smiled softly, pouring him a cup of sake. Her seductive eyes glimmered with charm as she purred. Kaido, how about we make another one tonight? What a beautiful night sky. Through the attic window, Lin Qi gazed at the dome over Ghost Island, a tipsy flush coloring his cheeks. The coastline, where waves occasionally lapped, fell into a respectful silence, mirroring the silvery starlight. A bright moon rose over the sea, uniting all under heaven at this moment. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. This was a man's paradise, a man's ultimate dream. Lin Qi looked at Yamato, who sat quietly by the bedside. Moonlight streamed in, falling upon her fair, rosy face. She had also drunk quite a bit, inheriting Kaido's boisterous nature. To her innocent mind, marriage simply meant two people staying close together. Thus, she skipped many complex formalities and jumped straight to the wedding night with Lin Qi. Lin Qi had his system tasks, but he certainly didn't mind being with a woman like Yamato. However, the pace of their relationship was so rapid that even he found it hard to adapt. Of course, this suited him perfectly. Yamato's initiative saved him much effort in courtship. The priority now was to complete the system's task and earn a year of lifespan. As long as he stayed alive, he would eventually become invincible. Lin Qi, what are you standing there for? Yamato said, her voice intoxicating, a blush spreading across her face. I've already taken off my clothes. Snapping back to reality, Lin Qi beheld the woman before him, completely bare, her slender figure and perfect curves stirring primal desires. Lin Qi was a true man who, provoked by Yamato's challenge, he retaliated without hesitation. I'll come and practice some calligraphy with you, my little lady. It's my first time, go slow. Although Yamato was bold, seeing Lin Qi, who was several inches taller, his defined abs, and hearing his masculine breathing. A flicker of nervousness crossed Yamato's face. Then the man pounced upon her like a fierce beast, pulling her down. The room was filled with shy cries and relentless activity. After a night of passion, Lin Qi woke up feeling refreshed. He looked at Yamato sleeping beside him, her skin fair as snow, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Are you convinced? If not, let's go another 300 rounds. I always win people over with virtue. You're so bad. Lin Qi and Yamato engaged in several more bouts, neither gaining the upper hand, evenly matched. After all, they both possessed the physique of mythical Zoan devil fruit users. They didn't stop until noon, when the sun was high overhead. Lin Qi savored the memory of their battle, feeling invigorated and refreshed. It was as if his entire being had been purified, and he felt surging with power. Lin Qi opened the system interface, and several messages flooded in. Ding. Host has completed main quest, propose to Emperor Kaido and marry Yamato. Ding. Reward 1 year of lifespan. Ding. Host demon body 1 inch. Ding. All other abilities and attributes upgraded to SS. Lin Qi looked at the bountiful rewards. Now that his abilities were all SS rank, this was equivalent to the battle power of an emperor like Kaido. But what was this demon body for? Lin Qi's gaze fell upon the demon body option. Soon, lacking further information, he looked away and asked the system if there were any new lifespan quests. Nothing was more important than staying alive. Currently, Lin Qi's main concern was his lifespan. Complete quests increase lifespan. Ding. Host has received a new quest. Ding. Quest objective: go to the flower capital, subdue Kazuki Hiyori, slay Kurizumi Orochi, and achieve the opening of Wano country. Ding. Reward upon completion: 1 year of lifespan. Does the host accept the quest? Accept. Lin Qi accepted the system's quest without a second thought. After marrying Yamato, his strength had reached the emperor level, so slaying Orochi was certainly no problem. After getting up, Lin Qi and Yamato went to the meeting hall, where Kaido was already drinking and making merry. Perfect timing. I have a matter for you to handle. Ashura Doji in the ruined town of Ebisu Town is attacking our people again, stealing food from the beast pirates. If you can persuade him to join my crew, I'll let bygones be bygones. But if he remains stubborn, he's yours to deal with. Kaido said. All right, understood. Lin Qi nodded. This Ashura Doji was one of the Akazaya 9, and it was only someone like Kaido who valued talent that would let him be. Lin Qi coincidentally had a new quest, and needed to head to the flower capital anyway. Dealing with Ashura Doji along the way wasn't difficult, but Lin Qi wasn't content with just that. He said to Kaido, Ashura Doji certainly needs to be dealt with. Whether it's the Akazaya 9 or the Akazaya 10, I'll handle them all. However, we need a harsher approach. We should dispose of Orochi, and I will become the new shogun. Lin Qi's tone turned icy as he shifted the conversation. Worororo. Emperor Kaido's deep eyes glinted as he said in a low voice. I was thinking the same thing. Worororo. Kaido will give this Wano country to you as a gift. As Kaido's son-in-law, it wasn't too much to ask for a country right. Worororo. I've long found that Orochi insufferable. It's time to take his position as shogun. Lin Qi and Kaido were of one mind to dethrone Orochi. Having received Kaido's orders, Lin Qi set off for the ruined town of Ebisu Town in Wano. Suddenly the sky shifted. Lin Qi transformed into a Qilin and vanished from Onigashima. Speed headliner. The food and fruit had been stolen again by the Head Mountain bandits, led by Shitenru. A rat man who had eaten the mouse artificial devil fruit said urgently, Damn it, it's those Head Mountain bandits again. A woman in centaur form said angrily. She was Speed, the headliner of Ebisu Town, gnashing her teeth, wishing she could chop Shitemaru of the Head Mountain Bandits into pieces. Have you notified Kaido-sama? Speed asked her subordinate, the Gazelle Man. Kaido-sama has been notified. He's already sent someone, the Gazelle Man said, holding a den mushi. Upon hearing that Kaido had sent someone, headliner Speed breathed a slight sigh of relief. She then asked, who did Kaido send this time, Jack or Queen? It's the deputy governor, the Gazelle Man answered truthfully. Oh. A flicker of confusion passed through Speed's eyes. Headliner Speed hadn't been at Onigashima last night, so naturally she didn't know about the new deputy governor Lin Qi. She felt a bit of unfamiliarity. However, since the deputy governor ranked above the three disasters, Speed didn't doubt his strength. In a few breaths, a massive vortex formed in the sky above Ebisu Town. A streak of light flashed, and the Qilin form Lin Qi landed clearly before everyone. The Qilin, with flames and auspicious clouds underfoot, suddenly swooped down, carving a rift in the clouds. Using the precise location provided by the den mushi, Lin Qi quickly landed in Ebisu Town, where Speed was. The appearance of the Qilin immediately drew the attention of countless people. The citizens of Ebisu Town hurriedly hid themselves. This earth-shattering entrance also caught the attention of the Head Mountain Bandits. On Head Mountain, Shitemaru, having eaten his fill from the food stolen from the beast pirates, was lounging around with a big belly. Seeing his subordinate rush in hurriedly, he patted his large stomach and asked, "What's the rush? Is Kaido here?" "It's not Kaido. It's a mythical Zoan Qilin." "What? A mythical Zoan Qilin devil fruit? When did Kaido get a subordinate like that?" Shitemaru's face twitched, his expression turning pale. Meanwhile, Lin Qi met headliner Speed. He recognized this woman who had eaten the horse artificial fruit at a glance, and asked, "Where is the Head Mountain Bandit group?" An aura no less imposing than Kaido's pressed down on Speed. Speed simply pointed towards the distant mountain. Lin Qi was not like Kaido, who would hold back against any enemy, having locked onto the Head Mountain Bandits. In his Qilin form, he opened his massive maw. A colossal flame gathered, and after a moment he unleashed it with all his might. Qilin's breath. Whoosh. A massive fireball shot forth like a cannonball, landing squarely on the Head Mountain Bandits' main stronghold. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qi had leveled Head Mountain to the ground. Only a few ragged figures managed to escape from the mountain. Lin Qi looked down coldly at the pot-bellied Shitemaru, and said, "So you're the one causing trouble?" "That's right. I, Shitemaru, fear no one. Even if you want me to join Kaido's crew, I will never agree." The Ashura Doji Shitemaru declared confidently, believing that even though he had robbed the beast's pirates, Kaido wouldn't dare do anything to him. That was why he was so self-assured. "Hey, you flatter yourself, Ashura Doji," Lin Qi said coldly. "I only wish to invite you to your death. When the world is shrouded in darkness and the moon shines like the hold fast to what remains until the dawn breaks. After 20 years of gazing through the twilight, 9 shadows shall arrive as the sun rises in the east." This was Lady Toki's prophecy before her death, that 20 years later the 9 red scabbards would return and defeat Kaido. Ashura Doji was one of the 9 red scabbards. This was how the story was supposed to unfold, but now Lin Qi was an unforeseen variable. Lady Toki had used the power of the time fruit to send Momonosuke and the 9 red scabbards 20 years into the future. Having read the original story, Lin Qi naturally knew that the child of destiny in Wano country was none other than Momonosuke. What if the destiny Lady Toki spoke of were to be usurped? The thought amused Lin Qi greatly. His icy gaze exuded a bone-chilling, murderous intent. He wasted no words with Ashura Doji and struck at him directly. His moves were decisive and fierce. Lin Qi drew his Zanpakuto wreathed in haki and slashed at Ashura Doji with the force of splitting mountains and overturning seas. He didn't even give Ashura Doji another chance to speak. He simply cut him in two with a single stroke. A direct kill. Ashura Doji was slain so easily. Speed, the headliner of the ruined town, stared at the decisive Lin Qi with an expression of utter disbelief. Even the assembled pirates were left dumbfounded. After swiftly quelling the Ashura Doji incident, Lin Qi appeared before Speed. Snapping back to their senses, the pirates raised their arms and cheered. "This is the might of our beast's pirates, young governor. Unmatched and formidable. Let's see who dares to cross the beast's pirates now. Ashura Doji's fate is what awaits any who oppose us. All hail the mighty young governor." Ignoring the clamor, Lin Qi addressed Speed, the headliner. "Speed, take a census of the town's population and report back to me. Also, no pirate is to lay a hand on the common folk." Speed let out a horse's whinny, her eyes gleaming as she looked at the handsome young governor before her. She reared up on her hind legs with excitement. "I guarantee I'll complete the task you've given me." After giving Speed her orders, Lin Qi also pressured the pirates to keep them in line. He lingered for a moment before flying off to the flower capital, the highest point in Wano country. The ability to fly certainly proved convenient. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the flower capital, the heart of Wano. The capital was a scene of revelry and song far more prosperous than any other town. Lin Qi hadn't forgotten the system's task. Just then a commotion echoed from the streets. "Look, it's Kamurasaki, the first Oiran of Wano. She's coming out, she's coming out. Who do you think will catch the Oiran's embroidered ball this time? Which lucky fellow will be graced with her company tonight? Kamurasaki is so beautiful, I would kneel at her feet." At a prominent pleasure house on Flower Street, a throng of people jostled, desperately content just to catch a single glimpse of the Oiran. These wealthy patrons had reached a state of utter frenzy. Upon the balcony, a strikingly beautiful young woman stood adorned in a kimono embroidered with peacocks, her hair decorated with ornate accessories, dressed in a dazzling and alluring manner. Her appearance was natural, not flashy or cumbersome, but rather exuding an extra layer of charm. Her long emerald green hair was styled in a princess cut, fresh and intoxicatingly beautiful. Beside her stood a giggling young girl clutching a crimson embroidered ball, playfully peeking over the railing with her little head. The attendant giggled as she looked at the oiran beside her. Hee sister, so many people have come to watch. Which poor fool will you toss the ball to this time, hee? The attendant knew her sister was up to her old tricks again. She just wondered who the unlucky victim would be this time. A man may die under the peonies, but even as a ghost he'd remain a romantic. That saying couldn't be truer. Kamurasaki used her beauty to make these wealthy patrons fall at her feet, their ultimate fate being financial ruin. And these besotted patrons were still happily counting out their money for her. Cozy, let's begin. Kamurasaki instructed her attendant to toss the ball. Got it. Cozy nodded with a giggle. She had already read her sister's gaze. She scanned the crowd below, then picked out the wealthiest-looking patron and hurled the ball. The moment Cozy released the ball, an invisible force swept through like a gale, as if time itself had frozen. Moments later, the crowd that had been bustling just seconds before collapsed one by one. A tall, handsome man stepped forward and caught the embroidered ball midair. What happened? Sister, everyone down there has fainted. Cozy said, still grinning to the oiran beside her. Kamurasaki was equally stunned. Even Kayashiro, who had been lurking inside, snapped open his drowsy eyes. Then Lin Qi strolled out slowly. Nothing to do today, so I've come to the pleasure house to enjoy some music. Looking up at the oiran on the balcony, a smile curled at the corner of Lin Qi's mouth. The ball has fallen into my hands. Aren't you going to invite me up, oiran? Snapping back to her senses, Kamurasaki instructed her attendant Cozy to escort Lin Qi upstairs. Lin Qi entered Kamurasaki's room, glanced at the oiran, and said calmly, since I've become the oiran's chosen guest, I'd ask all irrelevant parties to leave so as not to disturb my intimate time with her. The moment Lin Qi finished speaking, a sharp sword slash came flying toward him. How dare you? Kayashiro, hidden in the shadows, sneered as his blade, drawn at some unknown moment, was about to land on Lin Qi. Lin Qi let out a cold laugh. He extended two fingers and caught Kayashiro's sword with ease. Overestimating yourself. A surge of force rebounded, sending Kayashiro flying. He was ultimately killed by his own blade. Kayashiro. Kamurasaki's breath caught as she watched Kayashiro die before her eyes in that fleeting instant. There's no room for unnecessary people here, Lin Qi said coldly. Kamurasaki had another identity, Kazuki Hiyori, and even with Kayashiro dead, she couldn't afford to show any weakness. Composing herself, the oiran addressed Lin Qi. Kayashiro was General Orochi's right-hand man. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation for killing him? Lin Qi chuckled softly, leaning close to her ear. If I so wished, I could execute General Orochi at any moment. Kamurasaki's eyes suddenly brightened as she asked, do you speak the truth? Lin Qi smiled and said, I also know that you are Kazuki Hiyori. Kayashiro is dead. From this day forward, I will protect you. Become my woman. Kamurasaki was taken aback. Kamurasaki was merely her alias. Her true name was Kazuki Hiyori. Kazuki Hiyori looked at this somewhat domineering man before her. With her wit honed from dealing with wealthy patrons, she immediately understood Lin Qi's intentions. This one understands what must be done. Kazuki gritted her teeth. Perhaps this man before her was as reliable as she hoped. Now Lin Qi had become Kazuki Hiyori's chosen guest. Kazuki Hiyori slowly began to shed her resplendent attire, then walked before Lin Qi and said, I will become your woman, but I have one request. Kill General Orochi and save the land of Wano. General Orochi will die today. A soft, intoxicating fragrance wafted from her. Lin Qi held Kazuki Hiyori close and gave his word. General Orochi. Something terrible has happened. Kayashiro was killed at Koizumi's brothel. Is Koizumi safe? At the shogun's estate, Orochi sat cross-legged. Upon hearing the news of Kayashiro's demise from his subordinate, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. General Orochi quickly latched onto the information about Koizumi. As his subordinate reported, the image of a woman in a kimono playing a biwa flashed through his mind. He grew restless. More than Kayashiro's fate, General Orochi was consumed with worry for the oiran Koizumi. I'm afraid the oiran Koizumi has been taken captive by that man. The oiran Koizumi is still in the room with the murderer of Kayashiro. General Orochi's subordinate said urgently. What? The moment General Orochi heard that Koizumi was alone with the killer, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. He cursed Kayashiro vehemently. Kayashiro is a useless fool. A complete fool. As he cursed and fumed, 8 serpentine heads began to emerge from his body unbeknownst to him, glaring menacingly at the reporting subordinate. The subordinate was terrified by the eerie sight. Just then one of Orochi's serpent heads opened its massive jaws and swallowed the man whole. Yet his rage remained unabated, and he muttered, Koizumi is with another man. No, I must go save you now. How dare they touch what belongs to me, General Orochi. I'll have them sliced into 1,000 pieces, then deep-fried in oil. Orochi's 8 heads became frantic, each harboring its own thoughts, all now cursing Kayashiro's incompetence and vowing to save Koizumi. The very thought of Koizumi with another man filled Orochi with dread. General Orochi, please calm your anger. You are the shogun of this nation, backed by Kaido. Who in Wano would dare defy you? A long-eared old man stepped forward addressing the eight-headed monster. This elder was Fukurokuju of the Anawabanshu Orochi's personal guard. He spoke calmly, trying to soothe the general. That's right. That's right. I am the shogun of Wano. Anyone who opposes me shall die. Go-ho-ho-ho. Orochi regained a semblance of composure. He was the shogun and no one could take what was his. I never expected Kaishiro to be killed. I always thought he had some skill. Fukurokuju remarked nonchalantly. Don't mention that worthless Kaishiro. The very thought of Kaishiro enraged Orochi. The man was lazy and despite being so highly favored and entrusted with Koizumi's protection, he had failed. This was inexcusable. Order the Anawabanshu and the army to capture that villain. Orochi could wait no longer and commanded Fukurokuju. Also send word to Kaido to dispatch his men. As you command, General Orochi. Go-ho-ho-ho. Upon receiving the general's orders, Fukurokuju, the head of the Anawabanshu, swiftly arranged everything, including the mobilization of both the Anawabanshu and the army. Tens of thousands of soldiers were gathered in an instant. General Orochi nodded in satisfaction and then led his formidable army in a grand procession towards the Oiran Koizumi's brothel. The procession was immense. Pedestrians on Flower Street scattered in fear at the sight of Orochi's army, not daring to provoke the shogun. Sister, it's terrible. General Orochi is coming. Kagutsuchi called from outside the door. She looked nervous, though her grinning expression seemed oddly out of place. Inside the room, Kazuki Hayori helped Lin Qi fasten his clothes, whispering, If the shogun sees me with you, my lord, I fear he will take his anger out on me. Lin Qi wrapped an arm around Hayori's slender waist, a look of relish on his face. His coming is perfect. We can settle this all in one go. Just sit back and watch the show. With that, Lin Qi appeared before the crowd with his arm around Kazuki Hayori. General Orochi saw the Oiran Koizumi intimately close with a strange man. A surge of fury filled his constricted heart. He roared at Koizumi from below. Koizumi, how dare you betray me? At that moment, General Orochi was incandescent with rage. Anawabanshu, seize those two dogs for me. Deep fry the man in oil. The woman. Leave the woman to me. Orochi had completely lost his composure. The Oiran he coveted had betrayed him, a fact he could hardly stomach. Orochi could no longer laugh. Only fury consumed him now. Yet deep down he still harbored a glimmer of hope regarding Koizumi. Tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded the entire brothel, sealing it off completely. Adding to this force was his elite Anawabanshu. All this effort, all this mobilization for a single woman of the pleasure quarters. Truly a rage for a beauty. Lin Qi watched Orochi's massive display with a sneer. Anawabanshu attack. In response, several men guarding Orochi stepped forward dressed in bizarre ninja attire. Receiving the shogun's command, they drew their weapons and lunged towards Lin Qi atop the brothel. Rokushiki Raime hack. Lin Qi swung his Zanpakuto, testing out the Thunderbawa technique he had learned from Kaido. In an instant, as the Anawabanshu charged, Lin Qi's blade wreathed in haki struck with thunderous force, knocking them all down in a single devastating blow. His power was so overwhelming that before anyone could comprehend what had happened, the Anawabanshu lay defeated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qi appeared near Orochi. He was less than 100 meters from General Orochi. Seize him, Orochi commanded in a panic. Moments later, Orochi's tens of thousands of soldiers surged forward like a river of leaping fish, a dense, overwhelming tide. Beast God's haki. Lin Qi then unleashed an incredibly domineering wave of haki, causing Orochi's tens of thousands of soldiers to collapse, utterly incapacitated. Now General Orochi was truly afraid. Naturally cowardly, he instinctively recoiled several steps as he saw Lin Qi approaching like a god of death. Bind. The long-eared Fukurokuju formed a hand seal, freezing Lin Qi in place. Ignorant fool, you have entered the range of my ninpo. Fukurokuju, head of the Anawabanshu, declared, Within this ninpo's domain you shall be unable to move. Accept General Orochi's judgment and resign yourself to death. Go-ho-ho-ho. Seeing Lin Qi immobilized by Fukurokuju, Orochi's arrogant confidence surged back. Lin Qi studied the long-eared old man, surmising he had eaten something like the bind fruit, allowing him to immobilize opponents within a certain range. Your ability is somewhat interesting, Lin Qi said with a smile. Then his tone shifted abruptly. But for me? With a cold sneer before he even finished his sentence, Lin Qi and his Zanpakuto flashed past like the wind, appearing behind Fukurokuju. You broke free from my ninpo. Fukurokuju's eyes were wide with disbelief as his body split in two and collapsed, leaving only a smooth, clean sword cut. What's the big deal? If your haki is strong enough, you can nullify devil fruit abilities. Didn't you know that? Lin Qi asked coldly. Of course, Fukurokuju's cold, lifeless body could no longer hear him. Witnessing Lin Qi's overwhelming power, the Oiran Koizumi straightened up. Looking at the trembling General Orochi on his palanquin, she made her decision and declared to the crowd, General Orochi is a tyrant who oppresses the people, treating them like grass. He has brought nothing but suffering. I am Kazuki Hayori. Today I shall act in heaven's stead, slay this shogun, and cut down the serpent. Kazuki Hayori. The Oiran Koizumi is Kazuki Hayori. Could Lady Toki's prophecy be coming true? Has the Kazuki returned? The Oiran Koizumi no longer hid her identity as Kazuki Hayori, and a wave of new hope reignited among the people of Wano. Wano country. The Kazuki clan had always been the finest banner for rallying the people. Shogun Orochi's brutal rule had already made life in Wano unbearable. At that moment, Kazuki Hayori's timely appearance undoubtedly won a wave of popular support. Into their hearts long wrapped in darkness, a beam of light suddenly shone, and they clung to it, as if it were a lifeline. Slay Orochi! Slay Orochi! Urged on by Kazuki Hayori, the people quickly picked up the weapons on the ground and hacked at the remaining men of Shogun Orochi. Shogun Orochi has bled us dry for too long. We must resist. Drive Orochi out of Wano. The scene descended into chaos. Orochi's legs trembled as he roared. How dare you, you pack of insolent commoners! Suddenly Shogun Orochi's ability activated, and 8 serpent heads burst out from his body, writhing wildly. Snake fruit mythical Zoan model Yamada no Orochi. Shogun Orochi transformed into his Yamada no Orochi form and swallowed dozens of rebels in a single gulp. After all, as a mythical Zoan Yamada no Orochi, he momentarily frightened the rebels rallied by Kazuki Hayori into submission. Most of their eyes brimmed with terror. Wahaha! Shogun Orochi in his Yamada no Orochi form suddenly burst into laughter, then looked at the Oiran Kamurasaki in the pleasure quarters, and said, Kamurasaki, so you are a surviving remnant of the Kazuki clan. What a pity! I the Shogun will have to kill you with my own hands. One of Yamada no Orochi's heads shot straight toward the Oiran Kamurasaki. Whoosh! Suddenly a sword aura flashed, and the head lunging at Kamurasaki tumbled to the ground. This god-tier, mythical Zoan fruit had only been developed to the extent of devouring a few people. Looking at Orochi's Yamada no Orochi form, Lin Qi muttered inwardly. Slash! Slash! The Yamada no Orochi was a monster in everyone's eyes, but Lin Qi carved through it with easy strokes, and serpent head after serpent head fell. Orochi was finally scared, his voice full of pleading. You can't kill me. I have Kaido behind me. Kaido of the Beast's Pirates. One of the 4 emperors. Shogun Orochi had never expected things to come to this. In Wano he was the top dog, he had only meant to show off a bit in front of Kamurasaki, yet now he was on the verge of losing his life. Desperate to survive, he brought out Kaido of the 4 emperors, hoping to intimidate Lin Qi. Lin Qi didn't fall for that. When he struck, he was decisive. Yamada no Orochi possessed 8 lives. Lin Qi knew that very well. Therefore he gave Shogun Orochi no chance at all. Without even blinking, he sliced off the remaining serpent heads of Yamada no Orochi. 6, 7, 8. Lin Qi slew Shogun Orochi in his Yamada no Orochi form, and patiently counted all 8 heads, but to be safe he added 2 more cuts. Even if Orochi had 10 lives, he couldn't survive now. Lin Qi was satisfied with his extra cuts. Watching Orochi being sliced apart, like vegetables, the people of Flower Street all felt a surge of joy. At last Shogun Orochi's rule had been overthrown. Who would have thought that the Oiran Kamurasaki was Kazuki Hayori, and that Lady Toki's prophecy had also arrived several years early. Lin Qi had slain Shogun Orochi, yet it was Kazuki Hayori that the people sang praises of. Even Lin Qi couldn't help admiring Hayori's methods. I've ended up as the hired hand. Lin Qi let out a bitter laugh inwardly. Being taken advantage of is never a good thing. It looks like I'll have to take care of her properly later. Lin Qi returned to the pleasure quarters, and in the pavilion, there was one more man. It was exactly Kayashiro, the man Lin Qi had just killed, with a single move. Kayashiro said with a hint of apology on his face, Sir, forgive us. We made use of you just now. I know. I knew you were no match for me, but that level of attack wasn't enough to kill you. So, I knew you were feigning death, and had sent word to Shogun Orochi. Knowing that bastard's temperament, he would certainly come for Kamurasaki. At that point, even if I didn't provoke him, Shogun Orochi wouldn't have let me go. And you two just used that opportunity, me, to slay Shogun Orochi and topple his rule. Lin Qi said teasingly. You are most brilliant, sir. Kayashiro praised him. Just as Lin Qi had said when Toko tossed down the embroidered ball, Lin Qi had displayed hockey power, what they called the Raiwo power wielded by Odin. For that reason, Kayashiro and Kazuki Hayori had conceived the idea of making use of Lin Qi's strength. Then why did you still agree, sir? Kayashiro revealed a trace of bewilderment. Because before absolute power, all tricks are nothing but empty shows. Lin Qi chuckled lightly. Besides, this was precisely something I intended to do. You merely added a catalyst. Hardly a problem. And what's more, I've already gotten what I wanted. Jihaha. Lin Qi roared with laughter, pulled Kazuki Hayori into his arms, and right in front of Kayashiro, gave her bottom a pat. Kazuki Hayori's face burned. Lin Qi gave a wicked grin, and said, No, next time, understood. They say big breasts go with a small brain. A rare beauty like you with both a full chest and a quick mind is truly worthy of being Wano's greatest beauty. This little woman is already yours. The news that Shogun Orochi had been slain spread. Lin Qi with Kazuki Hayori took over the shogun's residence, and became the new shogun of Wano. It gave rather a sense of holding the son of heaven as a hostage to command the feudal lords. Of course, Lin Qi's first step for Wano was reform. First, he abolished Wano's samurai system and daimyo system. Second, he opened Wano's borders. And so on. Lin Qi implemented a series of new policies. Of course, abolishing the daimyo and samurai systems caused some unrest, but Lin Qi suppressed it with an iron hand. Once everything was arranged, the rest was left to Kazuki Hayori to handle. At first, Hayori worried that Orochi's death would arouse the wrath of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Kaido did send King one of the 3 disasters to come, but King didn't come to pick a quarrel. He came to celebrate Lin Qi taking control of Wano. Only then did Kazuki Hayori breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Qi also let Hayori act freely. Now apart from Lin Qi, Hiyori held the highest authority in Wano, and with the intelligence she had sharpened in the pleasure quarters, handling these matters was more than enough. When Hiyori was in the pleasure quarters, all she could do was trick wealthy patrons out of their money to save the common folk, but that treated the symptoms rather than the root. Now, however, she was different. In a high position she could do far more. If worst truly came to worst, there was always Lin Qi. Of course, having now completed the system mission, Lin Qi could hardly wait to open the Demon Contract Systems panel. Ding. Host has completed the mission, win over Kazuki Hiyori, and slay Shogun Orochi. Ding. Host awarded 1 year of lifespan. Ding. Host's Demon Physique 1. Current Demon Points 210. When the conditions are met you may obtain a new Devil Fruit. Ding. Host's lifespan increased to 2.5 years. Looking at the generous rewards given by the system, Lin Qi was taken aback. The Demon Points actually meant he might still have a chance to gain another Devil Fruit ability. That alone was enough to astonish Lin Qi. It was just that Demon Points grew too slowly. Only 1 point for 1 mission. Before Lin Qi could even make sense of his demon physique, he saw that his lifespan had somehow reached 2.5 years. He remembered completing only 2 missions, so his lifespan should have been only 2 years. The path of lifespan is in the end about seizing creation and stealing yin and yang. Because the host engaged in dual cultivation with Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori, an extra half year of lifespan was rewarded. So that's how it is. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Qi suddenly understood and silently thought to himself, got it. Lin Qi saw through the system's intention. Wasn't this just gaining lifespan by taking a wife? In his past life, he had read similar novels where ancient patriarchs kept marrying concubines to cling to immortality. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qi opened the system again to check the new mission. Ding. Host has triggered a side quest. Go to Kuri's Amagasa village to save Tama. Tama of Amagasa village. Lin Qi recalled images of her. In the future she would be known as the mighty shogun of the night. During the Onigashima raid, one of the most well-crafted characters in the Wano arc. With her paramecia type Machi Machi, Nomi Tama would play a crucial role in the Onigashima battle, turning the tides by converting most of the Beast Pirate Smile users, effectively securing Wano's victory. The Akazaya 9 and Momonosuke might stir up storms in Wano again upon their arrival. But Momonosuke must die. Momonosuke was indeed the child of destiny, and Lin Qi knew this was the perfect time to weaken his fortune. So even without this system mission, Lin Qi would still take Tama under his wing. Inside the shogun's residence, Kazuki Hiyori was buried in the mountain of debts and chaos left by Orochi's regime, feeling overwhelmed. She turned to Kayashiro and ordered, take a census of every village in town and distribute the land and food confiscated from the corrupt nobles to the impoverished villages. See to it yourself. Yes, Lady Hiyori. Kayashiro nodded and took his leave. Watching him go, Lin Qi knew the reason he hadn't executed Kayashiro was simple. Hiyori needed an errand runner. Besides, he handled trivial matters with far greater efficiency. Now only Lin Qi and Kazuki Hiyori remained in the residence. Hiyori rubbed her temples, still looking troubled. Seems the shogun's seat suits you well. Lin Qi teased, his hands beginning to wander over Hiyori's form. Hiyori writhed in response, her voice honeyed and pleading, Orochi is dead, but Wano is in ruins. This humble woman has limited ability, I still need my husband's aid. What troubles me most is Kaido. The Four Emperor has set up countless smile factories across the land, and the pirates in every village grow ever bolder. There are still obstacles to opening Wano's borders. Use my name, bear my title, and act boldly. Kill gods if gods stand in your way, slay Buddhas if Buddhas block your path. Thank you, my husband. With that they fell into deeper communion, entwined in passion. Time slipped by. After parting from Hiyori, Lin Qi flew toward Kuri. Amagasa village lay in the west of Wano, and with his mythical Zoan Chilan fruit abilities he arrived in an instant. Though Wano was small, divided into 6 regions, Kuri, Kibi, Udon, Ringo, Hakamai, and the flower capital, each region had vastly different climates. Amagasa village was a case in point. Affected by ocean currents, it was raining there. A fine drizzle fell. A little girl of about 3 or 4 was shouting through the rain, cloaks for sale. 10 berries a cloak. Just then a gang of pirates snatched her cloaks away. They seemed accustomed to taking whatever they wanted. After all, they were true pirates. The little girl burst into tears, and the guardian beast beside her lunged at the thieves, only to be kicked aside with a yelp like a puppy. Damn this rain. The pirates grumbled, completely ignoring the girl and her beast's misery. Lin Qi stopped before them, looking at the pitiful girl on the ground, and then at these bullying pirates who were still courting death. They spotted Lin Qi and saw him as easy prey. We're under Kaido of the beasts. Hand over your valuables if you know what's good for you. The pirates swaggered forward, ready to rob him. Lin Qi said nothing, just stared at them with icy coldness. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Then suddenly he struck, swift and ruthless. 10 paces, 1 kill, 1,000 miles, no trace left. In the blink of an eye the pirates collapsed, their blood mingling with the crimson rain soaking into the earth. Lin Qi approached the ragged girl and said, I'll buy all your cloaks. Tama wept with joy, hastily wiping the mud from her face, a grin breaking through her tears. Thank you, big brother. I'm Tama, and this is Kamakio. Thank you for saving us. The lion dog-like Kamakio barked twice in agreement. Lin Qi looked at the little girl with purple hair, her mind still in a state of innocent ignorance. Where's your family? They're gone. It's just me and Kamakio now. Tama stroked the beast beside her. Despite the cruelty of her fate, she still smiled with unwavering optimism. Though Lin Qi already knew the answer, asking helped him get closer to her. My name is Lin Qi. From now on you'll stay with me, he said softly, gently stroking Tama's head. From today on I'm your big brother. Tama nodded happily. Big brother will take you to eat something delicious right now, Lin Qi said, handing her a prepared apple. Tama's favorite foods were apples and sweet bean soup, and soon Lin Qi had treated her to all of it in Amagasa village. Brother Lin, you're so good to Tama, she said, gazing at the steaming sweet bean soup. Before she wouldn't have dared to dream of such a treat, and now she could have as much as she wanted. Silly girl, eat up. Careful not to choke, Lin Qi said gently. Tama was quite adorable and Lin Qi didn't mind gaining a little sister. Tama hopes this world has food for everyone, clothes for everyone, homes for everyone, and kind people like Brother Lin. This golden age will come to pass, just as you wish. Lin Qi nodded at Tama. Ding dong. Host has maxed out Tama's affection. Ding. Host has completed the side quest rescue. Reward 1 year of lifespan. Lin Qi looked at the system interface with satisfaction. Another year of life gained. This demon contract system. Though it had granted him a 100-year lifespan in a sense, he was gradually understanding the true method of accruing more. Heaven never seals off all exits. As long as I'm willing to walk, the road lies at my feet. Lin Qi sighed with confidence. He pondered further. Besides Tama, there was one other thing in Amagasa village that piqued his interest. The ancient weapon, Pluton. Lin Qi remembered that the ancient weapon Pluton lay beneath Wano. Once a country above the sea, Wano had been enclosed by massive walls centuries ago, trapping rainwater to form the nation as it was now. Lin Qi knew this well. Pluton was buried at the bottom of the sea beneath Wano, and conveniently Amagasa village had one of its entrances. Since I'm here in Amagasa village, I might as well take a look at the ancient weapon Pluton, the colossal warship that Crocodile claimed could destroy an island with a single shot. Who knows, it might even serve as a pirate ship. Heh. After the rain ceased, Lin Qi led Xiao Yu through Bianli village following his memory, and soon arrived before a large treehouse. Undoubtedly this was the residence of Tinguyama Hitetsu. He and Xiao Yu stepped inside only to find Tinguyama Hitetsu's abode filled with hanging girl dolls. Tisk tisk, what a morbid collection. However, Lin Qi's attention was not on these meticulously crafted dolls, but rather on 2 swords suspended from the rafters. So these are the great gray blades Enma and Aim no Habakiri. Just by gazing at them up close, Lin Qi felt a sharp, imposing sword aura, the unmistakable presence of legendary blades. As Lin Qi prepared to admire the swords, an old man wearing a Tengu mask returned. It is rather rude of you, sir, to barge into my home uninvited. It was evident that Tinguyama Hitetsu was in a good mood today, having just received news of Shogun Orochi's demise and Kazuki Hiyori's ascension as the new shogun of Wano. Upon seeing Lin Qi, Tinguyama Hitetsu did not attack immediately. But Lin Qi had other thoughts. The moment his observation haki foresaw Hitetsu's return, he had already resolved to kill him. Others might not know Tinguyama Hitetsu's true identity, but Lin Qi knew he was Kazuki Sukiyaki. Kazuki Sukiyaki must also die. Lin Qi's motive was to solidify Kazuki Hiyori's rule, as the former shogun Kazuki Sukiyaki's existence could bring unnecessary complications, so he too had to be eliminated. Thus, the moment Tinguyama Hitetsu finished speaking, Lin Qi, who was fully prepared, swung his Zanpakuto. Infused with Conqueror's haki, the strike offered no hope, killing him instantly. I have no grudge against you, sir. Why do you seek my death? Tinguyama Hitetsu stared at Lin Qi with eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reason for his demise. You may not be my enemy, but you stand in the way of my path. Therefore you must die, Lin Qi said coldly. That's utter sophistry. Tinguyama Hitetsu died with a face full of resentment. Lin Qi offered no further explanation nor revealed his identity. Since he was destined to die, there was no need for idle talk. Mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. He was a bad man, Lin Qi said softly to Xiao Yu beside him. Bad men deserve to die. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Lin Qi smiled with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Enma, and Aim no Habakiri, and also took the Sandai Kitetsu. He first tested Enma, immediately feeling it drain his haki. Lin Qi sneered at the blade. Did you think my haki was so easy to absorb? He then unleashed his SS rank Conqueror's haki, which was unique, the Conqueror's haki of the divine beast Qilin. He easily suppressed Enma. Similarly, he drew Sandai Kitetsu and Aim no Habakiri, and both legendary blades were subdued by his overwhelming haki. Truly worthy of the great grade blades. They should fetch a hefty sum of berries, Lin Qi remarked with admiration, then casually handed them to Xiao Yu to hold. Lin Qi had little interest in wielding Enma Kitetsu or Aim no Habakiri as his own weapons, for he possessed his own Zanpakuto. Nevertheless, he decided to take them for now. Perhaps they would prove useful in the future, being the legendary great grade blades after all. Even if he sold them later, they would be worth a fortune. After dealing with this, Lin Qi explored the treehouse, which had 2 layers. The outer layer was a smithy, but he knew the inner layer held a hidden secret. Lin Qi quickly found the secret passage. It was through this very passage that Kazuki Sukiyaki had escaped Orochi's clutches years ago. Passing through it, Lin Qi and Xiao Yu arrived at the seabed of Wano. Beneath the Sea of Wano lay an ancient ruin shielded by an invisible barrier that kept the seawater at bay. Soon Lin Qi stood before a massive red poneglyph. He couldn't decipher the ancient text inscribed upon it, as he lacked the ability to hear the voice of all things like Joel D. Roger, nor was he an archaeologist. Since the O'Hara incident, the only person known to read these poneglyphs was the devil child Nico Robin. Of course, certain special races like the Three-Eye tribe also possessed this talent. But Lin Qi speculated that given the massive size of the ancient weapon Pluton, he could find it even without reading the poneglyphs. As long as Pluton was located here. And indeed, as Lin Qi delved deeper, a colossal warship came into view. It was a marvel of technology 800 years ahead of its time. Lin Qi stared at the ancient weapon Pluton, the shape of the colossal ship, strangely familiar. Isn't this just a pirate version of an aircraft carrier? Lin Qi marveled as he leaped onto the massive ship. The design was unmistakably that of an aircraft carrier. The ship had wings on its sides as sleek as a swallow. All its controls were inscribed in ancient language. It seems operating Pluton will require Nico Robin's expertise. Lin Qi thought to himself, also admiring the incredibly advanced technology of the ancient weapons. The great kingdom of 800 years ago must have been a civilization of immense technological prowess. However, Lin Qi had intended to use Pluton as his pirate ship, but now that it lay before him, he couldn't use it. This was somewhat disappointing. But then the system offered a bit of consolation. Ding! System detects host is activating the main quest of the demon contract. Travel to the Arabasta kingdom and take the devil child Nico Robin as a concubine. Ding! Quest reward 3 years of lifespan. Ding! Does the host accept the new quest? A 3-year lifespan reward for the Nico Robin quest. Accepted. After all, Yamato and Kazuki Hayori only offered 1 year each. Why was the system so generous with Nico Robin offering 3 whole years? Could it be because Nico Robin is part of the main crew? Regardless, Lin Qi accepted decisively. When the system feeds a juicy morsel right to your mouth, you don't just let it go. After admiring the ancient weapon Pluton for a while, Lin Qi led Xiaoyu away from the underwater ruins. Instead of returning the way they came, they continued forward through the secret passage. The passage's other exit led directly to the shogun's residence in the flower capital, where Kazuki Hayori was. To be safe, Lin Qi made Xiaoyu swear to keep what they saw underwater a secret. After all, Pluton held immense allure for both the world government and pirates alike, and a single slip could invite catastrophe. Until he was strong enough, caution was paramount. Soon, using a mechanism, Lin Qi and Xiaoyu emerged in a hidden corner of the shogun's residence. He then led her towards Kazuki Hayori's location. "We're out, brother Lin. Where are we going now?" Xiaoyu asked. "To the shogun's residence." The shogun's residence. Shogun Orochi is very scary. The villagers say he eats people. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. Brother has already slain Orochi. Now a kind sister resides in the shogun's residence. You killed Shogun Orochi. Brother Lin is amazing. Xiaoyu's admiration for Lin Qi grew even stronger. When I grow up, I want to marry someone as strong as brother Lin. After a round trip, Lin Qi returned to the general's residence. Kazuki Hayori, upon seeing the man's return, felt a sense of security well up within her. Hayori was dressed casually, yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Her luscious, tempting lips and fuller figure gave her an added air of womanly charm. She seemed ever more mature and full-bodied. Behind her, Tama stared at Hayori, in surprise, a gleam of admiration flashing in her eyes. "Brother Lin's sister is so beautiful." "You flatter me," Lin Qi replied with a nod. At that moment, Hayori gracefully approached Lin Qi, bent down slightly, and said to Tama, "You're quite adorable yourself, little one." Tama giggled. "Someday, I want to become a beautiful kunoichi, just like you, sister." Her words brought a knowing smile to both Lin Qi and Hayori's faces. Lin Qi decided it was safest to leave Tama in Hayori's care at the residence. Of course, with his visit to the general's residence, he couldn't resist indulging in some leisurely entertainment. After handling matters at the residence, Lin Qi flew back to Onigashima. His mythical Zoan form, the Qilin, made the journey effortless, and he descended from the sky in moments. The vice admiral is back. The crowd on Onigashima immediately recognized Lin Qi, erupting in cheers. Yamato was the first to rush toward him. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. After their intense night of battle, Lin Qi had regaled her with countless tales of the outside world, filling a deep void in her spirit. His stories were far more captivating than Kazuki Oden's cursed logbook. He spoke of 5,000 years of history across the seas. Yamato, with her pure heart, was easily entranced by him. Yamato hadn't yet left Onigashima, because she hadn't truly broken free from the shackles within her heart. So upon Lin Qi's return, she was eager to hear the rest of his tales. Just as Lin Qi and Yamato were about to engage in a deep exchange, Ultai, her wounds barely healed, stormed over to Lin Qi in a huff. "Vice Admiral, I haven't acknowledged you yet, you bastard." She spouted her usual defiant words, perhaps a quirk of her Pachycephalosaurus devil fruit personality. "Ultai." Yamato blocked her attack, scolding, "How dare you defy Kaido's orders?" Lin Qi watched the two women brawl, finding it a rather entertaining spectacle. As Ultai fell silent, Lin Qi stepped forward and whispered to her, "Since you're so persistent, have you considered becoming my woman?" His teasing was a test for the system. Yamato, being open-minded, viewed such matters casually, seeing them as trivial fleshly distractions. She didn't mind Lin Qi adding Ultai to his fold. Flustered by Lin Qi's advances, Ultai's youthful face flushed crimson, and she seemed at a loss. Perhaps it was due to her Pachycephalosaurus devil fruit. The creature is known for its incredibly hard skull, capable of unleashing immense power. But interestingly, they also use this headbutt to find a mate. In their clash of strength, Lin Qi had not only defeated Ultai, but had also struck a chord in her maiden heart. That was why she was acting so strangely today. His words now stirred her heart into a frenzy. Ding! Host has activated a side quest for lifespan. Take Ultai as your wife. Reward 1 year of lifespan. Just as he suspected. This confirmed Lin Qi's theory. While the demon contract had cost him 100 years of life, he could earn it back by taking wives and concubines. The demonic entity was unrelated to these tasks, but marriage was the key. That was Lin Qi's conclusion. Embarrassed, Ultai ceased her fight with Yamato and fled into the crowd. Lin Qi merely smiled faintly. He was in no rush. Yamato, like a blank slate, was intensely fascinated by his stories. After a brief pause, Yamato dragged Lin Qi into her room. Fortunately, his Qilin fruit, combined with the empowerment from each such encounter, made him stronger. So Lin Qi faced Yamato's challenge without any pressure. He admired her slender jade-like figure, finding it endlessly captivating. He could spend a whole year just admiring her legs. Another night passed unknowingly. The darkness deepened, enchanting the eyes. He would not let her down, nor betray their bond. Under the beautiful night, Lin Qi took Yamato up to the dome of Onigashima. The moonlight was dappled, and the sea and sky merged into one hue. Yamato, do you remember our promise? Lin Qi looked at Yamato, who was leaning against him, his eyes filled with affection. She nodded. The moon is beautiful tonight. Those fireworks over there are set off for you. He pointed towards the flower capital, where magnificent fireworks were blooming. From Onigashima, the view was exceptionally stunning. They are celebrating the fall of Orochi's rule. Wano is opening its borders. It's time to fulfill our promise and see the world together. Only the scenery you experience firsthand truly feels unforgettable. Yamato, don't you want to see such sights with your own eyes? Lin Qi said, then took her hand. Yamato, let me break the shackles in your heart and show you the brilliance of this world. With that, he had Yamato ride on his back, and they transformed into a streak of light heading towards the flower capital. Lin Qi was going to take her to see the fireworks. Or perhaps to soak in a hot spring. Or simply to enjoy the fireworks on the streets. Yamato had lived in Kaido's shadow, but now she would live for herself. Meanwhile, in a room on Onigashima, the walls were adorned with pink, girlish decorations. Ultai slapped her own cheeks, then said in disbelief to page 1. Little P, I think your big sis is in love. What do I do? As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Huh. Sis, you must be joking, page 1 said, not believing his sister could be in love. Little P, how dare you talk to your big sis like that? Ultai instantly put page 1 in a headlock and tackled him to the ground. Help. Sis, you're trying to kill your own brother. Nonsense, I love little P the most. Their playful bickering was a common sight, but now another man's image dominated her thoughts. The mere thought of that guy Lin Qi made her even more agitated, much to page 1's dismay. Sis, I think I really am in love. What do I do? What do I do? Little P. Ultai was truly smitten. Her flushed face couldn't hide her racing maiden heart. What should I do? Why do I have to fall for that jerk? Ultai clearly had no idea what she was muttering, a wave of infatuation clouding her mind. Yet recalling how Lin Qi teased her, a wave of shyness washed over her. She seemed trapped in a deep contradictory spiral, endlessly looping. To help Yamato break free from her inner shackles, Lin Qi took her to tour the flower capital, and afterwards they enjoyed a blissful soak in a hot spring. This feels wonderful. Yamato murmured contentedly while soaking in the spring. Lin Qi watched her steam rising in delicate wisps, creating a truly captivating scene. A primal urge surged through Lin Qi. He wrapped his arms around Yamato and whispered softly in her ear, Yamato, let's have a child. Uff. Yamato burst out laughing. I treat you like a brother, and you want me to bear your child. Are you serious? Who's joking? Lin Qi chuckled. With a splash of water, they playfully tussled, their brief disagreement sparking into a spirited fight. The next morning, at the Skull Dome in the conference hall, Emperor Kaido had gathered his crew early, his expression grim. He had even brought out the execution platform. Dangling from the platform was a dead man with blue hair, clad in samurai attire. It was none other than Kaiashiro, the man Kazuki Hiyori had sent out. Young Admiral Lord Kaido requests your presence. The Batman stood anxiously outside the door. Given the tense atmosphere, anyone could tell something momentous was brewing. He knocked cautiously. Outside was the Emperor's command, inside was the man he admired. Understood. Lin Qi replied, softly, slightly annoyed at having his pleasant dream interrupted. After dressing, Lin Qi and Yamato followed the Batman to the conference hall. The first thing Lin Qi noticed was Kaiashiro's body hanging from the scaffold. What's the meaning of this? Lin Qi frowned slightly, but before he could ask, Emperor Kaido demanded sternly, explain yourself. Explain what? Lin Qi retorted. Why did you appoint someone from the Kazuki clan as the shogun of Wano instead of Yamato? Emperor Kaido roared, unleashing a powerful wave of conqueror's haki. Kaido hadn't anticipated Lin Qi making Kazuki Hiyori the shogun. He had originally planned to have Yamato take the position after eliminating Orochi. Your first crime is not naming Yamato shogun. Your second is having my weapons factory in Wano destroyed. Your third crime is halting the smile fruit trade, enacting pirate laws, and killing my subordinates. If you can't provide a satisfactory explanation, then that samurai on the scaffold will be your fate. Facing Kaido's intimidation, Lin Qi remained unruffled. Though Kaido listed his crimes, each warranting death, he showed no fear. After all, the weapons factory and the smile fruit operation were the very foundations of Kaido's power. The Beast's pirates earned their name because Kaido built an army of Zoan-type users through these artificial devil fruits. Although Kaido had entrusted Wano to Lin Qi, the results were the opposite of his intentions. Enraged, he had killed Kayashiro, who was sabotaging the factory. Lin Qi didn't particularly care about Kayashiro's death, though he felt a slight pang of regret. Kayashiro was one of the Akazaya 9 tasked to serve Kazuki Hayori. He hadn't expected Kayashiro to escape his own fate only to die at Kaido's hands. Fate certainly works in mysterious ways. An explanation. Lin Qi countered, unleashing his own formidable haki against Kaido. The two Emperor-level conquerors' haki collided, splitting the very sky above Onigashima. Your haki has grown stronger, Kaido observed. It was only natural. Lin Qi's haki was already at SS rank, and with the buffs from his dual cultivation system it had reached, or even surpassed Kaido's level. I hope you have a good reason. Because I am Nika, Lin Qi declared, using his gift of forgetting Tao to deceive. After a pause he added, I will usher in a new era. At these words a flicker of shock passed over King's and Kaido's faces. Lin Qi continued, Kaido, they call you the world's strongest creature, and one of the 4 emperors. But that power isn't enough to challenge the nobles of Mary Geos, or drag them into a war. You've consolidated your power here in Wano, biding your time, just to one day launch a great war, and pull those arrogant nobles down. I can achieve this. I will lead the change of this era. From the moment I awakened, I, as one of the Nika clan, have carried this mission. Is that reason enough? Since neither Kaido nor King had ever seen Nika, and knowing his actions in Wano would eventually provoke Kaido, Lin Qi had prepared this strategy long ago. Now was the perfect time. Kaido and his men were also aware of Lin Qi's incredible rise. Not long ago he was just an egg on a pirate ship, and now he displayed power rivaling Kaido's. Moreover, the legend of Nika had long been lost to history, known only to a few. Lin Qi's extraordinary circumstances made it plausible he was the legendary figure. His gift of forgetting Tao made his performance flawless. You are Nika. King was visibly moved beneath his mask, his voice trembling with excitement. King was originally from the lunar clan of Mary Geos, one of the ancient godlike tribes. Among his people there was a legend of Nika. Nika was prophesied to lead the lunar clan back to their holy land. Now hearing Lin Qi claim to be Nika, he was naturally ecstatic. Worororo. You claim to be Nika, the one to lead a new era? That's quite the bold claim, but I like your ambition. Kaido burst into laughter, shattering the tense atmosphere. Yamato breathed a sigh of relief, having feared an inevitable clash between Lin Qi and Kaido. You're right. I've long wanted to drag those high and mighty nobles into war. Only through war can we pull them from their pedestals. Since you are Nika, the chosen one to lead this era's change, then from today I, Kaido of the Beasts, will stake my entire crew on you. Show me how you, Nika, will lead the revolution. King, from now on you will stay by Lin Qi's side. Kaido then turned to King. Lin Qi had only intended to bluff, but he hadn't expected Kaido to bet everything on him. The entire Beast pirates were now behind him. After the meeting, everyone dispersed, leaving only King and Kaido. Kaido, I swore to follow you for life. Why are you sending me away? King finally broke the silence. Because he is Nika. I have a feeling he will lead the era's revolution, Kaido said. Of course he was unaware that this was due to Lin Qi's gift of forgetting Tao. I'm betting everything on the new era. Kaido bet everything. All because Lin Qi had said he was the harbinger of change for this era. Lin Qi could only think such naivety deserves to be punished. Of course Kaido's decision undoubtedly accelerated the winds of reforms sweeping through Wano country. Lin Qi immediately made his way to the general's residence, where he met Kazuki Hayori and Kazuki Tama. Hiro Sensei's sudden death was reported truthfully to Kazuki Hayori, and his guard duties were subsequently assigned to King, who was ordered to protect Kazuki Hayori. This greatly reassured Lin Qi, for King's strength was undeniable. Ever since the matter with Kaido was settled, everything in Wano country had become considerably easier. With Kazuki Hayori's new decrees meeting far less resistance and bolstered by King's assistance, the previously unruly pirates from the Beast Pirates showed markedly more restraint upon seeing him. Lin Qi was currently accessing the system. One of the system's main quests, travel to Alabasta Kingdom and take Nico Robin as a concubine uncompleted. System side quest, take Run T as a concubine uncompleted. Since Lin Qi was currently in the new world, reaching Alabasta Kingdom would naturally require some time. Thus the main quest concerning Nico Robin could not be rushed. Lin Qi's gaze fell upon Run Ti's side quest. He understood Run T too well. Though Run T always put on a tough front, she was actually quite Sundra. Just as Lin Qi was pondering how to pursue her, Run T appeared beside him. With puffed out cheeks she declared, I will defeat you, bastard. I'll make you disappear from my mind entirely. You cannot do that, Run T, because you are far too weak. If your devil fruit ability were to awaken, then perhaps there would be a sliver of hope. Lin Qi stated affirmatively. As he spoke he rose to his feet, and gradually closed the distance toward Run T. What are you doing? You are truly adorable. I have two kinds of adorable. One is that you are genuinely cute, and the other is, I am crazy about you. Lin Qi played with Run Ti's heartstrings, their distance now mere inches apart. Oh, what are you saying? Caught off guard by Lin Qi's unexpected compliment, Run T let out a startled cry, her face turning completely crimson. Become my woman. No matter how long we must fight, I am willing to accompany you to the end. With that, Lin Qi lifted Run T directly into his arms, and a princess carry whispering softly into her ear. His voice was low yet thoroughly magnetic. In that very moment Run Ti's entire body went soft and limp, utterly incapable of breaking free. Her mind went completely blank. Lin Qi gazed at the petite Run T, her skin surpassing snow in its purity. She was like a flower bud waiting to bloom. Once it opened, it would captivate all who beheld it. You will take responsibility for me, right? Lin Qi asked, her thunder in nature dripping from every word. Naturally, Lin Qi could not withstand Lin Qi's domineering CEO-style pursuit, and she soon completely fell for him. Lin Qi had always been curious about the mysterious portion hidden beneath Lin Qi's pink mask. Now that he had unveiled her secret, he finally got a complete glimpse of her beauty. Her phoenix-shaped eyes curved like amber, and her crimson lips were like a single cherry. The beast within Lin Qi was awakened as he began to savor his prey. Ding! Host has completed the task of taking Lin Qi as a concubine. Ding! Reward host lifespan increased by 1 year. Demon Body 1 progress 310. With the quest complete, Lin Qi's dual satisfaction was evident. Several days later, Wano country completed its reopening. Lin Qi did not relax in the least. He would sometimes practice calligraphy with Yamato, other times visit the general's pleasure quarters to listen to music, and still other times play the domineering CEO, enjoying romance with Lin Qi. His days were indeed fulfilling. Of course, part of the reason was his desire to accumulate lifespan. Nothing pressing today. I shall visit the pleasure quarters to listen to music. Lin Qi prepared to head to the general's residence. Of course, Kazuki Hiyori was already aware of the relationship between Lin Qi Yamato and Lin Qi. Kazuki Hiyori was merely an ordinary woman. Clearly, she had been unable to keep up with these past few days. Therefore, she quickly grew familiar with Yamato and Lin Qi, and they all got along harmoniously. Meanwhile, across the world, several major news stories were unfolding. Somewhere, stretching as far as the eye could see, were layered white clouds condensed together, yet solid as earth beneath one's feet. They formed a series of bizarre and wondrous islands. Upon closer inspection, these islands indeed floated above the cloud layer. On one of these sky islands, a burly man clad in a fur-lined cloak walked with steady strides toward its edge. This was none other than the Yonko Kaido. With a thunderous roar, the Yonko Kaido dove headfirst from the towering sky island, initiating his usual suicide attempt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He plummeted freely like debris from great heights, his rapidly increasing velocity far outweighing the negligible air resistance. The Yonko Kaido's massive body hurtled downward at tremendous speed. Boom. A certain pirate base was instantly obliterated, leaving a colossal human-shaped crater. I failed to die again. Oro, 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 oro. That's the Yonko Kaido. Quick, notify Marshal Sengoku at Marine headquarters. Witnessing such reckless behavior, the Marines stationed at the base immediately recognized him as Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. No need to notify anyone. We are already here. It's Hero Garp and Marshal Sengoku. Marine Hero Garp and Marshal Sengoku happen to be at this very base. Don't steal my senbei, Sengoku, Garp said. Look at the stupid things you've done. Sengoku ignored Garp entirely and snatched the senbei right from his hand, eating it. The mere thought of Fire Fist Ace's matter gave him a headache. It was always that bastard Garp's family causing trouble. Yet Sengoku and Garp remained utterly unfazed, even bickering over trivialities, showing not the slightest panic at the Yonko Kaido plummeting from the sky. Ha ha ha. Oro, 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 oro. It seems we must get our old bones moving once again. How many years has it been since we fought side by side? Since the Gold Lion incident, I believe. Ha ha ha. Marine Hero Garp said with a grin. Meanwhile, in Wano country, Lin Qi received the latest news. Breaking news. Yonko Kaido has been captured by Marine headquarters. Supernova Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Spade Pirates, bounty of 200 million berries. Listening to the Batman Fujitora report the news, Lin Qi found that Kaido's sudden capture by Marine headquarters had thrown the Beast Pirates into a panic as they frantically discussed how to rescue Lord Kaido from Marine headquarters. Fujitora then added Caesar from Punk Hazard is demanding an increase in research funding. Due to the interruption of Smile Fruit trade, someone from the Don Quixote faction has come to discuss this matter. After hearing this, Lin Qi calmed everyone, saying, Kaido will be fine. Do not worry excessively. In his heart, Lin Qi knew that Kaido had certainly gone seeking death straight into Marine headquarters. Kaido's interests differed from those of other pirate lords. His particular hobby was suicide. Of course, every boss had their own unique obsessions, and Lin Qi had long grown accustomed to such quirks. As for Punk Hazard and the Don Quixote faction, he would handle those matters separately. Having stayed in Wano country for so long, it was time for him to set out on another journey. Among these news reports, what actually piqued Lin Qi's interest was one of the recent supernovas, the Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Spade Pirates. Calculating the timeline, Fire Fist Ace should be arriving at Wano country soon. This will help make up for some of my minor regrets. Having confirmed his objective, motivated by his past life regret regarding Ace during the Summit War, Lin Qi intended to meet the Fire Fist Ace, who was soon to arrive in Wano country. We finally arrived at Wano country, Captain Ace. A pirate ship wove through the towering layered waves, her sails bearing a Jolly Roger of a skull and a spade. This was the newly rising pirate ship making waves throughout the seas, the Spade Pirates. And their captain was none other than the most celebrated supernova of the moment, Fire Fist Ace. Ace wore an orange cowboy hat, its brim pinned with smiling and frowning face badges along with a small skull plaque. A necklace of red beads hung about his neck. His upper body was bare, his lower half clad in his signature shorts. By all accounts, he was nothing more than a cheerful, carefree young man, carrying himself like a blazing flame, radiating an unshakable sense of reliability to his crew. The pirate ship glided safely through the torrential currents, and came to the foot of Wano country. Deuce, we've arrived at Wano, the homeland of the samurai. Ace called out to Deuce, the ship's doctor, who was busy writing his novel with a look of utmost seriousness. Deuce was Ace's very first crewmate. When Ace first set out to sea, he was caught in a shipwreck and swept onto a deserted island where he met Deuce, another poor soul, stranded there. Together the two began their struggle to survive in that desolate land. On the island, Ace happened upon the flame fruit. Taking it as ordinary food, he even split the fruit in half, one piece for himself and one for Deuce. Naturally, it was Ace who partook first, and thus gained the power of the flame fruit. In time, Deuce boarded Ace's pirate ship in the capacity of ship's doctor. Their adventures had carried them all the way to Wano. Deuce adjusted his mask-like spectacles and looked upon the magnificent soul-stirring land before him, inspiration for his novel flooding in like a surging tide. Deuce's dream was to become a novelist, to pen the greatest novel in the world. Indeed, Ace, I can hardly wait to see everything this land has to offer. What a marvelous story it will make, Deuce said with eager anticipation. Lying lazily beside him was a languid feline creature by the name of Kotatsu, the beloved mascot of the Spade Pirates. Captain Ace, we've run into trouble. Skull, the Spade Pirates' lookout, spoke with anxiety. How are we supposed to go up this river? At that moment, a formidable obstacle stood in their path, a river that fell like a waterfall. Yet its waters did not pour from above to below. Instead, they surged from below to above. This was a phenomenon one might call Newton's unsealed coffin. That is to say, if Sir Isaac Newton were to hear of it, the lid of his coffin would surely be blown clean off. The sea fell into a brief, tranquil calm. Just as the Spade Pirates found themselves utterly stumped, Wallace, the fishman aboard Ace's ship, caught a peculiar sound. After conversing with the fishes of the sea, understanding dawned upon him. He had discovered a way to ascend the river and enter Wano. That's it. I found a way, Ace. I just communicated with the fish in the water, and they told me that if we ride the current and let the koi pull our ship, we can make it into Wano. Wallace, the scorpionfish fishman, declared. All right, boys. Then let's follow Wallace's plan and get it done. Ace flashed a broad grin, feeling that his crew couldn't be more dependable. Of course, there were two ways to enter Wano. One was to climb the waterfall with koi pulling the ship, and the other was to pass through the hidden cavern behind the waterfall and take an elevator up to Hakamai. The koi in these waters were exceptionally lively, so it didn't take Ace and his crew long to harness two massive koi to the ship. Before long, as the ascending sea current erupted, the koi carried their ship up the waterfall. Thrilling and breathtaking. Everywhere hummed with the very spirit of adventure. Little did they know a disaster was quietly descending upon them. Inside the Shogun's estate, all was feasting and merriment. Deputy Commander, the Spade Pirates have now entered Wano. As you predicted, they ran into a maelstrom and were shipwrecked. The entire crew has washed ashore on the western coast of Kuri. Following your instructions, we already had our men waiting in ambush. Several of the Spade Pirates have been bound by the nearby villagers and will soon be escorted to the Shogun's estate. Deputy Commander, your foresight is divine. Even the shipwreck did them little real harm. All we had to do was lie in wait and catch them as they fell into our hands. Afu the Batman revealed his deep admiration for Lin Qi's uncanny ability to foresee every turn of events. With Kaido away from headquarters, everything here was at Lin Qi's command. Upon receiving word of the Spade Pirates' arrival, Lin Qi had dispatched the nimble Batman Afu to lie low and wait at the western shore of Kuri. Lin Qi had even predicted the sea's weather with pinpoint accuracy. At first, Afu had been unable to fully comprehend Lin Qi's strategy, but Lin Qi clearly placed great importance on this batch of supernovas. At the same time, he had Afu and his men hold their ground, saying that the pirates would come to them on their own. And sure enough, they seized the Spade Pirates without having to lift a finger. That was because the Spade Pirates had swallowed a great amount of seawater during the shipwreck. By the time they were washed onto Kuri's shore, they were barely clinging to life. Otherwise, the Batman would likely have been no match for the Spade Pirates. Do you need me to take action? King asked. Not for now. Leave it to Afu. They've just endured a shipwreck, so it will take some time for them to recover. And that window of time is all Afu needs to bring them before the Shogun's estate. Besides, they are devil fruit users. Seawater is their natural nemesis. Lin Qi sat with Kazuki Hiyori on one side and Yamato on the other. Even though the Spade Pirates were a crew with bounties exceeding 100 million, Lin Qi still did not send King into the fray. It truly was an unnecessary complication. The process went off without a hitch, and soon Afu and his men brought Fire Fist Ace before Lin Qi. Following Lin Qi's orders, they confined Ace within an iron cage of sea stone, the most renowned special product of Wano. Afterward, Lin Qi awaited Fire Fist Ace's awakening in calm stillness. Who are you people? When Fire Fist Ace woke and tried to shatter the cage, he suddenly found his entire body weightless and weak. Sea stone. This was sea stone, the mineral that could nullify devil fruit powers. The Beast Pirates. Lin Qi looked at the freckles spread across both sides of Ace's face, then announced his own affiliation. What have you done to my crewmates? As you can see, they've been locked away just like you. So you're Kaido of the Four Emperors. Let me out of here. I challenge you to a duel. Ace declared. I am not Kaido of the Four Emperors, but I can grant you the chance to defeat me, and your crewmates shall all be released. At those words, Ace immediately blazed with fighting spirit. As the son of Joel D. Roger, he had always despised inheriting that very bloodline. He had once lost his way, wallowed in self-abandonment, and searched in vain for a reason to exist. Lin Qi, of course, was true to his word. He at once ordered the cage of Fire Fist Ace to be opened, and even the arena had already been prepared. Fire Fist. Ace's body was like a body set ablaze as he charged straight at Lin Qi. His opening move was none other than the renowned technique that had made him famous, the Fire Fist. But when the Fire Fist crashed upon Lin Qi, it was like a moth diving into a flame like an egg hurled against a boulder. It did not stir so much as a ripple. Not even a speck of dust was raised, and the Fire Fist fizzled away into silence. Is this all the strength of Fire Fist? Ace hailed as the mightiest supernova of the new generation. Lin Qi taunted Ace. Ace's crewmates were also astonished. Their captain Ace was a devil fruit user of the Logia type Mera Mera no Mi, yet his Fire Fist attack vanished right before Lin Qi. A supernova with a 200 million berry bounty. If you only possess this level of power, then I shall have no choice but to hand you over to the world government. Are you after the bounties on our heads? Ace said to Lin Qi. The last warlord who said that was defeated by me. A higher pirate bounty to some extent reflects a pirate's strength. Ace felt a sense of pride and arrogance, as all pirates take pride in their bounties. The 7 warlords of the sea are 7 great pirates acknowledged by the world government, one of the 3 great powers that maintain balance. Ace had become a supernova because he defeated Fin Spiro the Butcher Werewolf, one of the 7 warlords. Ace's crewmates also believed their captain could save them. It had always been this way on their journey. Their captain Ace had eaten the Logia type Mera Mera no Mi, a devil fruit that was nearly invincible. Our captain Ace possesses the strongest Logia type devil fruit, the Mera Mera no Mi. Fire is his very incarnation. We even defeated Fin Spiro the Butcher Werewolf, one of the 7 warlords. That werewolf Butcher Spiro had eaten the mythical Zoan type Inu Inu no Mi model Finra, and even he was defeated by Ace. Ace will surely win. That's right. Ace is the man who will become the pirate king. Ace! Ace! The members of the Spade Pirates cheered Ace's name. If Ace could defeat a powerful warlord like the Butcher Werewolf, then in the eyes of his crew Ace was an undefeated legend. What's all this noise about? At that moment, amidst the clamor, Ultai's other more violent personality surged forth. She instantly transformed into her Pachycephalosaurus dinosaur form, glaring down at the caged prisoners from above. An ancient Zoan-type devil fruit. If I die here, my story would surely be a fascinating one. Deuce, looking at Ultai's dinosaur form, was still mentally drafting his novel, pondering how to captivate his readers' hearts and earn a small collection. Fascinating, truly fascinating, Deuce murmured. Then he stopped writing and looked at Ultai. You must be the strongest here. I can sense your haki. Ha ha ha, Ultai isn't the strongest here. At this moment, Yamato spoke with a smile. Your name's Deuce, right? I know of you. You're a novelist with a bounty over 100 million from the world government. Come on, let me see your interesting novel. Who knows, if I'm pleased, I might just set you all free. Ultai ignored them. Yamato and Deuce seemed to hit it off well. Deuce had written a novel based on his adventures, and Yamato coincidentally yearned for the outside world. Brilliant. You'll definitely become a brilliant novelist. After reading Deuce's draft, Yamato's mind was filled with new ideas. They were of one mind. Then Yamato released everyone from the Spade Pirates. Although she didn't know Lin Qi's motive, she knew that whether these crew members were freed or not wouldn't affect him. No one understood Lin Qi's strength better than Yamato. Meanwhile, Lin Qi was paying particular attention to one supernova. Ace's level of strength, while formidable, was only at the level of a headliner within the Beast's Pirates. Soon after, a banquet began at the general's mansion. Yamato and the others, along with the Spade Pirates, held their own celebration below the fighting stage, watching the battle between Fire Fist Ace and Lin Qi above. This unexpected turn of events left Lin Qi feeling both amused and exasperated. He almost let his guard down. Ding! Host has activated a mission. Help Ace awaken his haki. Mission reward 10,000-fold return. Indeed, Lin Qi had received a system mission to awaken Ace's haki, which was why he had devised the plan to push Ace into a corner. Moreover, Lin Qi genuinely wanted to help Ace, at least to lessen the regrets of the Paramount War. Lin Qi's conscience was small, but it wasn't entirely absent. Ace is a man of fire who ate the Mera Mera no Mi. There's no way he can beat Captain Ace. Lin Qi sneered inwardly. The Mera Mera no Mi. Even a dog wouldn't eat that. Make your move. Ace said to Lin Qi. That last attack was just me testing you. I know you're strong now. Next I'll go all out. Ace was warning Lin Qi. I heard that Emperor Kaido is in Wano. My original plan was to challenge Emperor Kaido first, then find Whitebeard. If I defeat them, it will prove my reason for existing. Fate is sometimes truly inexplicable. Lin Qi looked at Ace, truly a fearless newborn calf. Emperor Kaido happened to be in Wano, and Ace happened to arrive there. Out of respect for Ace, Lin Qi decided to pick up a small wooden stick from the edge of the fighting stage. Pointing it at Ace, he said, come on. Using a tiny wooden stick as a weapon. You're underestimating me. Ace was provoked, his composure shattered. Using a wooden stick as a weapon meant either he was insane or he was looking down on his opponent. No, this was clearly pure contempt. What did it mean to wield a wooden stick against the Logia type Mera Mera no Mi? Yet Lin Qi remained calm, his expression serious, conveying to everyone that this was his sincere attitude. With his composure broken, Ace's fiery fist shot forward like a meteor, carrying an unstoppable momentum that did nothing to conceal his fury. At that moment, Lin Qi gently raised the small wooden stick. Instantly, it triggered a change in the heavens and earth. Space seemed to contract, and a terrifying power erupted as haki coiled around the stick. Thunder Bagua. Using the wooden stick to execute Thunder Bagua, Lin Qi struck Fire Fist Ace squarely. The blow landed solidly on him. Boom. Ace was sent flying with a thunderous crash, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he hit the ground heavily wounded. He hit me. Aren't I a Logia-type Mera no Mi user? Did my power vanish? Ace was stunned. He was the strongest Logia-type Mera no Mi user capable of turning his entire body into fire, yet that casually raised wooden stick had struck him solidly. Ace wondered if his power had disappeared. After checking several times, he dismissed that thought. His power had not vanished. Yet the blood and injuries on his body told him it was real. What on earth was going on? Seeing this, the other members of the Spade Pirates rushed onto the fighting stage. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such a thing happen to Ace. Ace, who ate the Mera no Mi, was a man of fire. Meaning fire was Ace, and Ace was fire. Yet this man had effortlessly caught hold of Ace's physical form and injured him. Eating a Logia-type devil fruit doesn't make you invincible. How laughable. Lin Qi cast a contemptuous glance at the Spade Pirates. Then coldly he said, "Forget it. You all can run now. You all should flee." As Lin Qi's words fell, the Spade Pirates fell into a brief silence, their gazes fixed on Ace. "I will never run away." Ace dragged his injured body and slowly stood up, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Running is the act of cowards. If I flee at the sight of a strong enemy, then what meaning is there in my journey to sea? Once a battle begins, there is no reason to retreat. Even if I die here, this is my adventure. I will never run from a fight." Ace wiped the blood from his lips, a flicker of resolute fire flashing in his eyes. Seeing the firm determination in Ace's gaze, the crew of the Spade Pirates knew he would not easily flee. Deuce spread his hands with a wry smile. "Who told us we had to end up with such a foolish captain? But even so, Ace is our captain, our partner in adventure. We stand by Ace. We are also members of the Spade Pirates. Fight! Fight! Even if Kaido of the Four Emperors came, we would have nothing to fear. Ace is the man who will become the Pirate King." In an instant, the crew of the Spade Pirates appeared behind Ace, standing firmly in support of him. Victory is for the victor, defeat for the vanquished. That is my principle. If I am stopped here, how could I ever boast of defeating Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world? Ace refused the chance to escape that Lin Qi had offered. "Kaido, let's go." A crew member of the Spade Pirates called out to the feline lynx. The lynx let out a fierce yowl, baring its claws and teeth poised for attack. "Since that is the case, I will not hold back." Lin Qi's cold gaze condensed into a sharp, killing intent. Before he even made a move, an overwhelming, suffocating aura of murder surged forth. Breathing became labored. This was the pressure of a true powerhouse. But Ace did not retreat, and neither did the Spade Pirates. The lynx charged first, but was effortlessly halted by Lin Qi's small wooden stick. Kaido was frozen in place, unable to move the stick, as unyielding as iron. With a gentle flick, Lin Qi sent the lynx named Kaido flying with the wooden stick. Then one by one, the Fishman Wallace, the informant Skull Banshee, Iwa Miharu, all fell. Before Ace could even comprehend what had happened, in just an instant his crew had all fallen. Crushing one ant or two ants, it's hard to control the force. Lin Qi said, turning his gaze to Fire Fist Ace. "And what do you intend to do? Without power, what can you achieve? How can you speak of defeating Whitebeard and making a name for yourself? I won't let you harm our captain." Lin Qi stepped over the fallen members of the Spade Pirates, walking straight toward Ace. However, at that moment, Deuce, who had been knocked down by Lin Qi's conqueror's haki, seemed to retain a sliver of consciousness. He grabbed onto Lin Qi's leg, halting his advance. "I won't let you harm our captain," Deuce said, not fully understanding what was happening, only feeling a powerful dizziness that nearly caused him to black out like the others. Fortunately, as a novelist with wild imaginative thoughts, his willpower was strong enough to withstand it. "I've touched you," Deuce said with a triumphant grin, then inexplicably asked Lin Qi, "If you had to choose among 4 blood types, which would you pick? Type A, Type B, Type AB, or Type O?" The moment Deuce's words faded, Lin Qi sensed his own blood spiraling out of control, bursting violently from his veins. "I am a devil fruit user of the Paramecia type, blood fruit. Anything I touch, I can manipulate the blood within." "Oh, a blood fruit user. No wonder you made me bleed." Lin Qi looked at Deuce with a hint of surprise. His mythical Zoan Qilin form boasted a physique tougher than steel, and he had been wondering how Deuce could have breached his formidable defense. The blood fruit explained it all, controlling the blood within a person's body and destroying them from the inside out, from within to without. It was indeed a troublesome devil fruit ability. However, what Deuce didn't know, despite the grotesque nature of his power, was the monstrous extent of Lin Qi's regenerative abilities. The mythic Qilin fruit's incredible recovery surpassed even that of Marco's Phoenix. Lin Qi then said to Deuce, "Your ability is troublesome, but the gap between us is a chasm your powers cannot bridge." To have gotten this far is quite impressive. As he spoke, a layer of flames enveloped Lin Qi's body, and his wounds began to heal at a visible speed. "You are worthy of being slain by my own hand, dying by my blade." Lin Qi discarded the wooden stick, and in an instant a jet-black Zanpakuto materialized in his grasp. "This Zanpakuto, in my past life I gave it an audacious name, Godslayer." Lin Qi's Zanpakuto, named Godslayer, was a weapon he had obtained through a demonic contract that cost him a century of his lifespan. If this is to be my end, then it would make for a rather compelling novel conclusion. Deuce knew he could not stop Lin Qi's advance, for the enemy before him was simply too powerful. Even Deuce's ultimate trump card, the blood fruit, was useless against Lin Qi. It seemed this adventure was truly over. Lin Qi swung his Zanpakuto, a single slash carving through the air, and Deuce's blood quickly stained the ground. "Deuce, Stop. I said stop. The image of his comrades falling the world stained red flashed through Ace's mind like a revolving lantern. In that instant Ace saw Lin Qi swinging his blade. He had to do something. Otherwise Deuce would be killed by Lin Qi. I said stop. Ace released a surge of immense energy. Yamato Ultai King and others who were watching from below immediately sensed this overwhelming power. As the shogunate guards on both sides of the arena collapsed from the pressure, the power became unmistakably clear. Conqueror's Haki. Who was he to possess Conqueror's Haki as well? The crowd was puzzled, then they began to understand why Lin Qi was doing this. If you have a problem, take it up with me. I will never run. Ace's Haki had awakened, yet Lin Qi was not particularly impressed. It was only natural after all that the son of Joel D. Roger the Pirate King would possess such potential. Conqueror's Haki. Ace knew he had touched the threshold of Conqueror's Haki, but now was not the time to dwell on it. He braced himself for a showdown with Lin Qi. Lin Qi gripped his Zanpakuto and advanced toward Ace. But as Lin Qi turned, the blood pooling on the ground instantly transformed into sharp crimson spikes striking from behind in tandem with Fire Fist Ace's attack from the front. If the Conqueror's Haki didn't awaken, I'd have been exhausted. In that same instant, Lin Qi abruptly sheathed his Zanpakuto. He raised his hands. Enough games. I'll come clean. I surrender. I surrender, Spade Pirates, you win. Fire Fist Ace, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. This is my gift to you. An invisible armor. Lin Qi dropped all pretense and came clean. I surrender. He spread his hands, having already helped Ace awaken his Haki, and completed the system's side quest. To this end, he had even orchestrated a scheme staging a villainous charade. Of course, he also wanted to test Ace's strength. Given Ace's current standing, the world government had likely already discovered his identity as the Pirate King's son. Although Ace possessed the potential for Haki, it remained undeveloped. Despite his victory over Fenrir Sparrow the Werewolf Butcher, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, this warlord was someone Lin Qi had only recently learned about. The Werewolf Butcher was a devil fruit user of the mythical Zoan type, the Fenrir form of the Inu no Mi. Like Gecko Moria, he had lost to the Yonko Kaido in the great power struggle of the New World. Kaido had once tried to recruit the Butcher Werewolf, but he later joined the world government instead. Lin Qi had now achieved his goal with restraint. From the Batman rescuing them from the sea current to their imprisonment in the general's mansion with Seastone, all of it was deliberately arranged by Lin Qi. To make the act more convincing, he had persuaded another key person, one who was even more immersed in the role than him. That was Deuce, the ship doctor of the Spade Pirates, who loved writing maritime adventure novels. Deuce knew Ace's true identity, and so did Lin Qi. This formed the basis for their cooperation. Moreover, with Lin Qi's power, wiping out the entire Spade Pirates would be a trivial matter. Thus Lin Qi only needed to say one thing to convince Deuce. The world government had learned that Ace was the Pirate King's son, and Lin Qi wanted to help Ace grow stronger by awakening the latent Haki within him. That invisible armor. However, to Lin Qi's surprise, Deuce, for the sake of realism, had actually taken a slash from his blade. Lin Qi couldn't help but admire Deuce as a master actor, perfectly immersed in his role. Perhaps only a novelist like Deuce could grasp a character so thoroughly. The blood shadow behind Lin Qi ceased its assault and, like droplets of water, surged back onto Deuce, who had supposedly been killed by Lin Qi. This was one of Deuce's Qi no Mi abilities, controlling blood and shaping it into blades. The wounds Lin Qi had inflicted on Deuce gradually healed as the blood flowed back and reconnected the flesh. Ouch, that hurts. You were a bit too rough. Deuce slowly stood up, touching the wound that was healing through his blood ability, though the pain was all too real. Ace was taken aback by this sudden shift in tone. What was going on? And what did Lin Qi mean by wanting to see him all along? What was this invisible armor? 1,000 thoughts raced through Ace's mind, leaving him utterly confused. I'm just an actor, but you're truly a master of the craft. Lin Qi couldn't help but praise Deuce, sparing no compliments. Understanding Ace's confusion, Deuce stepped forward and said, he knows who you are. Ace instantly grasped the implication in Deuce's words, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. And he's told me the world government may have discovered that you are Gold. Roger's son, not Portgasty. Ace. At this point, Deuce had no choice but to reveal the whole truth. We're about to face enemies far stronger than warlords like Fenrir, the Werewolf Butcher, dozens of times more powerful. With our current strength, we cannot hope to defend ourselves. Only by unlocking the Haki dormant within you can we become stronger. Power within me. Haki. Many of Ace's questions were answered. He asked, was that power I just used the awakened Haki? Lin Qi nodded and added, that is the invisible armor. For example, you ate the Mara no Mi Logia type fruit, but I was able to grasp your physical form because I released my Haki. Logia users are nearly untouchable in their fluid state, making it hard to land a hit. But with Haki, it becomes easy. You should have felt that just now. And now you've awakened this power too. So this is the power of Haki. Ace could relate. Had Lin Qi's ability to strike him been due to Haki, and he felt a similar power stirring within himself. If I master Haki, can I become stronger? A spark of excitement flashed in Ace's eyes. It meant he could surpass his current limits. Were you two just putting on an act for me? Ace seemed to realize something, though it felt off. Lin Qi smiled and said, we were helping you. But we just met today, right? Why help me? Is it because I'm Gold? Roger's son. One cannot choose their birth, but one can choose how to live their life. Since birth isn't a choice, live your own life. Ace, why feel ashamed of your identity or care about others' opinions? Lin Qi challenged him. Why live your life according to someone else's rules? Ace was stunned hearing such words for the first time. Before merely mentioning he was the Pirate King's son drew countless hateful glares and curses. Things like the Pirate King's son shouldn't exist. So Ace had always strived to surpass and escape Joel D. Roger's shadow. Rumor had it that Roger's rival was Whitebeard, so he set his sights on challenging the Yonko Whitebeard. The reason I'm helping you is that my adopted fathers admire you, and so do I, Lin Qi said calmly. All he wanted was a memento from his fathers. That was indeed why Lin Qi wanted to help Ace. Thinking of the future Paramount War, it would be a shame if Ace were to die. So how about it? Would you consider joining the Beast Pirates? Even if you're the Pirate King's son, we won't hand you over to the world government. To dispel Ace's concerns, Lin Qi directly extended an invitation. The world government might already be making moves against you. Your identity is likely exposed. Choosing to side with us isn't a bad option. Thanks for the offer, but I refuse to join the Beast Pirates. Ace declined, just as Lin Qi had predicted. We have our own adventures. At first I thought you were a bad guy, but it turns out you're a good one. Ace said. Lin Qi could only offer a wry smile. Ace, I'll take that as a compliment. Your crew is good, but they need training. Once you master hockey, you'll be able to surpass anything. Lin Qi never doubted Ace's hockey potential and believed he would achieve it. Ace was a man of clear judgment. Though he declined Lin Qi's invitation to join the Beast Pirates, the crew of the Spade Pirates, merely knocked unconscious by Lin Qi, soon regained their senses. Ace understood that Lin Qi's intent was to help him master the power of hockey. There are 3 types of hockey conquerors: hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey. As the son of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, Ace naturally possessed the aptitude for hockey. His hockey had been awakening since childhood, having unconsciously used it once to save Luffy. Thus Ace's hockey had been growing with him all along, though he had never been aware of it. This was akin to how Blackbeard perceived Luffy's hockey at impelled down. While the individual may be oblivious, true power is easily discernible to the truly strong. Lin Qi, whose hockey rivaled that of an emperor, naturally perceived the latent hockey within Ace. A deep blue aura emanated from Ace's body. This was because hockey is intrinsically linked to one's willpower, spirit, and soul, and thus manifests through these very traits. Allow us to host a welcoming banquet for your Spade Pirates, Lin Qi said to Ace and his crew. I am Kazuki Hiyori, the Shogun of Wano. Though our nation is rebuilding, as friends of Lin Qi you are most welcome. The feast will commence shortly. Kazuki Hiyori echoed. A banquet. Ace and Deuce immediately became elated, and Yamato and the others also looked forward to the celebration. Lin Qi hosted a grand banquet for Ace at the Shogun's residence, which soon bustled with activity. Bungshi, the chef of the Spade Pirates, joined the cooking crew. I'm Bungshi, the Spade Pirates chef. I'll lend a hand in the kitchen, she said, but as she moved to leave, Ace and Deuce each grabbed one of her arms. Ace and Deuce said in unison, Bungshi, we want to experience the exotic flavors of this land. Bungshi's cooking consisted solely of salt. Every dish she made had nothing but salt. Ace and the others couldn't let Bungshi ruin this banquet. If you're all such strange people, Bungshi grumbled. It seems you've all grown tired of my cooking. No, Bungshi, your cooking is delicious, it just lacks a little something. Ace and Deuce hastily denied. Of course, Lin Qi was well aware of Bungshi's salt-only culinary style. He stepped in to mediate. Everyone has traveled from afar. As your host, it would be remiss of me to let you worry about such matters. Please rest and recuperate here. Hearing this, Bungshi finally relented. Ace and Deuce breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to Lin Qi for saving them. Soon the Shogun's residence was laden with a diverse array of dishes. The banquet was going smoothly, but as it reached its peak, Ace suddenly received an invitation from the world government. Captain Ace, the world government invites you to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The warlords were pirates legally sanctioned by the world government, enjoying various privileges and exemption from marine pursuit. This was a tremendous temptation for a newcomer like Ace. Because Ace defeated one of the warlords, the werewolf butcher, the position became vacant, and the world government extended this invitation to Ace. No, Ace refused without a second thought. The Marines are waiting outside for your answer, Captain Ace. Vice Admiral Iska awaits your response. No, a mere warlord. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Ace once again refused the world government's offer. The one who delivered the invitation was Iska, the Marine who had been relentlessly pursuing the Spade Pirates. A year had passed, and Iska had risen from lieutenant to Vice Admiral. Fire Fist Ace, this is your chance to join the world government and cease being a target for the Marines. Join the world government and become a warlord. That is your only option now. As Ace refused, a female Marine clad in a crisp uniform and a white coat of justice strode in uninvited. Iska, Ace greeted with a smile. Iska cut a striking figure, tall and statuesque with a perfectly proportioned form. Her beauty was impeccable, with nothing to spare or lack. Iska had pursued Ace all the way to Wano. With the recent news of Emperor Kaido's capture and Wano's borders being opened, she encountered no obstacles entering the country. Both Marines and pirates were now permitted in Wano provided they adhered to its laws and order. In a foreign land, all who arrive are guests. Lin Qi, the host, gestured to them. Iska, this is a time for celebration. Let us lay down our arms for today. Ace nodded in agreement. Exactly, Iska. Eating and drinking are the only proper activities at a banquet. Humph. Iska glared at Fire Fist Ace. If not for the fact that he had once saved her life, she would have arrested him on the spot. I'll give you one day to decide on the world government's offer. If your answer is still no, after that I as a Marine will execute absolute justice upon you. Iska declared. Don't be so stern at a party. Ace chuckled, pulling Isuka over to a seat. Kazuki Hiyori, having opened Wano's borders, welcomed outsiders and extended the highest hospitality to Isuka and Ace's crew. The Spade Pirates remained in Wano for a day. The next morning, Lin Qi found a note left by Ace. They had departed without a word. Lin Qi opened the note, which read, "Though I didn't get to meet the samurai, I'm glad to have made a friend like you. See you at the top. We'll meet at the summit, and I will become the pirate king." Lin Qi flicked his fingers, summoning a small flame that consumed the note. He smiled knowingly and murmured, "I hope you can escape your fate in 2 years." Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, the Spade Pirates have slipped away. Vice Admiral Isuka, Fire Fist Ace, has declined the warlord invitation. The Marines had received word of the Spade Pirates' escape and Ace's refusal. They gathered awaiting Isuka's orders. After them, Isuka paused, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes before ordering her subordinates to issue a new warrant for Fire Fist Ace. Before leaving, Vice Admiral Isuka informed Lin Qi and Kazuki Hiyori, "I've received the latest intelligence. Emperor Kaido has been apprehended by Marine headquarters and taken to the undersea prison in Down. If Wano requires assistance, the world government can help suppress the remnants of the Beast's pirates." Wano country was the base of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. For years it had pursued a policy of isolationism backed by none other than Kaido of the Beasts. Yet Wano seemed to harbor an ancient secret, and the 5 elders, the highest authority of the world government, had long sought to infiltrate it. Even Wano's abundant seastone resources alone were enough to make the world government covet them. With Kaido captured and the Beast's pirates left leaderless, this was a golden opportunity to bring Wano under the world government's administration. Vice Admiral Isuka had 2 reasons for this visit. First, by order of the world government, she was to invite Ace to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, though should he refuse, she was to take immediate action against Fire Fist Ace. Second, Isuka was to relay to the Shogun of Wano that the world government sincerely wished to assist in eliminating the remnants of the Beast's pirates, thereby intervening in Wano. After all, the samurai forces of Wano were a force that even the Marines had to fear, though they did not know that the samurai and daimyo of Wano had already been stripped of their power by Lin Qi and Kazuki Hiyori. After all, keeping samurai and daimyo who only consumed without producing was like harboring national parasites, and Lin Qi naturally would not allow such a thing to exist. Lin Qi went so far as to make Kazuki Hiyori the shogun. As a female shogun, the samurai naturally opposed her, so Lin Qi, having come this far, disposed of them all without hesitation. That was also why Ace, when he later entered Wano, never encountered the legendary samurai. Keenly observant Isuka could see at a glance that Lin Qi was actually the one in control of Wano. Moreover, Lin Qi had no pirate bounty, and so Isuka did not connect Lin Qi with the pirate world. After hearing Isuka's proposal, Lin Qi frowned slightly and spoke. "Is this the world government's plan?" Lin Qi naturally perceived the world government's attempt to infiltrate. He certainly would not allow such a thing to happen. Not only did Wano possess the ancient weapon Pluton, but the poneglyphs had been carved in Wano and spread throughout the world. Even if these secrets of Wano had not yet been discovered by the world government, for the sake of pirate order, the world government still wanted Wano to join the world's fold. "If you agree to join the world government fleet, Admiral Sengoku will send Admiral Candidate Momosaji to assist you. Of course, if you refuse, your Wano will become a pirate nation and the fate of your country can easily be imagined." Isuka thus conveyed the world government's intentions to Lin Qi and the others, and Lin Qi curled his lips into a smile. "Are you threatening me? This is Wano's internal affair. It is not yet the world government's turn to interfere. Go back and tell Fleet Admiral Sengoku that we appreciate his kindness. If there is a chance, I will pay a visit in person. I don't think that chance will be long in coming," Lin Qi said with a smile. That Sengoku was indeed an old schemer. He would have to remain cautious. Isuka appeared somewhat regretful, then said, "Thank you for your hospitality." She then left Wano to arrest Ace. With Kaido seized and now in the hands of Sengoku and Garp, Wano's influence has dropped considerably, Lin Qi said with a hint of emotion. Based on Kaido's past experiences, Lin Qi knew that most of the time, even inside a marine prison, Kaido would be fine. After all, it was Kaido himself who had intentionally gone in. But after hearing some of the world government's plans, Lin Qi began to formulate his own intentions. Along with the research fees from Doflamingo and Caesar in Dressrosa, Lin Qi decided to make a trip to Dressrosa. It's time to go see Doflamingo, Lin Qi thought to himself. He then ordered his subordinates to bring in the men that Doflamingo had sent. It was Baby 5 and Buffalo. "I want to see King." On Onigashima, Baby 5, wearing a maid outfit and a cigarette between her lips, looked like the naughty bad girl next door who never studied. "Our young master Doflamingo wants an explanation from the Beast's pirates. Why did you stop the smile fruit transaction?" Baby 5 asked before everyone. Doflamingo was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he also had a second identity of former celestial dragon and a member of the Don Quixote family. Initially, Doflamingo was upset about the severed artificial fruit trade, but since Kaido was guarding Wano, he did not dare say much. After all, that was Kaido of the 4 emperors. Even he, Joker, was filled with deep wariness. However, not long after news arrived from Marine headquarters that Kaido of the 4 emperors had been captured by them, he was stunned at that moment. Then Doflamingo burst out laughing with his signature fufufu. This was exactly an opportunity to find out why Kaido of the 4 emperors had stopped trading Smile Devil fruits. Because Doflamingo gave Baby 5 and the others their confidence, they dared to appear on Onigashima. I will give your young master an explanation. After that, Lin Qi and King appeared before Baby 5. In addition, Lin Qi walked to Baby 5. Gently held her face and said softly and gently, Baby 5, I need you. Lin Qi's voice was not loud, but every word entered Baby 5's mind like magic, stirring up turbulent thoughts. In a short moment, Baby 5 was completely conquered. Her face flushed as she whispered to herself, I'm needed. I'm needed. Being needed was the meaning of Baby 5's existence. When she heard Lin Qi say he needed her, her emotional defenses finally broke down. Yes, you are needed. Lin Qi gently took the cigarette from Baby 5's mouth and said with tender charm, Baby 5, marry me and be my woman. Ah, how embarrassing. I've been proposed to. Baby 5 was completely overwhelmed, nodding again and again. At that moment, Lin Qi's demon system rang and another name was added to his list of concubines. Ding! Host has successfully taken Baby 5 as a concubine, gaining 1 year of lifespan. Demon Body 1, current progress 410. When complete, the demon body will be unlocked, able to contain 1 devil fruit. Lin Qi's demon body could contain a devil fruit, which meant Lin Qi could become a user of multiple devil fruits. It was only that the conditions were too demanding. Lin Qi certainly understood what demon body progress 410 meant. He had so far taken only 4 women as concubines. Yamato, Kazuki, Hiyori, Ultai, and now Baby 5. Lin Qi had now understood the system's principles. Unlocking the demon body was only a matter of time, and the thought alone excited him. Lin Qi had just come by a naive and voluptuous beauty Baby 5 without spending a thing. Of course, who would miss out on such a windfall as a pie dropping from heaven? Unquestionably, Baby 5 was that pie. A windfall, pure and simple. After preparing everything, Lin Qi set off for Dressrosa, accompanied by the 3 beauties Yamato, Ultai, and Baby 5. As for Buffalo, a mere lackey, Lin Qi naturally kicked him aside. 1 man on the pirate ship was enough. Lin Qi. We're setting out. Yamato excitedly boarded the ship. Set sail? On to Dressrosa. Meanwhile, in the New World, the news of the capture of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, spread to every corner. Many pirates watched to see how the other 3 emperors would react, knowing that the balance of power at sea, once disturbed, would surely stir up monstrous waves. Pops Kaido of the 4 emperors has been captured by the navy. Gururura. That brat Kaido still up to his old antics, is he? Gururura. Whitebeard took a gulp of sake and laughed. But this Fire Fist ace is far more interesting. Gururura. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, fixed his gaze on the wanted poster of the supernova Fire Fist ace. Port Gas D. Ace, huh? Gururura. Over in the territory of Big Mom in Tato Land, Charlotte Lin cackled with glee, showing no concern whatsoever about Kaido's imprisonment. Kaido. He's tough. On a certain isolated island, the Red Hair Pirates held a 3-day, 3-night banquet. Captain, maybe you've had enough. A stout man gnawing on a chicken leg said to Shanks with a grin. Help me up, I haven't fallen yet. Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, spat out a mouthful of sake and continued speaking to his crew. Captain, we've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? Good news, of course. The good news is that Kaido has been arrested by the Navy HQ. Should we try to absorb his forces? And the bad news? Shanks asked further. The bad news is that Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Supernova Spade Pirates, has tracked us down and is demanding to see you, Captain. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Shanks' eyes, and his men fell silent instantly. Fire Fist Ace, huh? The name sounded somewhat familiar to Shanks. It was that recent supernova who had defeated a warlord of the sea. Before long, Fire Fist Ace appeared uninvited before Shanks. Instantly, the Red Hair Pirates were poised for action, ready for anything. Are you here for a fight? Shanks asked coldly, assuming Ace, like other pirates, had come to challenge them. Realizing the misunderstanding, Ace quickly waved his hands and said, I'm here to thank you on behalf of Luffy. The moment they heard Luffy's name, the Red Hair Pirates recalled that mischievous kid who ate the gum-gum fruit. The tension broke and hearty laughter echoed from the crew. So you're Luffy's brother, Ace. A friend from afar brings joy. Let the party continue. Beneath the calm sea, turbulent currents churn. At impelled down the underwater great prison, a burly man sat cross-legged in a cell. His beard, like 2 dragons' whiskers, trailed all the way to the ground. Worororo. Even in prison I can't give up my drink, Worororo. Kaido laughed heartily, but the sake in his gourd was empty. The outside world believed Kaido was captured by the Navy, but in truth he had entered impelled down willingly. Although the sea stone cuffs suppressed his abilities, Kaido effortlessly opened them, employing some unknown trick. He moved as if through an empty land. Deputy Warden Hannibal exclaimed to Warden Magellan, who was in the restroom. Kaido has escaped. Through the sky. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Magellan rushed out, but it was too late. Kaido had transformed into a dragon and soared into the heavens. Magellan and his men could only watch helplessly as the Emperor fled across the sky. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Lin Qi, Yamato and their group arrived in this new kingdom. Dressrosa was a land where toys and humans coexisted, presenting a first impression of bustling prosperity. On Dressrosa's grand screen, the battles in the Corrida Coliseum were broadcast. The prize was a devil fruit, seemingly of the Paramecia type. Even so, Lin Qi couldn't help but marvel at Doflamingo's vast wealth, casually offering devil fruits as rewards. Lin Qi had little interest in the arena's brutal fights, knowing it attracted pirates and marines alike, and also concealed the dark secrets of this very kingdom. This was a land of passion and love where toys and humans coexisted. Dressrosa was renowned for three things: its cuisine, its beauties, and its toy people. As soon as Yamato Ultai and the others set foot in Dressrosa, they were greeted by the sight of abundant food and the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Yamato immediately followed the scent. Everyone's hungry, let's eat first. Lin Qi decided not to rush business with Doflamingo, opting instead to first savor the delights of Dressrosa. Soon they entered a tavern. The waiters were toy people incredibly enthusiastic. Good sirs and madams, may I recommend our specialty Dressrosa king prawns along with our delicious seafood fried rice and chilled watermelon soup. We'll have one of everything. Bring it all. Yamato and Ultai, the two foodies, had eyes only for the menu, nearly drooling as they looked. Bring out your finest dishes. Lin Qi, of course, indulged them, instructing the waiter to bring out everything the tavern had to offer. Right away, the toy waiter nodded and hurried off to the kitchen with the order. Dishes were laid out one after another. Yamato and Ultai, both Zoan-type devil fruit users, devoured the food as if in a race, quickly clearing half the tavern's stock. The tavern was a hub of food and entertainment. After a hearty meal, Lin Qi and Yamato's group strolled down Lover's Street, where the air was thick with romance, and couples flaunted their affection. Lin Qi wasn't envious of these couples. On the contrary, he was the one to be envied, accompanied as he was by three great beauties: Yamato, Ultai, and Baby Five. Baby Five was a subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo, and had lived in Dressrosa since his takeover of the kingdom. It was all mundane to her, but upon hearing that Yamato and the others needed her, she happily took on the role of their guide. Lin Qi watched as the girls got lost in a whirlwind of shopping and eating, leaving him behind. At that moment, Lin Qi was pulled into a dance hall by two uniquely dressed toy people. The air was filled with romance, elegant dances, and tireless beauties twirling in their dresses. Sir, may I have this dance? It's Violet-sama. Exclamations rippled through the crowd as Violet, her long black hair waving like ocean waves, radiated charm. With a rose between her lips, she extended an inviting gesture to Lin Qi. Dressed in a striking flamenco outfit, she exuded extraordinary grace. Her alluring figure instantly became the centerpiece of the establishment. Faced with such an invitation from a beauty like Violet, how could Lin Qi possibly refuse? Instead, he acted with even more boldness, taking the lead. He wrapped an arm around Violet's waist and declared, "I shall be your knight." At the sight of Lynch falling under her spell, an involuntary smile tugged at the corner of Violet's lips. She was utterly confident in her beauty. Seeing Lynch captured by her melodious romantic piano notes drifted through the air as a perfume laden with provocative pheromones swept over. Setting this atmosphere, it was practically a man's paradise. Watching Lynch gradually sink in worship beneath her rose-colored skirt, Violet brought her fingers into a circular O shape and held it before Lynch's eyes. "Let me see your true heart," Violet said, still gentle, yet seductive, her swaying body as electric as a current, releasing an irresistible magnetic charm. Lynch wrapped an arm around Violet's waist and said with a smile exuding masculine magnetism, "My beautiful lady, my devotion to you is witnessed by heaven and earth, as loyal as your knight." The greatest hunter always appears as the greatest prey. Violet thought Lynch had fallen and was already as good as trapped in her net, unaware that she herself had become someone else's prey. Violet was a devil fruit user who had eaten the Glareglance fruit. At that moment, she activated its ability against Lynch. The Glareglance fruit could see through a person's thoughts for an entire day and expose every lie. Lynch did not stop Violet from using her Glareglance fruit ability on him. Before long, Violet used the Glareglance fruit's power to probe into Lynch's spiritual sense. "I met Violet on the very first day. She was beautiful and lovely, and she would make a fine wife. I accepted Violet's invitation. I held her waist so soft and slender. I married Violet. The meaning of life is to be with the one you love. If love were placed before me, and if it had a time limit, I would wish it to be 10,000 years. Through the Glareglance fruit, Violet saw that all the images in Lynch's mind were about her. Meeting, knowing, falling in love, and even marriage and children. This caught Violet completely off guard. Drifting through that marvelous spiritual sense meant she was also receiving those spiritual thoughts. Now, as if she had experienced it herself, every scene of becoming Lynch's wife and marrying him and having his children was woven into her mind. When she thought of how her own fully exposed thoughts had been laid bare in Lynch's mind, her cheeks flushed red. "Oh my, this guy's mind actually runs that far." Violet could not help exclaiming, marveling at such true sincerity from Lynch. At that moment, she somewhat regretted using her Glareglance fruit ability. Little did she know all of this had been deliberately crafted by Lynch. He wanted to know how Violet would feel when, in that spiritual sense, she saw herself become another man's wife and be toyed with by another. Lynch watched Violet with a mischievous grin. This was the trap and weakness of the Glareglance fruit. Violet had instead been ensnared by her own ability. It was like sinking into a web of affection from which she could not free herself. A romantic atmosphere, floating perfume, a swirling glass of red wine, and Violet sinking ever deeper. Ding! Detected that Violet's affection for the host is rising. Ding! The host has activated the Demon Contract Lifespan mission. Taking Violet as a concubine grants a lifespan reward of 1 year. Ding! The system suggests the host make a move on Violet as soon as possible. The Demon Contract seemed even more excited than Lynch. Lynch looked at the system mission. It was naturally just as the system had said, and Lynch chose to complete it. Afterward, Lynch took Violet to a room he had booked. This was the most ordinary act on Dressrosa's Lover's Street. Next, Lynch began his conquest of Violet. Meanwhile, at the Colosseum in Dressrosa, it was in a wild uproar. Yamato charged to the front, becoming the dark horse of the Colosseum. Who was this person? Too strong. Yamato had always been in Wano, so naturally there was no wanted poster for Yamato in the outside world. But suddenly such a formidable opponent had appeared in the Colosseum. At this unheard of challenger, the Colosseum announcer's voice rose even louder. "My name is Yamato," Yamato said to the crowd. Yamato would never miss such an entertaining place as the Colosseum. So she signed up. It wasn't because she was interested in the prize devil fruit, she simply wanted to have fun. In another battle zone, Ultai likewise surged with an aura no weaker than Yamato's. Ultai transformed into a Pachycephalosaurus in the Colosseum and wreathed in armament Haki knocked Tank Lepunto, the man who had generated the most buzz in the arena recently, and a former captain of King Riku's army, down with a single headbutt. In the Colosseum, a man wearing half a helmet was shocked by the sight of Ultai. This announcer Gats knew how to stir up the atmosphere. In an instant he raised his voice and shouted, "This is Ultai, one of the Tobi Rappo under Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. With a bounty exceeding 400 million, she has eaten the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit of the Pachycephalosaurus. Now she has demonstrated such ferocious strength, defeating Tank Lepunto, a former army captain of King Riku, with a single blow. What astonishing power! What monstrous ability! Who will ultimately claim this unknown devil fruit? I am Violet, one of the Don Quixote family executives." Violet truthfully admitted that she was an executive of the Don Quixote family. This time she had indeed come to Lynch's side under the orders of Don Quixote da Flamingo. As an intelligence agent of the Don Quixote family, Violet planned to gather useful intelligence from Lynch. The moment Lynch and the others landed in Dressrosa, their identities as envoys sent by the Beast's pirates had already been grasped. Her original plan had been to seduce him with her beauty and then use her Glare-Glance fruit ability. Naturally, everything she wanted to know would be obtained. But Violet had underestimated Lynch. She had sacrificed her beauty and her body only to become another man's meal. It was tantamount to losing both her beauty and her body. Even so, Violet did not forget that she was a member of the Don Quixote family. Kaido unilaterally destroyed the weapons and smile fruit transaction. Doflamingo is very angry. Be a little cautious when negotiating with Doflamingo this time. Perhaps it was the conversation they had just shared that made Violet begin to care about Lynch. Lynch merely watched Violet quietly, then entered Doflamingo's palace with her. The royal palace of Dressrosa was resplendent. The Don Quixote family members were already waiting inside the palace. Fufufufu. A charming fufufu laugh resounded through the palace. Draped in a flamingo pink cape and wearing a pair of sunglasses, Doflamingo saw Violet bring Lynch in. Doflamingo started laughing. Fufufufu. I thought it would be King, one of the 3 calamities, or at least someone on the level of King the Wildfire. Isn't Kaido afraid I'll kill a tiny ant like you if he sends you over? Fufufufu. Exactly as the rumors described Doflamingo. Lin Qi encountered the flamingo-like Doflamingo, and that arrogant, overbearing face of his was simply begging for a beating. But when it comes to posturing, you're still an amateur. Lin Qi's tone shifted sharply, laced with clear hostility, and in the next instant both struck simultaneously, as if they had coordinated the move. Conqueror's Haki surged forth, flooding the palace with overwhelming pressure. With a thunderous boom, Doflamingo's kick met Lin Qi's slashing blade, as their Haki clashed violently. The air around them crackled with surging energy. Lin Qi showed no hesitation, summoning a more powerful black lightning that enveloped Doflamingo in an instant. Conqueror's Haki, is it? Fufufu, what kind of king do you aspire to become? The Pirate King. Fufufu. Having witnessed Lin Qi's royal potential, Doflamingo could not help but ask. With such formidable Haki, can you truly be just another lackey under the Beast Pirates? Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Lin Qi with newfound seriousness. Kaido commands countless powerful warriors. Now are we ready to negotiate? Lin Qi cast a cold glance at Doflamingo and spoke in a measured tone. Fufufufu. How interesting. Doflamingo chuckled, then turned to Lin Qi and said, do the Beast Pirates really intend to seize our arms and smile fruit trade? Those weapons and smile fruits are in such high demand underground. Nations are clamoring to buy them. Fufufu. Whether it's arms or smile artificial fruits, we offered Kaido the lowest prices. Lin Qi smiled and replied, I've heard rumors of many defective smile fruits being passed off as genuine. How do you explain that, Doflamingo? You don't actually plan to trade defective devil fruits with the Beast Pirates, do you? If Kaido finds out, the consequences would be severe, and I needn't elaborate further. Caesar's artificial devil fruits suffered from significant flaws. Roughly only 1 in 10 actually manifested its power. Caesar, indulging in a life of excess, had been passing off these defective fruits to cover his own waste. This explained why so many smile failures occurred during the Wano country experiment. Doflamingo was well aware of the situation, but chose to turn a blind eye to Caesar's shenanigans, as usual. But Kaido isn't here now. Watch your words. Fufufu. Doflamingo continued, speaking with his characteristic arrogance. However, concerning the defective devil fruit transactions, Lin Qi mentioned Doflamingo still summoned Caesar for questioning. Since the matter involved Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, even Doflamingo took it seriously. He had no desire to provoke such a powerful adversary. Like Doflamingo, Lin Qi understood that as long as neither party crossed the line, there remained room for negotiation. After Caesar entered, Doflamingo demanded an explanation. Caesar, what is the meaning of this? Most of the research funds had been squandered on Caesar's hedonistic lifestyle, which is precisely why he had traveled from the Punk Hazard Research Facility to Dressrosa, to secure more funding. Upon being questioned by Doflamingo, Caesar realized his scheme of passing off defective devil fruits and defrauding substantial funds had been exposed. But the money had already been spent, so Caesar quickly denied everything. This was all for research for science. Caesar would never act out of selfishness, Joker. Please believe me, Caesar said with feigned confidence. Everything he had done was solely for the sake of scientific research. Caesar, I find it hard to believe you'd be careless enough to steal from the four emperors' funds and dare to scheme against them directly. Doflamingo glanced at Caesar's earnest expression, then addressed Lin Qi. As you can see, this isn't Caesar's fault. When Kaido orders such massive quantities, some failures are inevitable. That's how scientific research works. Fufu, Doflamingo laughed. The solution lies in increasing the budget. Joker is absolutely right. Punk Hazard Research is desperately short on funding. For this genius's research, we need more money. The moment Doflamingo mentioned money, Caesar's excitement surged. He imagined heaps of belly raining down from the sky, landing in his hedonistic paradise. Caesar daydreamed of living lavishly surrounded by women. It was truly a blissful existence. But Lin Qi mercilessly shattered Caesar's fantasies. His attention was fixed on the palace screens where Yamato and Hitetsu had both advanced to the finals. Not a chance. Lin Qi flatly refused Caesar's request for increased research funding. I'll also be investigating where Kaido's research funds have gone over the years. Of course I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, Caesar. I've heard Vegapunk has developed genuine devil fruits. If you can achieve that, I might consider it. Vegapunk, the crystallization of wisdom 5 centuries ahead of humanity. Fufufu. This genius will surpass Vegapunk. What's one genuine devil fruit? If Vegapunk can accomplish it, there's nothing this genius can't achieve. The moment Lin Qi mentioned Caesar's rival Vegapunk, he spoke with unshakable conviction. With Wano country just opening its doors, the power of weapons, arms, and devil fruits remained essential. Truth existed only within range, and dignity was forged upon the blade's edge. Accumulating strength in this pirate world was imperative. However, Lin Qi had raised the stakes of his trade with Doflamingo. Genuine devil fruits were now the commodity. And this task inevitably fell to Caesar. Given the rivalry between Caesar and Vegapunk, nothing provoked Caesar's ambition more than Vegapunk's very existence. Some progress had been made, so Lin Qi pointed to Yamato and Hitetsu on the screen and told Doflamingo, those are my people. Doflamingo understood exactly what that meant. Fufufu. On the screen, Yamato and Hitetsu had reached the finals with an unknown devil fruit as the prize. The arena announcer shouted himself hoarse, raising his arm in excitement. The finalists are this year's Dark Horse Yamato, and Hitetsu, one of Kaido's 6 flying dragons, a Paramecia-type devil fruit, user wielding the ancient-type Pachycephalosaurus. I eagerly anticipate the finals between these two. In the arena, Yamato and Hitetsu stood poised at the center of the stage. Hitetsu broke the silence. We've fought countless times. I'm growing weary of it. Let's settle this meaningfully this time. Yamato nodded in agreement. Best of 3 rounds. Rock, paper, scissors. Let's decide the winner. The announcer Gats exclaimed with excitement. The two competitors are finally making their move to determine the winner. At the arena, the host Gaz's words faded, followed by a thunderous wave of applause that echoed through the air. As the host Gaz anticipated the impending clash between Yamato and Ultai, the tense atmosphere was driven to its peak. The next moment, Yamato and Ultai acted simultaneously, yet instead of fighting, they engaged in a bizarre contest, a game of rock, paper, scissors in the finals. The host was utterly astounded by this spectacle, never imagining the grand finale would be decided by a childish hand game. I win, Ultai. Ha ha. Yamato laughed, triumphantly clutching the devil fruit. Best of 3 rounds. Yamato had narrowly emerged victorious. Who'd want this lousy fruit anyway? Ultai muttered with a pout of reluctance, yet she graciously conceded the championship to Yamato. I hear this devil fruit could fetch several 100 million berries, Yamato mused. Don Quixote Doflamingo had originally dangled this fruit as bait to lure the arena's strongest fighters, never intending for it to actually be claimed. The arena was merely a labor production hub for the kingdom of Dressrosa. These young, powerful contestants were destined to be transformed into toy laborers by Don Quixote Doflamingo. This system was the only way to provide a ceaseless source of labor, ensuring the continued prosperity of the Dressrosa kingdom. Yamato and Ultai had been spared this fate because within the royal palace, Lin Qi and Doflamingo had already engaged in a game of high-stakes maneuvering. Doflamingo, we have no intention of interfering in Dressrosa's affairs, Lin Qi stated. But if you cross my bottom line, I won't hesitate to step in. Lin Qi stared at the screen, his voice frigid as he warned Doflamingo against any rash moves. Fufufu, Doflamingo burst into laughter. Is that a threat I hear? Consider it exactly that, Lin Qi admitted openly without a shred of pretense. Because you can't defeat me. If looks could kill, the murderous intent in Doflamingo's eyes would have slain Lin Qi 10,000 times over. Fufufu, how arrogant. Faced with this blatant threat, Doflamingo quickly regained his composure, letting out his signature eerie chuckle. Interesting. How interesting. Doflamingo smiled. Of course, he no longer harbored the initial disdain he'd held for Lin Qi, having once dismissed him as an insignificant insect. After their clash of conquerors, Haki, Lin Qi had decisively overpowered Doflamingo. Faced with Lin Qi's warnings and threats, Doflamingo had no choice but to fall in line. This was also due to the shadow of Kaido looming behind Lin Qi. Though Kaido had caused a spectacle at Marine headquarters, everyone knew the Navy was powerless against him. That man would inevitably return. Therefore conflict was not the path of the wise. Caesar, however, cared only about his research funding, indifferent to the quarrels between Doflamingo and Lin Qi. Creating a true devil fruit isn't difficult. I, a genius, have long mastered the lineage factor technology that Vegapunk wields. It's just that Vegapunk has the world government's funding. As for poor me, Caesar, my funds are severely lacking, Caesar pleaded with Lin Qi. He was in fact rather envious of Vegapunk's financial resources. He had now pledged his allegiance to the Yonko Kaido and Joker, and also the Yonko Big Mom. If he could convince them all to increase his research budget, Caesar could spend without limits. The thought filled Caesar with delight. He had no intention of giving up such a generous benefactor as Kaido. Though Lin Qi had refused Caesar's immediate funding request, he offered a glimmer of hope. If Caesar devoted himself to the study of the lineage factor for genuine devil fruits, Lin Qi would increase his investment. He was willing to take that risk. Looking at Caesar, Lin Qi recalled a matter of great importance: the failed devil fruit experiment Vegapunk had left behind at the Punk Hazard base. Others might regard it as a failure, especially since Vegapunk himself had declared it so. But Lin Qi, having been reborn, knew that this artificial devil fruit crafted from Kaido's lineage factor was in fact a true mythical Zoan fruit. It would eventually fall into the hands of the chosen one, Momonosuke. This artificial devil fruit was the fish fruit mythical Zoan model Azure Dragon, but in a pink form. The reason Vegapunk deemed it a failure was simply its different coloration. It had been discarded merely because its color differed from Kaido's Azure Dragon form. Since Lin Qi possessed this knowledge, he was determined to claim this fruit for himself. He absolutely could not leave it for Momonosuke. After concluding their business in Dressrosa, Lin Qi grabbed Caesar and took to the skies. Punk Hazard was not a great distance from Dressrosa. At their flying speed, Lin Qi and Caesar could reach their destination within half a day. Punk Hazard. As for Yamato and Ultai, who remained in Dressrosa, Lin Qi trusted that Doflamingo, if he were wise, would know exactly how to behave. Lin Qi harbored no worries on that front. The most pressing matter now was to secure Vegapunk's so-called failure, the fish fruit. Others knew not its true worth, but Lin Qi did. Boss, let me tell you, Punk Hazard is genuinely strapped for cash. We're on the brink of shutting down research. This investment of yours is a surefire deal. I, the genius, could create artificial devil fruits with absolute ease. Give me enough funds, and I could even recreate the tremor fruit of a powerhouse like Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. During the journey, Caesar continued to press his funding needs while also boasting of his own brilliance, even claiming superiority to Vegapunk. The speaker means no harm, but the listener takes it to heart. Could Caesar really create Whitebeard's tremor fruit? Lin Qi pondered. Perhaps it was indeed possible, given Caesar's past collaboration with Vegapunk and his status as a scientific genius. Although Caesar's current artificial devil fruits were mostly Zoan type and came with significant drawbacks. Nevertheless, Lin Qi wasn't betting everything on Caesar. Instead, he considered another possibility: finding a way to have Vegapunk create a tremor fruit. For now, though, Lin Qi's focus was on Vegapunk's defective creation. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Punk Hazard. Lin Qi asked directly, "Where's Vegapunk's failed fruit? Share that information and we can discuss funding." Caesar immediately caught his meaning and replied, "I've kept Vegapunk's failure in my possession as a testament to my own genius." Within moments, Caesar led Lin Qi to a remote hidden chamber. On a table lay a pink-striped artificial devil fruit, seemingly discarded without care. "If you wish, boss, I, Caesar, can craft you a perfect devil fruit," Caesar offered. Lin Qi's gaze was fixed on the fruit, his heart racing as he declared, "This devil fruit is the one I want. Vegapunk's failure." So this is the failed product of Vegapunk's experiment. Lin Qi held the artificial fish fruit in his hand. Without knowledge of the storyline, anyone would have been fooled by Vegapunk. It wasn't until the child of destiny Momonosuke stumbled upon it later that this fruit came into the world. But in this life, Momonosuke must die, so this devil fruit had to be taken no matter what. Lin Qi already possessed the mythical Zoan Chilan fruit. His demon form was currently 510 complete. To acquire a second devil fruit, he would need to unlock his demon form. Otherwise, he would suffer the same fate. The mortal body of a human cannot withstand the power of two demons and would inevitably explode. Unless one possessed a special constitution, in this world the only one with such a physique was the future Blackbeard. Just then Lin Qi noticed that his demon contract attribute panel displayed a new title: Demon Plunderer. Ding! Host has taken 55 concubines, achieving the title of Demon Plunderer. Requirements for the demon form talent met. Unlocking the passive Demon Plunder skill of the demon form. The Demon Plunder skill allows the user to seize another's devil fruit ability provided the target is unconscious or dead. Hiss! Lin Qi drew a sharp breath. The demon form actually possessed such a passive talent skill. Currently, Lin Qi had 5 women: Yamato, Ultai, Kazuki, Hiyori, Baby 5, and Violet. Together, they had just fulfilled the requirements for the passive achievement. This came as a surprise to Lin Qi. He had originally assumed that fully unlocking the demon form would require at least 5 more concubines. Therefore, Lin Qi had planned to find that fruit after unlocking his demon form to make it his second devil fruit. This Demon Plunder is a skill exclusive to the Yami Yami no Mi. Who would have thought I'd stumble upon the title of Demon Plunderer and gain this ability? This means that even without the Yami Yami no Mi, I can still plunder others' abilities. Jahaha. At that moment Lin Qi burst into laughter. Caesar standing nearby assumed Lin Qi was overjoyed at obtaining Vegapunk's failure. Cuckoo. Caesar joined Lin Qi in his laughter. If the boss was happy, securing research funding would be a much easier matter. Boss, what about our collaboration? I guarantee I can produce devil fruits and weapons of war even greater than Vegapunk's. Caesar said. After a long moment Lin Qi composed himself and stated, Caesar, you've done well this time. Lin Qi was of course praising Caesar for preserving the devil fruit intact. After securing the devil fruit, Lin Qi was in high spirits. He agreed to the collaboration with Caesar and increased his financial investment in the realm of devil fruit research. Subsequently, Caesar remained on Punk Hazard for his experiments while Lin Qi did not linger and headed straight back to Dressrosa. At the Colosseum, Yamato walked out with the devil fruit prize without any interference from Doflamingo. I don't know what ability this devil fruit grants, but it's worth several 100 million berries. Yamato, Altai, and the others were already devil fruit users and had no need to eat it. But if sold it would fetch hundreds of millions of berries, instantly making them wealthy. Yamato was contemplating how to sell the devil fruit, when as they were discussing it a fairy appeared. Oh no, the devil fruit prize has been stolen. Yamato's observation, Haki immediately detected the theft. Could it truly be the legendary fairy clan of Dressrosa? The fairy clan was a celebrated legend throughout the streets of Dressrosa. Yamato and the others had heard of it. The mysterious disappearance of objects in Dressrosa was attributed to the fairy clan's legend, and the people had grown accustomed to it. Yamato never expected it to happen to them. This was a devil fruit worth hundreds of millions. Yamato and Altai gave chase to the fairy. Quickly Yamato transformed into her Okuchi no Makami form and caught up with the legendary fairy in an instant. Upon closer look, the full visage of the fairy legend was revealed. It was a Tontata. Huff. The tiny Tontata was only the size of a human's palm, wearing a crown-shaped hat atop its head and a pair of goggles on its forehead. The small person bore a resemblance to a swift scout. Seemingly cornered, the little one stopped, turned around, and brought the prized devil fruit up to its hands. Before Yamato and Altai could react, the Tontata took a huge bite out of the devil fruit. Tui. Tastes like crap, absolutely awful. The Tontata Leo spat a few times, and then tossed the devil fruit back to Yamato. Here, take it back. It's disgusting. Leo said disdainfully. Yamato's dream of instant wealth shattered. Once a devil fruit is bitten, the soul within it attaches to the host, meaning it had lost all its value. Altai curiously observed Leo a Tontata. It's so adorable. The Tontata Leo had learned from humans that eating a devil fruit grants a certain power at the cost of becoming unable to swim. But Leo, desperate for strength, decided to take the risk. My name is Leo, a warrior of the Tontata Kingdom. I need the power of this devil fruit to rescue our Princess Mancheri. What a troublesome princess. Leo continued, this devil fruit tasted like crap, but I can feel its power, the paramecia ability of the Stitch fruit. I'll repay this kindness. Yamato and Altai had long forgotten about the devil fruit. They were now far more intrigued by the Tontata of the Tontata Kingdom. Wow, a real Tontata. This is amazing. Yamato reverted to her original form and carefully cradled Leo in her hands. Who captured your princess? Yamato asked. Doflamingo, Leo said through gritted teeth. I will rescue Princess Mancheri no matter what. Where is your princess being held? You've seen how strong we are. We're champions of the Dressrosa Colosseum. We'll help you. Yamato promised. The Tontata of the Tontata Kingdom were too fascinating. Yamato decided to join Leo in rescuing Princess Mancheri. Dressrosa Royal Palace, Leo said. Just as the three were planning how to rescue Princess Mancheri of the Tontata Kingdom, suddenly snow began to fall from the sky. The snowflakes drifted gently as a pair of young sisters appeared before them. The elder sister, 17 or 18 years old, was remarkably mature with skin as white as snow and an air of refined elegance. She had flowing grass-green wavy hair, golden pupils, and wore a pair of thick-bottomed milk bottle glasses, giving her a somewhat clerical demeanor. Beside her was a younger sister wearing a single monocle over her left eye, draped in a red bear fur coat. These were Monet and Sugar. Sugar carried a basket filled with grapes as she approached Yamato and Altai, saying, Sister, would you like to buy some grapes? I've touched you. Hobby fruit activate. Sugar declared triumphantly as she activated her ability. There was no time to react. Yamato and Altai were transformed into toys by Sugar. As if performing a magic trick, Sugar now held in her hands a dinosaur-shaped toy and an Okuchi no Makami-shaped toy. Yuhi. Her elder sister Monet chuckled softly nearby. Anyone Sugar touches becomes a toy person. No one can escape such a fate. As she spoke, Leo too was engulfed by the massive snowfall controlled by Monet. At this moment, Monet had yet to be transformed by law into a snowbird-like form. Standing over 2 meters tall, she was extraordinarily elegant, a fair lotus in full bloom. Her younger sister Sugar had eaten the hobby fruit, which left her body forever frozen as a girl of 8 or 9. In a sense, the hobby fruit was a bugged existence. Anything it touched turned into a toy. This time Monet and her sister had come to retrieve a devil fruit. Of course, they never imagined that this act would plunge Dressrosa into crisis. Because devil fruits had one obvious weakness, Haki. Overwhelming Haki could strip away a devil fruit user's power. Yamato's Haki had been inherited from Kaido and the Oni clan. Through her training with Lin Qi, she had attained complete mastery over it, though still not quite matching Lin Qi's level. Even Altai had once been a great pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries. Before long, Yamato's released haki materialized almost like unfolding a domain, and black lightning ripped through the silence of the falling snow. Not good. Sugar. Sensing Yamato's threat, Monet transformed into wind and snow to pull Sugar away from the toy. She put some distance between them. Monet was a Logia user who had eaten the snow fruit, her strength, speed, and senses far surpassing those of normal people. Keen as she was, she immediately perceived the danger Sugar was in. Sugar's ability was the linchpin of Dressrosa's stability. If anything were to happen to Sugar, the very foundation of Dressrosa would be shaken. It would also entangle the Don Quixote family's more than 10 years of toil and struggle. This time they had been careless. As Sugar's bodyguard, Monet could not afford any misstep. Otherwise, young Master Doflamingo would absolutely not let her off. Are you two devil fruit users? Yamato, having escaped Sugar's power, stared at Sugar with a mixture of shock and awe. I ate the hobby fruit. It lets me turn everyone I touch into cute, fluffy toy people. Sugar answered, then continued to look at Yamato. Big sister, you're really amazing. You can undo my devil fruit ability. At that moment, Leo recalled something and shot another glance at Sugar's harmless, innocent-looking face. I heard there's an executive in Doflamingo's family who can turn everyone into toy people, he said. She's Sugar, Doflamingo's man. Leo was wildly agitated as he spoke. Although it was his first time seeing Sugar in the flesh, he had certainly heard plenty of legends about her. These toy people were originally humans turned into toys by Sugar's devil fruit ability. Hiss. As the secret of Dressrosa was exposed, Monet realized how dire the consequences would be. This was the dark side of Dressrosa. At the same time, Ultai also broke free from Sugar's devil fruit shackles, transforming into her hybrid beast form. Behind her emerged black, swirling flame clouds, the unmistakable sign of a Zoan awakening. Yamato and Ultai had both broken Sugar's power one after another, which plunged Sugar into deep doubt about her own ability. How dare you? How dare you turn me into a toy? Sugar had turned Ultai into a toy, and Ultai was genuinely enraged. I won't forgive you even if you're a child. Ultai, your fruit has awakened. Seeing Ultai's new transformation, Yamato was stunned. The awakening of an ancient Pachycephalosaurus was far more imperious and powerful than an ordinary Zoan awakening. The black flames swirling around Ultai looked awe-inspiring. Unlike Yamato, who fought for justice, the furious Ultai aimed her weapon at Monet and attacked. She slammed her club down onto the snow. A Logia user. After her strike, missed, Ultai immediately realized that Monet was a Logia-type devil fruit user. I ate the Logia snow fruit, the power to control snow. Monet frowned slightly. I can sense how strong you are. So please be buried in the snow. Monet pushed her power to the limit, commanding the wind and snow. In an instant, the warm, passionate Dressrosa saw its temperature plummet. As the icy gale struck, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Then massive snow engulfed Yamato, Ultai, and the others, piling up like a mountain and forming a colossal white tomb. Snow tomb. Logia devil fruits grant the ability to control nature, altering the surrounding environment. The weather over Dressrosa had been clear and cloudless for miles. In the blink of an eye, a sky full of snow appeared. Thunderbagwa. In a flash, Yamato broke out of Monet's snow tomb. Her speed, even greater than Monet could have imagined. Ultai was by no means inferior to Yamato. Relying on her awakened Pachycephalosaurus body, she tore through with raw, overwhelming force. Did you really think eating a Logia fruit would make you invincible? Ultai said with discontent as she emerged from the snow tomb. Monet entered her snow woman form, as if wearing a suit of snow-white armor revealing sharp, serrated fangs. Boom. When Yamato unleashed Thunderbagwa, the haki-wreathed force pierced directly through Monet's physical body. It was a lethal one-shot strike. Meanwhile, Ultai transformed into a giant dinosaur and stood before Sugar. The wild, beastly ferocity in her eyes made Sugar tremble with instinctive fear. Sugar's mentality was still that of an 8 or 9-year-old. Seeing the dinosaur monster Ultai had become, she stammered, "Don't come any closer. Naughty children get eaten." The moment she said that, Ultai bit towards Sugar, scaring the little girl straight into unconsciousness. At the highland of Dressrosa's royal palace. The Don Quixote family gathered at the royal palace highland. Executives like Pica, Treble, and Diamante were holding a family meeting. This is Monet's doing. A piercing, harsh voice cut through the air, sounding exactly like a duck's quack. It was Pica, the executive of the Don Quixote family, who had spoken. Suddenly, a soldier couldn't hold back his laughter at Pica's voice. Doflamingo's face darkened like iron. Don't mock my family. Doflamingo manipulated his 5-color threads, controlling them like puppets to slaughter each other. The Don Quixote executives watched, indifferent as water. Something's happened to Monet. Not good, Daffy. Sugar and Monet are together. Treble, one of the executives, said anxiously, his snot nearly touching Doflamingo in his panic. Daffy, I should never have let Monet and Sugar go together. Will Sugar be all right? Will Sugar be all right? Pull back your snot first. Doflamingo soothed Treble. A heavy snow from Monet had already made the situation clear, and of course Doflamingo knew it. After all, they had made such a scene. This is the Dressrosa kingdom, the territory of the Don Quixote family. No one can make a fuss here. Lao Ji. The old man Lao Ji struck a pose and said with absolute seriousness, "Oh dear, my old back problem is flaring up again. Old man, be careful. Your bones are about to fall apart." Dellinger of the Fighting Fish tribe said, watching Lao Ji, who had thrown out his back and was nearly collapsing. But I agree with the old man. I'll go right now and bring back those who dare oppose the Don Quixote family. Fufufufu. Doflamingo chuckled and said to all the executives, "You are my most trusted family. You are the family I trust with my life," Doflamingo said, valuing his Don Quixote subordinates above all else. At that moment, a devastating piece of news reached his ears. Sugar had lost consciousness. All across Dressrosa, toys were reverting to their original human forms, throwing the island into utter chaos. Among the former toys were pirates, marines, and people from all walks of life, even animals. This upheaval plunged the once peaceful kingdom of Dressrosa into open revolt, as King Doflamingo immediately dispatched his elite officers to quell the uprising. "Doflamingo, you dared to turn me into a toy and force me to slave away underground day and night. I'll kill you." "That damn Doflamingo. My memories have returned. I remember everything now. It was Doflamingo who turned us into toys. Doflamingo doesn't deserve to be our king." Once the toys of Dressrosa became human again, their erased memories resurfaced, and they recalled every injustice they had suffered under his tyranny. Huge news, boss. Dressrosa is in chaos. In an instant, popular fury swept through the kingdom, and the ones responsible for igniting it all were Yamato and Ultai. By accidentally frightening Sugar into unconsciousness, they had triggered the current turmoil engulfing Dressrosa. Burning with rage, Doflamingo rode the clouds toward the snowfall Monet had unleashed. "You bastards." Doflamingo cursed furiously as he appeared in midair. It's King Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family executives. The citizens of Dressrosa cheered at the sight of the Don Quixote officers. Doflamingo now hovered directly above Yamato and the others. "That's Doflamingo." Leo recognized him at once by his flamingo coat. "Young master." The injured Monet looked up at Doflamingo, her eyes filled with remorse. The unconscious Sugar had been bound by Leo's newly awakened so-so fruit ability, leaving the two of them unable to move. Doflamingo glanced at Monet, deep disappointment darkening his expression. He strode over to Monet and said coldly, "You have disappointed me greatly, Monet. You couldn't even protect Sugar. Do you realize what this means? 10 years of our labor in Dressrosa have all been for nothing, Monet. So die." Doflamingo, utterly disgusted and furious with Monet, manipulated his 5-colored strings as he spoke. At that same moment, Ultai and Yamato clashed with each other. "Ultai, what are you doing? I can't control myself." In her awakened state, Ultai fought fiercely against Yamato's guardian deity form, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet Doflamingo had more than enough strength to spare. With the faintest twitch of his fingers, he forced Yamato and Ultai to tear each other apart. "Young master, forgive me." Monet apologized to Doflamingo and closed her eyes. Dying by his hand seemed an acceptable fate to her. Doflamingo manipulated his 5-colored strings as though everything lay within the palm of his hand. As punishment for Monet's failure, death was now her only path. Just then the sky began to churn, crackling with thunder and lightning as volatile as the furious citizens of Dressrosa. Boom! The lightning coalesced into a Qilin that charged at Doflamingo with the speed of a thunderbolt. "Thunder Qilin." Lin Qi's voice rang out as the Qilin slammed into Doflamingo, who leaped into the air and narrowly evaded the attack. "Phew. Doflamingo laughed mockingly. "Are you sure you want to interfere in Dressrosa? I'd rather not come to blows with Kaido. Don't push your luck, Lin Qi." "Doflamingo, I warned you not to touch my women. You've crossed the line." Lin Qi's gaze turned icy. Initially, he had truly planned to stay out of Dressrosa's affairs. But now he had no choice. Since Doflamingo had moved against his women, Lin Qi had no reservations about making an enemy of him. "Those two are your women. Phew. You certainly know how to enjoy life." Doflamingo sneered. "I could let you go, not out of fear for you, but because of the Kaido behind you. But those two must die, for they have broken the laws of my kingdom." Lin Qi chuckled derisively at Doflamingo. "I do hope you're still this cocky when this is over." A moment later, the two erupted into fierce combat. The collision of their conquerors' haki sent shockwaves rippling through the air, and within moments their battle had captured the attention of the entire kingdom. "Doffy, I'll help you." Pika's shrill voice rang out. As a user of the stone fruit, Pika could merge with every rock on Dressrosa. Soon a colossal stone giant towering into the clouds appeared across the island, its immense body seemingly fused with Dressrosa itself. Pika swung his enormous arm down toward Lin Qi. Lin Qi casually flicked his blade. Divine avoidance. A peerless sword aura wreathed in terrifying conqueror's haki hurtled toward Pika with unstoppable might. The sword aura swept across 30,000 miles. One strike of frost chilled 19 provinces. Even Pika merged within the stone trembled from the sheer, overwhelming power radiating from that single slash. As the blade descended, the stone giant was sliced into countless pieces by innumerable sword auras, and Pika himself was gravely wounded. Having dealt with the executive, Lin Qi turned to Doflamingo. "You cannot defeat me. Phew. You're awfully arrogant. Against you, one slash is all I need," Lin Qi said with contempt. "What arrogance?" Doflamingo was the underworld's heavenly Yaksha, Joker, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He had already awakened his devil fruit to its absolute limits. "One slash, you say? You must think far too little of me, Doflamingo. I am the evil of this world, and I will drag it all into the abyss." Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh. It was always he who looked down on others. Never had he imagined someone would look down on him today. "Today I'll show you the true power of an awakened devil fruit. Awakening affects even the very world around it." Phew. In an instant, Doflamingo unleashed his awakened ability, transforming the entire surroundings into 5-colored strings that shaped themselves into spears, all surging toward Lin Qi. This was the awakening of Doflamingo's string fruit, warping the environment itself. Under his control, the dazzling 5-colored strings relentlessly hunted Lin Qi. Lin Qi merely smiled, evading Doflamingo's attacks with effortless grace, as if mocking him. Is that all you've got? 16 holy bullets, God's judgment. Doflamingo's aura blazed ferociously as countless 5-colored strings converged into a massive spear. At last, Lin Qi moved, raising his blade and bringing it down. Descending 3 realms, Naraka. The clash between divine punishment and the summoning of Naraku surged to the heavens. The fierce shockwaves of their collision reverberated across the entire kingdom of Dressrosa. Daffy will never fail, because Daffy is the very embodiment of evil. Treble, clutching his cane, hunched over, took a deep slurp of his snot, his gaze fixed intently on the battle between Doflamingo and Lin Qi. 800 years ago, the Don Quixote family ascended to the holy land of Mary Geos as celestial dragons, and Doflamingo was a direct descendant of that bloodline. Later, when Doflamingo's father Homing renounced his status as a celestial dragon, Doflamingo experienced a drastic fall from paradise to hell. When Doflamingo awakened his conqueror's haki, the power of evil and the abyss, Treble and the others resolved from that moment to follow him. Therefore, Treble absolutely refused to believe that Doflamingo could lose. Amidst the turmoil in Dressrosa, a large portion of the Don Quixote family's forces had been dispatched to quell the uprisings. Diamante of the Pica army encountered the one-legged soldier Toy. Due to Sugar's unconsciousness, the soldier reverted to his human form. He was the renowned swordsman of Dressrosa, Kairos. Dressrosa had descended into a massive free-for-all, and the forces of the former King Riku III seized the opportunity to rise once more. Doflamingo's 5-color strings were incredibly tough, comparable to steel rebar, and could only be severed by the conqueror's haki-infused coating of a master. Ulti, having awakened her ancient zone ability of the Pachycephalosaurus, took considerable time to shake off the 5-color strings Doflamingo controlled, as he was too preoccupied to focus on her. At that moment, Dellinger, a half-fishman of the Fighting Fish tribe, and one of the Don Quixote family's officers, challenged Ulti, bearing his sharp fighting fish-like fangs. Ulti, fuming with a belly full of rage and nowhere to vent it, bit down hard on Dellinger. Her strength was now vastly superior to what it once was. In her eyes, Dellinger was nothing more than a mouse to be toyed with. Meanwhile, Yamato confronted Treble, the snot man of the sticky fruit. Leave this to me, Leo. Go rescue the Tontata princess. Yamato blocked Treble's attack and instructed Leo the dwarf to go and save Princess Mancherry. Who exactly are you people, and why did you take Sugar? Treble demanded, looking at Sugar, who was sewn up by Leo, a mix of anxiety and anger in his voice as he questioned Yamato. Look at the foolish things you've done to this country. Yamato, always driven by a sense of justice, decided to help them after hearing Leo's account of Doflamingo's atrocities. The reason the Don Quixote executives were so brazen was their unwavering belief in Doflamingo's invincibility. The next moment, however, was about to shatter that very confidence. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Lin Qi's Zanpakuto, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, pierced straight through Doflamingo's divine punishment in a single devastating strike. With a deafening crash, Doflamingo was sent crashing down from the sky to the ground, the razor-sharp blade energy raining down upon him like scattered flower petals, carving into his flesh and bone. In a fleeting moment, Doflamingo suffered thousands of cuts, his body covered in a dense network of wounds oozing fresh mingled blood. Despite his masterful control over the 5-color strings in the face of the overwhelming power of Conqueror's haki coating, Doflamingo was nothing more than a mere rookie compared to Luffy. A single blow from Lin Qi brought Doflamingo to the brink of death. He truly defeated the king of Dressrosa, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, with just one strike. Daffy. Treble, witnessing the supposed embodiment of evil being so easily defeated by Lin Qi, had disbelief etched across his face, unable to accept the reality before him. Even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the Beast Pirates, couldn't defeat Doflamingo so effortlessly. The opponent Treble faced, Yamato, was also overwhelming, making it hard for him to breathe. Just who were these monsters? They weren't even on any wanted posters. Yamato, wielding the power of Conqueror's haki coating and possessing the mythical Zoan ability of the great god Okuchi no Mikami, was more than a match for someone of Treble's level. With one move, Thunderbagwa, Treble, with his sticky fruit, had no escape. After dispelling the sticky fruit's effects, a gaunt-looking man appeared before them. Do you realize what you've done? You've provoked the forces behind Doflamingo. He is a warlord of the sea under the protection of the world government. And he is the Joker of the underworld, backed by none other than Kaido of the 4 emperors. Seeing the Don Quixote family's defeat was inevitable, Treble invoked the might of the Marines and Kaido. The true power behind Doflamingo. I am Yamato, Kaido's daughter. Yamato cut off Treble's delusions simply and directly. Kaido's daughter. Treble's face turned ashen with shock. This woman before him was the daughter of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. No wonder she possessed such haki and power. If she was Kaido's daughter, then everything made sense. Wait, didn't that mean Doflamingo's support from Kaido had just crumbled? Treble's face sank into the pallor of despair. Doflamingo coughed up large amounts of blood. His sword wounds had reached his internal organs. He was clinging to life using the stitching ability of his 5-color strings to hold himself together, barely maintaining a thread of vitality. Turning, Lin Qi stood before Doflamingo. He raised his Zanpakuto. This was a cruel world of pirates. The victor becomes king, the vanquished becomes the outlaw. Fufu. I accept my defeat at your hands now. If you wish to rule this sea, you will have to face the 4 emperors who dominated, and the revolutionary army lurking in the shadows. Amidst all these contenders for power, what kind of king will you be? To become the pirate king? Fufu to dominate this sea, only the marines standing on the side of justice will remain afloat. You will all sink to the bottom. Doflamingo, now defeated at Lin Qi's hands, was like meat on the chopping block. Yet even in the face of death, he remained fearless, displaying the temperament of a true warlord. The victor is king, the vanquished is the outlaw. Such is the brutal reality of pirate battles. Lin Qi said calmly, I have no interest in ruling, nor do I care about becoming the pirate king. It seems you're prepared for your end. Doflamingo was stunned, then a surge of fury welled up within him. What nonsense are you talking? You possess such haki and strength, yet you don't desire to be a king. You don't covet wealth, fame, or power. Then what exactly are you interested in? Doflamingo, having been defeated by Lin Qi, had considered him a candidate for pirate king. But to his surprise, Lin Qi showed no interest in any of it. Doflamingo was baffled. He felt a deep sense of unwillingness at having lost to such a man. Of course, Lin Qi didn't waste more words with Doflamingo. He raised his Zanpakuto, preparing to deliver the final blow. Young master. As Lin Qi's sword descended, it struck not flesh, but a flurry of snowflakes. Monet, disregarding her own injuries, shielded Doflamingo. As a Logia user of the snow fruit, Leo's stitch fruit, was naturally unable to hold her captive. Despite her severe wounds, and despite the fact that Doflamingo had once tried to have her killed, she didn't hesitate to take the blow meant for him. Lin Qi looked at Monet, her grass-green hair reaching her waist. A system notification suddenly chimed. Ding. Demon system quest, take Monet as your concubine. Ding. Reward 1 year of lifespan. Lin Qi fell into a brief silence upon hearing the system's quest. He truly had no interest in dominating the seas or becoming the pirate king, but he was very interested in extending his lifespan. His lifespan was now extended to 5 years. But what about after 5 years? At the thought of this, Lin Qi made up his mind and declared, Doflamingo, I happen to be in need of a secretary. Since Monet has pleaded for your life, I can spare you. I have no interest in this sea, but I am very interested in women. Lin Qi made no attempt to hide his desires. He lifted Monet's chin. Monet, become my woman. Doflamingo's defeat was already sealed. Though he had developed the string fruit to its utmost limits, even attaining the level of devil fruit awakening. Yet Doflamingo's power only reached the threshold of Luffy's Gear 4th, which was a world apart from Lin Qi, whose strength stood at the level of the Yonko Kaido. Even Doflamingo's ultimate technique, 16 Holy Bullets God's Judgment, was utterly unimpressive before Lin Qi's swordsmanship. A single swing of Lin Qi's sword was enough to gravely wound Doflamingo. The power of haki reigns supreme over devil fruit abilities. Only haki holds the key to determining victory between the mighty. Among pirates, the victor seizes everything. Monet had no choice of her own. Doflamingo had shown great kindness to the Monet sisters, and now she could only repay that debt with her life. To save Doflamingo, Monet would have to sacrifice herself and become that man's woman. Perhaps only then would he spare Doflamingo. Fufu. Seeing a chance to live, Doflamingo turned to Monet and said, Monet, now is the time for you to repay your debt. Yes, young master. Monet had no room for choice. Gritting her teeth, she said to Lin Qi, Monet is willing to follow you, my lord. Lin Qi nodded in satisfaction. Doflamingo, you have finally made a wise choice. He sheathed his Zanpakuto and cast an approving glance at Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo was an overlord in his own right. How could a man of his cunning fail to read Lin Qi's mind? Thereupon, seizing the chance to curry favor, he went with the tide and offered Monet up. Doflamingo, I may spare your life, but you will not continue to be the king of Dressrosa. The throne of Dressrosa shall instead go to Princess Violet. With the unrest in Dressrosa and Doflamingo's hidden dark side laid bare, voices denouncing him now arose from every corner. Thus Lin Qi thought of an ideal candidate, Princess Violet. As he spoke, Lin Qi looked toward the corner where Violet was. Violet had been using the clairvoyance of her Glairglint fruit to watch the battle between Lin Qi and Doflamingo all along. I beg you, overthrow Doflamingo's rule. I would pay whatever price you demand. You fool. Even if you had not begged, I would have done it anyway. The moment Lin Qi returned to Dressrosa from Caesar's side, Violet had been waiting for him on the island. Violet had staked all her hopes on Lin Qi. Violet's Glairglint fruit ability made her most familiar with Lin Qi's movements. Later, when chaos erupted in Dressrosa and Doflamingo moved against Yamato and Ultai, Lin Qi could no longer stand idly by. Thus, even if Princess Violet had not implored him, Lin Qi would still have called Doflamingo to account. The last thing Doflamingo should have done was to lay a hand on Yamato and Ultai. Lin Qi had chosen Violet to become the king of the Dressrosa kingdom, and as the defeated party, Doflamingo had no room for negotiation. As Lin Qi's words fell, Violet appeared before him, deeply moved. He had truly defeated Doflamingo. The victor reigns, the vanquished bows. Such is the natural order. The victor seizes everything, the vanquished loses everything. History has always been so. Doflamingo, showing no attachment to his throne of the Dressrosa kingdom, declared, I will abdicate the throne to Violet. The Don Quixote family will withdraw from Dressrosa. Doflamingo's defeat quickly spread across Dressrosa, and the truth of that night 6 years ago was unveiled. Through a broadcast, Doflamingo announced his abdication, with Princess Violet, daughter of Riku III, succeeding to the throne of Dressrosa. The Don Quixote family had formally withdrawn from Dressrosa. It's wonderful that Riku III's daughter is succeeding to the throne. No more being made into Doflamingo's toys, working day and night underground. The truth of 6 years ago was all Doflamingo's doing. So he was the mastermind behind the whole affair. The peaceful transfer of power between the Don Quixote family and the Riku clan was all thanks to Lin Qi. The former King Riku III, gazing upon his daughter ascending the throne of the Dressrosa kingdom and clearing his name, was overcome with tears streaming down his aged face. I have finally fulfilled my long-cherished wish and can retire in peace. Dressed as a swordsman, the former King Riku III watched the broadcast of Doflamingo's abdication in the Colosseum. He slowly let out a breath, his aged face streaked with tears. Meanwhile, the dwarves of Dressrosa were also liberated, with Leo rescuing Mancheri, the princess of the Tontata kingdom. Mancheri, a user of the heal fruit, was healing the soldiers wounded in this conflict. Grandpa Mao of the Tontata kingdom led a group of dwarves out to celebrate Princess Violet's coronation. In the royal palace. How adorable. Ultai held Princess Mancheri in her palms, as entranced, as if she had obtained her favorite figurine, unable to let go. It was plain to see that Ultai adored the dwarves, even displaying her tsundere side before Princess Mancheri of the little folk. Ultai could not resist giving Princess Mancheri a few more gentle pinches. Mancheri said indignantly, "Stop pinching me, you big woman. All this poking and prodding is getting in the way of my healing. So cute, I still want to pinch her." Even so, Ultai tilted her slightly flushed face, still gazing at Princess Mancheri with infatuation. What enchanting little folk. Though Yamato was not as infatuated with the dwarves as Ultai, she could not help but marvel at their wonder. The Don Quixote family's departure from the stage of Dressrosa, with Violet taking the throne as king, could be regarded as a perfect ending for the Dressrosa kingdom. At this moment, Doflamingo proactively sought an audience with Lin Qi. Leading the Don Quixote family before him, Doflamingo knelt at Lin Qi's feet and said, "The Don Quixote family is willing to become Lord Lin Qi's subordinates." "Doflamingo, what are you doing?" Lin Qi could never have imagined that a man of Doflamingo's towering ambition would kneel before him and pledge his allegiance. This ran completely contrary to Doflamingo's style. "I told you I have no interest in pirate make-believe, nor do I have any intention of becoming the pirate king." So spoke Lin Qi. Though Doflamingo's strength was by no means trivial, having him under one's command would indeed be a boon. However, Lin Qi had just fought Doflamingo and compelled him to abdicate the throne to Violet. Doflamingo certainly regarded himself as Lin Qi's enemy. Were it not for Monet and the system's mission, Lin Qi would have eradicated Doflamingo root and branch. "I know your goal, my lord, lies not upon the great seas, but upon the throne of this very world. Doflamingo pondered long and hard before I could see through your mind and realize the grandeur of your vision. Fufu. Otherwise, Lord Lin Qi would not possess such formidable hockey power that even surpasses the Yonko. Therefore, Doflamingo am willing to follow Lord Lin Qi to become the master of this world, dragging those celestial dragons of Holy Land, Mary Geos, off their pedestals and seizing the throne of the gods." Lin Qi was caught between laughter and tears. He truly had no such grandiose dream. Yet Doflamingo had already reserved the throne of the world's sovereign for him. The man who would become the master of the world, the one who would seize the throne of the gods. This was the final conclusion Doflamingo reached. As the embodiment of evil, his ultimate goal was to destroy the rule of the celestial dragons. Lin Qi possessed the qualities of a king, and he regarded the title of Pirate King as light as a feather. The great treasure that countless pirates pursued meant nothing to him. Thus Doflamingo boldly put forth his speculation about Lin Qi's grand ambition to become the master of the world and seize the throne of the gods. It was truly a wake-up call. Perhaps Lin Qi was the true evil. Therefore, Doflamingo led the Don Quixote family to willingly pledge their allegiance to Lin Qi. Meanwhile, Lin Qi could never have imagined such an outcome. However, he was more than welcoming of the Don Quixote family's forces joining him. In the world of pirates, power reigns supreme, and the strong devour the weak. Such is the law of the sea. Moreover, Doflamingo was a warlord of the sea, a position that held considerable significance with the world government. Lin Qi neither rejected Doflamingo nor denied his intention to become the master of the world and seize the throne of the gods. Lin Qi glanced at Doflamingo and his men and said, "Doflamingo, since you are all willing to follow me, then prove your loyalty. Lin Qi will not treat you unfairly." "Yes, Lord Lin Qi. From this day forward, the Don Quixote family shall follow Lord Lin Qi. Please accept our loyalty, Lord Lin Qi. Don Quixote happen to have something that I believe you will like. Allow me to present it to you now." With that, Doflamingo ordered his subordinates to lead Lin Qi to a room within the Dressrosa palace. After Lin Qi entered, Doflamingo and his men closed the door. A faint fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Lin Qi followed the scent, and the vast room was filled with an alluring atmosphere. As Lin Qi slowly parted the curtains, a graceful, slender figure pressed against him. "Master, let Monet serve you tonight." Monet was beautifully dressed, her grass-green hair cascading to her waist, her fair skin as white as snow, its smoothness carrying a hint of coolness. "I happen to be tired as well. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Monet." A night of spring breeze passed, the beauty as pure and enchanting as snow in a painting, always intoxicating to behold. Lin Qi marveled that Doflamingo was truly a clever man worthy of being a warlord skilled in discerning the hearts of others. On a certain stretch of sea, a riot has broken out in Dressrosa. The cause is unknown. Vice Admiral Tsuru Dressrosa requests military support. Dressrosa, isn't that Doflamingo's country? This is why I oppose the warlord system. Warlords usurp nations while Marine Headquarters does nothing, even assisting these pirates instead. Vice Admiral Tsuru of Marine Headquarters spoke with a tone of resentment. She had pursued Doflamingo for the better part of her life, only to see him become a warlord of the sea and ally with the world government. From then on, Marine Headquarters could only turn a blind eye to Doflamingo's actions. Although Tsuru was dissatisfied with Doflamingo, the Kingdom of Dressrosa was a member state of the world government. A riot there meant Marine Headquarters was duty-bound to send troops to assist the king. Once Marine Headquarters received the news, it dispatched Vice Admiral Tsuru and her crew to Dressrosa. Set course for Dressrosa, Vice Admiral Tsuru ordered. But on the way, a great upheaval struck the world. The seas churned violently, and the sky appeared to be pierced by a colossal hole. A massive azure dragon coiled menacingly in the sky. Vice Admiral Tsuru, that's Kaido of the Four Emperors. Kaido has escaped from Impel Down and is blocking our path. It's bad. Kaido is about to attack. Our ship will capsize. Don't panic. Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly calmed the Marines. The appearance of Kaido of the Four Emperors made the chief strategist frown. It seems Kaido doesn't want Marine Headquarters to interfere with Dressrosa. We'll retreat for now. Vice Admiral Tsuru analyzed calmly. Against Kaido, the strongest creature, even she stood virtually no chance. Moreover, it was an aerial battle. Faced with Kaido's obstruction, Tsuru had no choice but to abandon the plan to go to Dressrosa. Back in Dressrosa, Lin Qi lingered in Dressrosa for several days, living a shameless life of pleasure and indulgence. Yamato, Ulti, Monet, Violet, and Baby, 5. Each was unique in their own way. Lin Qi checked his demon contract system. Demon contract system. Host Lin Qi. Physique, demon body progress, 710. Upon unlocking the demon body, the host will gain a constitution compatible with devil fruits. Demon body passive. Demon plunder. After defeating an opponent and rendering them unconscious, the host can use the passive to plunder their devil fruit ability. Hockey SS grade conquerors. Hockey SS grade armament. Hockey SS grade observation. Hockey. Devil fruit. Mythical Zoan. Qilin fruit. Talent S grade unparalleled comprehension. Zuowangdo talent 10,000-fold return. Swordmanship and martial arts SS grade. Remaining lifespan of host 7.5 years. Incomplete system mission. Travel to the Kingdom of Alabasta and take the Devil's Child Nico Robin as a concubine. Mission reward 3 years of lifespan. Ding. Host, please complete the system mission as soon as possible. Lin Qi cared most about his lifespan. Having more than 7 years remaining finally put his mind at ease. The Nico Robin mission. I need to complete it soon. I still don't know if the system mission has a time limit or how long I have to finish it. Lin Qi thought to himself that he should complete the system mission as soon as possible and make a trip to the Kingdom of Alabasta. But before that, he had another plan. That was to first visit Skypiea. I wonder if Demon Plunder can take Enel's Goro Goro no Mi. But it's worth a try. Lin Qi had long coveted the devil fruit above the sky. Until the Yami Yami no Mi was found, the Goro Goro no Mi was also an excellent choice. Lin Qi's plans for the coming days were set. First, complete the system mission. Second, hunt for devil fruits in Skypiea. Lin Qi's pirate creed was take what you desire and protect what you hold dear. This was the pirate world of the survival of the fittest, where power was everything. After a spirited battle with Yamato Ulti and the others, Lin Qi revealed his plan to head to Skypiea. Skypiea truly exists in this world. A look of anticipation shone in Yamato's eyes. Skypiea was real. Lin Qi's words brooked no doubt. Upon hearing that Lin Qi was going to Skypiea, Yamato was brimming with enthusiasm. Although Ulti, Monet, Baby, 50 and Violet were also interested in Skypiea, the journey there was extremely perilous. Thus Lin Qi chose to have them stay in Dressrosa or return to Wano country. Both Lin Qi and Yamato possessed mythical Zoan fruits and could fly through the air. Skypiea, let's go. Yamato urged Lin Qi impatiently. Lin Qi nodded. Set course for Skypiea. It was night. The night was enchanting, the sky filled with stars, and a meteor streaked across, leaving a beautiful arc. It's a shooting star. It's a beautiful shooting star. I want to make a wish, the most wonderful wish in the world. I'm going to blast all the fish in the world's seas. On an unnamed lonely island under the sky, adults and youths were making wishes at the sky. Their wishes drifted away with the shooting stars. God save us. Pirates. Pirates are coming. On Liuxing Island, people prayed devoutly. 20 years ago, GOLD. Roger's last words had opened the great pirate era. Ordinary civilians were often harassed, such was the case on this island. It was far from the marine base and geographically remote. It's the Mantis pirates with bounties over 30 million belly. Captain Kaku is notorious, rumored to enjoy digging out lungs and hearts. The Mantis pirates landed on the island, throwing the people of Liuxing Island into panic. At that moment, a girl in red quietly approached the Mantis pirates. I'm the Mantis man who ate the Mantis fruit. Hurry and hand over all your valuables. Mantis man Kaku brandished his Mantis blades, threatening the unarmed islanders. At that moment, the reckless girl in red took a bomb from her backpack, lit it quickly, and hurled it at the Mantis Man. Boom. A great explosion sounded. Mantis Man Kako was charred and bedraggled, looking utterly disheveled. Which little punk is this? Ikuli will blow you all to bits. The little girl in red pointed at Mantis Man Kaku and declared, "My name is Kuli, the fish-blasting king who will blast all the fish in the world's seas." Kuli, that's too reckless. The villagers broke out in a cold sweat for the girl. Those were real pirates. Blasting fish on normal days was one thing, but now she was blasting pirates. Mantis Man Kaku was enraged at being toyed with by Kuli. "Men! Seize her!" Kaku shouted. "Yes, boss." The Mantis pirates immediately sprang into action, and dozens of men quickly surrounded little Kuli. "What are you doing? Come any closer, and I'll blow you away." Kuli still held her fish bombs, but after all she was just a little girl, and was quickly surrounded by dozens of the Mantis pirates. The villagers were helpless, and could only pray devoutly. "Seize her now? How dare she blast me? I'm not a fish, I'm a Mantis Man." Kaku chided. Soon Kuli ran out of bombs from her backpack, and it seemed she would be captured by the Mantis pirates. Whoosh! A swift black shadow darted by, lifting Kuli onto its back. In the dark night, a Qilin stepped on auspicious clouds and flames. Kuli sat astride the Qilin. "A divine beast. A divine beast. The gods have sent a divine beast to save us." The villagers knelt down and worshipped. The Mantis pirates, seeing the Qilin appear, were terrified and slunk back. Mantis Man Kaku stood dumbfounded. The divine beast was of course Lin Qi. With a single Qilin breath, Lin Qi instantly annihilated the Mantis pirates. Following close behind was the mythical beast Great-Mouthed True God. For a time, two divine beasts descended upon Liuxing Island, beginning its legend. Lin Qi gently set Kuli down, reuniting her with the villagers. After expelling the pirates, Lin Qi did not linger to disturb the peace of the lonely island. Liuxing Island was the first island Lin Qi and he reached after crossing the Hongta continent. Of course, they crossed the Hongta continent from the sky. There was still a distance from the Kong Island in Lin Qi's memory. Using the system's map guide, Lin Qi chose the shortest air route. Shortly after, Lin Qi and he transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. The wild goose leaves its cry, "Oh," when one passes, one leaves behind. The legend of a divine beast. Lin Qi and he flew along with the meteors, passing Liuxing Island and arriving at Jiguang Island. Jiguang Island was a magical island. Beautiful auroras, dazzling stars interweaving, with shooting stars adorning the sky. What a beautiful starry sky. He marveled at the wonder of Jiguang Island. With a warm breeze, calm seas, and a gorgeous sky after a day's journey, even mythical beast-type creatures like them chose to stop and rest. Lin Qi caught a wild boar and roasted it over the campfire. The savory aroma wafted to their noses. Lin Qi cut a tender, juicy piece of boar meat and offered it to Dahi. Dahi sniffed it and ate heartily without standing on ceremony. After the meal, they sat together admiring the aurora, the stars, and all the beauty around them. The breeze was gentle and the sight was captivating. "Do you like it, eh?" Lin Qi whispered softly in Dahi's ear, gently holding Dahi as they admired the brilliant aurora in the night. Dahi nodded vigorously and said, "Thank you for bringing me out, for accompanying me to see such beautiful scenery and such a wonderful night. If not for you, I might still be living in the shadow of Kaido. If not for you, I might still be trapped on Gui Island, never having a chance to see such sights in my lifetime. If I hadn't met you, I don't know when my dreams would ever come true. So thank you, Lin Qi." Lin Qi gently let Dahi lean against his reliable shoulder, stroking he's moonlight-like hair. "Silly, this is our promise." Lin Qi whispered, "If you wish to see the wonders of this world, I'm happy to accompany you." Dahi smiled brightly. With that glance back, even the stars in the sky seemed to lose their luster. Lin Qi was stunned as he looked at Dahi. At that moment, Dahi suddenly seemed more feminine. At that moment, the starry sky paled in comparison to your radiance. At that moment, you were so enchanting. For a moment, Lin Qi was lost in thought, looking at Dahi. Just then, Dahi suddenly asked, "What do you like about me?" Lin Qi whispered into Dahi's ear, "I like everything about you." "Dahi, do you know? Even the stars cannot rival you." Lin Qi flirted gently with Dahi, and Dahi actually blushed. Dahi had thought Lin Qi merely liked the two lumps of flesh she didn't care about, and had thought they were just brothers. But Dahi hadn't expected to talk with Lin Qi so much tonight, and in such a strange manner. Dahi couldn't describe the feeling. Dahi felt Lin Qi's breathing by her ear. The more she thought, the more flustered she became, so she simply stopped thinking. "I love everything about you. In my eyes and my heart, you are perfect in every way." Lin Qi continued. "You are such a strange one." Dahi clearly didn't grasp Lin Qi's romantic intent, and simply found him odd. "Just two lumps of decaying flesh." Dahi puffed out her proud chest. At that moment, Lin Qi pounced on her. "You truly have no sense of romance." Lin Qi thought to himself, but even Dahi like this was still so beautiful. What Dahi considered decaying flesh was a treasure in countless men's hearts. The stars cannot rival you. Another joyful night passed. After resting and regrouping on Jiguang Island, Lin Qi and Dahi continued toward Kong Island. Skypea White Sea. This was a sea composed of clouds where Lin Qi and Yamato had traveled for 3 days and 3 nights from the New World to reach the White Sea of Skypea. 2 major races inhabited Skypea, the Angel tribe and the Shandya tribe. Their most renowned specialty were shells capable of storing certain substances before releasing them. We'll rest at the town on Angel Island first. Lin Qi and Yamato arrived at a settlement on Angel Island where the Angel tribe resided. The arrival of Lin Qi and his companions immediately triggered warnings across the island. As invaders, Lin Qi and Yamato were met with suspicion, with the residents keeping their distance. The islanders seemed quite fearful. Yamato observed, noticing the angels deliberately avoiding them. That's only natural. We are after all invaders on this sky island. Furthermore, they fear divine retribution, Lin Qi added with a shrug. Divine retribution? There is a god on this sky island. Yamato asked in confusion, unable to comprehend. Gods don't actually exist here. It's merely a self-proclaimed deity who rules over this sky island, Lin Qi explained to Yamato. The ruler of this sky island is Enel, a man who consumed the Goro Goro no Mi. He is no true god. You know so much. Yamato's eyes sparkled with admiration as she listened to Lin Qi's analysis. Gods. Someone has blasphemed against the divine. The gods have heard our prayers. Instantly a bolt of lightning rained from the heavens, striking an islander who was reduced to charred ash in seconds. Yamato watched the sudden calamity unfold, bewildered. Can this so-called god truly read minds? It's merely observation, Haki, Lin Qi replied calmly. A divine punishment descended, and the angelic tribe fell to their knees in prayer. Enel the Divine destroyed his homeland of Upper Yard, defeated Gonfall 3 or 4 years ago, and seized control of Skypiea. The people only fear his overwhelming power. Travelers from the Blue Sea, you should kneel at once. Offending the gods invites divine retribution. A young angel woman warned Lin Qi and his companions, if the gods hear your words, death is your only fate. Your god has already heard you, Lin Qi stated coldly. In fact, I spoke deliberately, so he would hear, for our purpose here is nothing less than god-slaying. Before the angel maiden could register her shock, a cataclysmic divine strike plummeted from the sky. Boom. Ha ha ha, what audacity. What Blue Sea monkey dares to proclaim god-slaying? As Lin Qi had anticipated, Enel appeared above Angel Island. That person is surely dead. With such devastating divine punishment, no human body could survive it. Wait. Something's wrong. In that instant, they witnessed Lin Qi not only block Enel's divine strike, but also harness its lightning to strike back. A colossal thunder Kirin let out a deafening roar, counterattacking with thunderous force. Divine retribution was blocked by a Blue Sea traveler. A mere Blue Sea monkey dares to challenge godhood. What outrageous arrogance. 1,000,000 volts. No, 1,000,000 volts. With those words, Enel unleashed a 1,000,000-volt lightning strike toward Lin Qi. A massive lightning sphere formed in the sky, sending Angel Island into sheer panic. Release. Enel showed no regard for human life, directly unleashing enough 1,000,000-volt electricity to annihilate the entire town. Witnessing Enel's callous disregard for human life, Yamato charged forward to meet the lightning head-on. Is this what you call a god? What do you think human lives are worth? With Haki coiled around her weapon, Yamato swung her spiked club toward Enel. You cannot touch me, for I am a god. Enel sat cross-legged midair with utter confidence, even picking his ear, carelessly displaying complete nonchalance. Yamato, however, gave no thought to his casual demeanor and charged forward with her spiked club. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato shattered through the 1,000,000-volt lightning, harnessing its power while wrapping it in Haki, and struck Enel squarely with a single blow. The arrogant Enel assumed he could simply phase his body to evade the attack, as he always did. But as the spiked club descended, Enel suddenly realized he could not materialize. Yamato's Thunder 8 trigrams slammed directly onto Enel's head, nearly skewing his face. How is this possible? Enel's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He couldn't phase. It struck. The god. The god has been struck down in a single blow. The islanders of Angel Island shared their astonishment, trembling in fear as they witnessed the supposedly invincible Enel felled by a single strike from a Blue Sea traveler. Electric therapy. Enel used lightning to stimulate his own heart, barely surviving. He had been struck. Enel wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, the crimson fluid nearly terrifying him. How did you manage to strike me? You must be a demoness. Staring at Yamato, Enel concluded she must be some kind of supernatural being. Otherwise, how could she have possibly harmed him? He gazed blankly at Yamato, his mind racing with apprehension. After all, Enel had nearly been beaten to death by that single blow. Just then, Enel's 4 priests and divine soldiers arrived, but Yamato's strength far exceeded their expectations. Their prized spiritual network proved utterly useless against her. Nevertheless, the priests and soldiers distracted Enel's attackers, giving him a moment to catch his breath. Yaha! I am a god and shall suppress all. Even if you are a demoness who can strike me, as long as you cannot reach me, you cannot harm me. Enel laughed, maniacally manipulating lightning to unleash hundreds of millions of volts. Dark clouds gathered overhead and distant thunder echoed like a dragon's roar. 30 million volts. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Enel roared, unleashing 60 million volts of lightning that transformed into a thunder dragon charging toward them. To die together. Enel's cold voice fell and massive lightning poured down, taking the form of a thunder dragon. Before absolute power, humanity is but insignificant. Divine punishment is absolute. Yah. Enel gleefully observed his masterpiece of power, his excitement fueled by the terror of the onlookers. A mortal sword is enough to slay gods. How pitiful these narrow-minded frogs of the well. Lin Qi remained calm, drawing a single swift slash. Before anyone could register his movement, Enel's thunder dragon was bisected. That familiar sense of danger struck Enel, and this time he refused to underestimate them. 200 million volts. Thor mode. Enel unleashed 200 million volts of lightning, encasing himself in a natural energy thunder armor that resembled a thunder god. The air crackled with electricity. Enel struck with a palm, sending a massive surge of current energy crashing down. Lin Qi swung his Zanpakuto, delivering a decisive slash. The hockey-wrapped strike amplified its destructive power tenfold. God-slaying first form. II slash. A devastating wave of sword energy crashed onto Enel. Despite his all-out defense, he was powerless to stop being sent flying. Incredibly powerful. The Angel Island residents watched in horror as the divine Enel suffered such crushing defeat, with no room for counterattack. These two travelers from the Blue Sea were simply too formidable. The natural element user Enel was being utterly dominated before Lin Qi. But I'm a god. Enel, full of despair and defiance, had no way to fight back before Lin Qi's conqueror's haki. Enel's Logia-type Rumble Fruit ability was heaven-defying, but his physical arts and close-quarters combat skills were almost non-existent. Once someone got close, if he could not transform into lightning, Enel's weakness became especially glaring. In a battle between true experts, even a window of a few tenths of a second is enough to decide the outcome. Enel relied far too heavily on his devil fruit. Rather than let that power remain buried on Skypiea, Lin Qi might as well seize it. Lin Qi struck swiftly and decisively. He pressed a relentless offensive against Enel. After all, if Enel unleashed lightning on a massive scale, it would be troublesome. Crack! In an instant before everyone's eyes, Lin Qi captured God Enel. The divine soldiers and the priests were also taken down by Yamato. Lin Qi looked at the unconscious Enel, then activated the system's demon power. Demon plunder. Ding. Demon plunder successful. Congratulations, host, on successfully plundering the Rumble fruit. It is currently stored in the system, and the host cannot use the Rumble fruit's ability for now. Ding. Please unlock the demon body as soon as possible. Demon body progress 710. Once the demon body is unlocked, the host's body will be able to accommodate a devil fruit. Unfinished system quest: go to Alabasta and take Nico Robin as a concubine. Quest reward: 3 years of lifespan. Lin Qi looked with satisfaction at the Rumble fruit in the system space. All that remained was to complete the system quest and unlock the demon body. Thank you for defeating God Enel. You are heroes of Skypiea. The girl walked toward Lin Qi, gratitude shining on her face. My name is Coney, she said. Would you both come to my home as guests? Let me treat you to Skypiea's specialties. At the mention of delicious food, Yamato instantly perked up and asked Coney's, really? Of course. You are travelers who came up from the Blue Sea. We were all afraid of Enel's power before, but now that he has been defeated by you, we have a reason to repay your kindness. We have all feared Enel's power before, but now that he has been defeated by you, we finally have a reason to repay your kindness. The residents of Angel Island had become warm and hospitable. Coney's brought Yamato to her home for a visit, but Lin Qi still had something important to do. That was the Arc Maxim kept on Skypiea. After plundering Enel's Rumble fruit, Lin Qi headed toward the Arc Maxim. Lin Qi reached a cave on Skypiea and arrived at the Arc Maxim. Before his eyes stood a huge, resplendent golden sailing ship. So this is the Arc Maxim. How magnificent. Lin Qi looked at the Arc Maxim, a vessel of incredible craftsmanship. It was the golden ship Arc Maxim built by Enel through the forced labor of many Scypians. But now Enel had been defeated, and the slaves of the Arc Maxim were freed. As Lin Qi boarded the Arc Maxim, he marveled again and again. The Arc Maxim's source of power required massive amounts of lightning to operate. After all, it had been built based on Enel's Rumble ability. Thunder source power, huh? That was no challenge for Lin Qi. Although he could not use the Rumble fruit's ability, now the Rumble fruit was not the only way to obtain thunder source power. Lin Qi's mythical Zoan-type Qilin fruit happened to be able to control thunder and lightning, providing thunder source power. After inspecting the Arc Maxim to his satisfaction, Lin Qi also made a rubbing of a poneglyph on Skypiea. After all that was done, he finally reunited with Yamato and returned to Konni's home. Konni's home was near Angel Beach. Aside from the sea of clouds, the place was also rich in Skypiea pumpkins. Konni's served Lin Qi and Yamato steaming bowls of pumpkin noodles filled with the most renowned shellfish meat on Skypiea. Squeak, squeak. The pet cloud fox in Konni's arms scurried onto Lin Qi, letting out squeaking cries. It seems Squeak really likes you, Konni's laughed as she watched the cloud fox climb over Lin Qi. Lin Qi smiled and said, the pumpkin noodles you make are delicious. I see you carry a harp on your back. You must love playing it. Konni's nodded. Could Lord Lin Qi also be well-versed in music? I'm no expert, just a dabbler, Lin Qi said modestly. Yamato off to the side looked utterly shocked, with disbelief almost written on the face. What, Yamato? Don't you believe me? Seeing that Yamato didn't believe he could play, Lin Qi borrowed the harp from Konni's and immediately played Longing Across Time and Space, its melody flowing gracefully. Konni's listened to the music, which seemed to reach across time and space, and felt inexplicably moved. Lin Qi's playing somehow touched a chord in Konni's heart. Konni's harp was the best gift her mother had ever given her. Her mother had passed away quite early. Whenever Konni's missed her, she would play the harp on Angel Beach. What is this piece called? Can you teach it to me? Konni's asked. Of course. Longing Across Time and Space was a tune Lin Qi had played on a whim. So Lin Qi used his spare time on Skypiea to teach Konni's a few melodies. Just as Lin Qi and Yamato were preparing to bid Konni's farewell and leave Skypiea, a conflict broke out between the Scypian residents and the Shandya. Especially after God Enlil's defeat, the 400-year-old conflict between the Shandya and the Scipians erupted completely. Koni's father Pagaya was captured by the Shandya. When Koni's heard the news of her father's capture, she begged Lin Qi to save him. The Scipians led by Gonfal and the Shandya were battling on the sacred island of Jaya. The two peoples had gathered large numbers of warriors. Gonfal, the former god of Skypea, advocated peace talks, but clearly a conflict that had lasted 400 years would not be so easily settled. Lin Qi, can you save my father? Koni's had heard that the Shandya had taken her father, and tears were rolling down her cheeks. Lin Qi stroked the weeping Koni's. For that bowl of pumpkin noodles you made us, we won't abandon you. Koni's, nothing will happen to your father. With that, Lin Qi, Yamato, and Koni's arrived at Jaya. The Scipians took away the homeland and lands of us Shandya. Now is the time to take them back from the Scipians. Shandya, for 400 years this land and our people have been inseparable, but 400 years of enmity should also end. Let us live together in peace. Gonfal looked at the Shandya chief with an imploring expression. After all that has happened, you still speak nonsense. The great warrior Wiper argued for continuing the battle. Though the Shandya chief hesitated, it seemed that it was the great warrior Wiper who would decide where things were headed. At that moment Lin Qi appeared. He landed directly between the two armies. Are you the man from the Blue Sea who defeated Enlil? The great warrior Wiper glared at Lin Qi. Blue Sea man, if you intend to join this war, then you are an enemy of the Shandya. Lin Qi paid no attention to all the clamor. With a sudden fierce glare he unleashed a mighty burst of conqueror's haki. In the blink of an eye, nearly all of the thousands of Scipian and Shandya soldiers gathered there fell to the ground at once. Even the great warrior Wiper collapsed under the conqueror's haki. This made Gonfal and the Shandya chief break into a cold sweat. In an icy tone Lin Qi commanded, if you cannot coexist peacefully, then I will wipe you all out. You have only one chance. Choose. Lin Qi unveiled an absolutely crushing display of power, dragging the Angel tribe and the Shandibya tribe to the negotiating table by sheer force. It was conqueror's haki in its most absolute form. In the span of a finger snap, thousands of soldiers hung between life and death. Across Sky Island a single voice thundered through the heavens. Lin Qi's tone was icy, leaving the Shandibya and Angel tribes utterly abashed. Kanisi looked at the mighty Lin Qi, moved to tears. Let us coexist in peace, he proclaimed. People of the Shandibya tribe. Gonfuer was the first to speak. Riding Pai Yer, who had eaten the horse fruit, he approached the Shandibya chieftain and said, we have fought for 400 years. Let all grievances end with our generation. The Shandibya chieftain drew a slow breath and said, Gonfuer, you are right. It is time to let go. At last the Angel tribe and the Shandibya tribe chose to reconcile and put an end to their fighting. Kanisi's father Pajaya was set free and embraced Kanisi. Father, Kanisi said, wiping away her tears. Hee. Pajaya chuckled foolishly as he stroked Kanisi's hair. Kanisi, your father is fine. Don't cry, my girl. There are still outsiders watching. Humph. With that, Kanisi stopped paying attention to the silly grinning old man and walked over to Lin Qi. Thank you, she said. If you want to thank me, you'll have to give yourself to me, Lin Qi teased. Ding. Host has activated a side lifespan mission. Take Kanisi as a concubine, reward 1 year of lifespan. A lifespan mission. A gleam flashed across Lin Qi's eyes. The mission of taking Sky Island's Kanisi as his concubine suited his intentions perfectly. Kanisi had already been completely won over by Lin Qi, though everything was under his control. Hearing give yourself to me, her cheeks began to burn. Then, taking Lin Qi's words seriously, Kanisi stammered in a soft maidenly voice tinged with shyness, I am willing to give myself to you. Kanisi accepted Lin Qi. At once two great tidings spread across Sky Island. First, the 400-year feud between the Angel tribe and the Shandibya tribe had been resolved. The second was that Lin Qi had taken Kanisi as his concubine. In a flash, a bonfire festival erupted across Sky Island, and the chieftains of the Angel tribe and the Shandibya tribe jointly presided over a ceremony for Lin Qi to take Kanisi as his concubine. Ding. Host has successfully taken Kanisi as a concubine, reward 1 year of lifespan. Ding. Demon Body 1, current Demon Body progress 810. Once the Demon Body is unlocked, he will gain the Demon Physique and be able to fuse with Demon Fruits. Of course, what Lin Qi cared about most was still his lifespan. His lifespan had increased to 8 years. This day was destined to be a joyous one on Sky Island. The tyrannical rule of Ai and I Lu had been overthrown, and the 400-year feud between the Angel tribe and the Shandibya tribe had come to an end. And Lin Qi had taken Kanisi as his concubine. Truly the entire island celebrated. Dahi and Kanisi became sisters and resolved to squeeze Lin Qi for all he was worth. Beneath a sky ablaze with bonfires, Gonfuer of the Angel tribe and the Shandibya chieftain, emboldened by wine, appeared before Lin Qi. Lord Lin Qi, the Angel tribe and the Shandibya tribe have one more important matter to announce. What is it? Lin Qi asked curiously. Have you two already reached an agreement? We have. Gonfuer and the Shandibya chieftain nodded at the same time, speaking in unison. Ai and I Lu's reign was overthrown by you, Lord. Sky Island now has no god. Therefore, after our two tribes deliberated together, we have ultimately selected a new god of Sky Island. Gonfuer finished. Lin Qi replied, oh, since you have decided to live in peace, then treat one another well. The new god you have chosen yourselves needs no approval from me. Lin Qi nodded. It was good that the two tribes had reached a reconciliation. After a glance at the Shandibia chieftain Gonfuer said our two tribes have already agreed to jointly choose you Lord Lin Qi as the new god of Sky Island. Startled Lin Qi waved his hand. I'm afraid that won't do. We're about to leave Sky Island for the next island and its adventures. If I were your new god of Sky Island, I'd be hard-pressed to be in two places at once. Lin Qi declined the proposal made by Gonfuer and the Shandibia chieftain. However, Gonfuer and the Shandibia chieftain dug in their heels. The position of god of Sky Island is yours and yours alone. Even if you're not on Sky Island, leaving your name here is more than enough. Isn't that just a god in name only? Lin Qi muttered inwardly, but he could see the unshakable resolve in the eyes of Gonfuer and the Shandibia chieftain. He then smiled and said, fine, do as you wish. After all, he was only a titular god, I'll let them make whatever they liked of it. With a round of applause, Gonfuer and the Shandibia chieftain launched into their impassioned speeches. Lord Lin Qi defeated the god Ai and I Lu, freeing us from the reign of terror that Ai and I Lu imposed. It was also he who brought the brothers and sisters of the Angel tribe and the Shandibia tribe together in a handshake of peace, ending 400 years of strife between our two races. Therefore, having deliberated between our two tribes, we officially declare that the new god of Sky Island is none other than Lord Lin Qi. And so Lin Qi became the new god of Sky Island. In reality, Lin Qi left all matters on Sky Island to Gonfuer. He was only a nominal god of Sky Island. Of course, none of that was what mattered to Lin Qi. What mattered was that he had taken Kanisi as his concubine and held a beauty in his arms as he fell asleep. That was truly living. The next morning, both women appeared even more radiant. Clearly, after a night of passion, Kanisi had blossomed into greater maturity. It was time for Lin Qi to leave Sky Island. They boarded the Ark Maxim and set out on a new voyage of adventure. Kanisi came aboard bidding farewell to Pa Jia, Gonfuer and the people of the Angel tribe. Sky Island was actually fairly close to Alabasta. Directly beneath it lay the kingdom of Alabasta. Lin Qi activated the Thunder Source engine, causing the Ark Maxim to glide forward through the air. So this is the Blue Sea. Peering through the clouds, Kanisi stared in awe at the world below. The residents of Sky Island called the world beneath them the Blue Sea. Kanisi thought of it the same way. The world is vast, isn't it? He said to her with a smile, looking at Kanisi as if she were seeing the girl she had once been. What enormous beasts. What towering giraffes. There are two giants fighting down there. Real giants. As the Ark Maxim descended, a small island gradually appeared before Lin Qi and the others. On the island, colossal beasts roared and galloped. The most eye-catching sight was the two dueling giants. The place Lin Qi chose to land was none other than Little Garden. The two duelists were none other than the Blue Ogre Dong Li and the Red Ogre Bu Luoji. The moment the enormous Ark Maxim descended, the dueling giants took notice. La 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 la, Dong Li, our fight today is another draw? The Red Ogre Bu Luoji grinned widely. It seems we have guests arriving today. Ora Bu Luoji, indeed it is. Our duel's outcome will have to be decided another day. The Blue Ogre Dong Li likewise grinned widely. The giants. As the Ark of Proverbs landed in the small garden of the ancient island, Yamato Konis and the others caught sight of Dori and Bragi. Dori, wearing a horned helmet and bearing a long beard, held a round shield in his left hand and a massive sword in his right. Bragi, on the other hand, was a stout giant warrior clad in a spiked helm. He wielded a colossal axe, locked in a duel with Dori. It wasn't until Lin Qi and his crew descended upon this ancient isle aboard the Ark of Proverbs that the island's long-standing stillness was shattered. Gagagagaga, gabababababa. The two giants halted their battle, their eyes fixed upon the immense Ark of Proverbs. Lin Qi disembarked from the Ark and strode directly before the two giants. The giant warrior pirates, captains with bounties of 100 million, Red Scar Dori and Blue Scar Bragi. Gabababababa, gagagagaga. It's been over a century since we were called by those names. The two giant captains Dori and Bragi grinned broadly, realizing that they had already spent 100 years on this ancient island. Are you after our 100 million bounties too? Bragi asked with a booming laugh. A subtle curve formed on Lin Qi's lips as he addressed the two giant captains. I am here to witness the glory of two Elbaf warriors. Hearing that Lin Qi sought to witness their Elbaf glory, the two grinned and said, as Elbaf's warriors, we've dueled for over 100 years without a victor. Do you have a suggestion to settle our duel? Dori and Bragi looked at Lin Qi with curiosity. In that case, let's make a wager. If I lose, I'll tell you how to decide your duel. Lin Qi wasn't ready to reveal the method just yet, instead proposing a bet with the two. But if you two lose, you must agree to do something for me. Gagagagaga. Gabababababa. You intend to recruit us as your subordinates. Lin Qi simply smiled. What's the matter? Are the giant warriors of Elbaf afraid? Gabababababa. We Elbaf warriors live for the glory of Elbaf. Gagagagaga. Bragi, you're right. We've dueled over 37,000 times in a century. For the honor of Elbaf's warriors, we'll fight to the very end. Dori declared with a grin. Then both giants turned their gaze to Lin Qi and said in unison, for the glory of Elbaf's giant warriors, we accept your challenge. Seeing his plan succeed, Lin Qi spoke. Since the two giant captains have agreed to my proposal, let us stake it on the honor of Elbaf's warriors. If you two can defeat me, I will tell you the way to settle your duel. On the other hand, if I win, you will become my subordinates and serve as the guardians of the Ark of Proverbs. Upon hearing this, the two giant captains burst into laughter. Quite the bold claim. You wish to duel both of us giant warriors at once. Don't say we didn't warn you about fighting fair. It's been ages since we fought side by side. Gabababababa. Let's teach this young man a lesson. Lin Qi remained calm, and said, "Come at me, both of you." The two giant captains grinned, and with that Dori and Bragi swung their colossal sword and axe toward Lin Qi. The duel between Lin Qi and the two giant captains had begun. Dori and Bragi's strength exceeded Lin Qi's expectations. A century ago the world government placed 100 million berry bounty on them, but after 100+ years and tens of thousands of duels their power hadn't waned, it had only grown. Lin Qi then activated his mythical Zoan devil fruit, the Qilin, transforming into his hybrid beast form. His Qilin fruit's power had awakened. A mythical Zoan. Gabba. Dori, things are getting interesting. Dori and Bragi recognized Lin Qi as a mythical Zoan devil fruit user, and their interest in him was piqued. Facing the sword and axe, Lin Qi swung his Zanpakuto, unleashing a powerful haki that caused the great beasts of the ancient garden to collapse. Such formidable conqueror's haki. An emperor of the sea, one in tens of millions. You aspire to become a ruler of men. Gagagagaga. Gabba. Dori and Bragi felt the force of Lin Qi's haki, surprised to encounter such overwhelming power in the first half of the new world. Dori and Bragi exchanged a glance and said, "Dori, Bragi, looks like we'll have to use that move, for the glory of Elbaf's giant warriors." For the glory of Elbaf's warriors. Dori and Bragi finally turned serious. Facing an opponent with a mythical Zoan and such formidable haki, they had no reason to hold back. Hakoku. With over a century of battle synergy, Dori and Bragi unleashed the signature move of the giant warrior's pride. Hakoku. As the words fell, a devastating shockwave surged forth like a blade. Its power was enough to shatter mountains and split the earth. However, their opponent was Lin Qi, who had already ascended to the level of an emperor. Lin Qi swung his Zanpakuto wreathed in haki and slashed downward. The shockwave of Hakoku was blocked as if by an invisible shield. The seemingly overwhelming shockwave was effortlessly deflected by Lin Qi, leaving him completely unharmed. This was beyond Dori and Bragi's expectations. The two giants didn't give up. They crossed their weapons. Sunsaw. Every move from the giants was overwhelmingly powerful. Divine/second form divine avoidance. Lin Qi swung his Zanpakuto, and the divine avoidance clashed head-on with the combined Sun-Saw attack of Dori and Bragi. At this moment, it was a contest of strength and haki. Lin Qi had fully mastered GOLD. Roger's divine avoidance through the infusion of haki. Whoosh. After a brief struggle, Dori and Bragi were both defeated by Lin Qi's overwhelming might. Boom. The two captains were sent flying, and even a hill on the ancient island crumbled as the giants crashed down. Rocks scattered in all directions. This lonely island is no place for Elbaf's warriors to end their days. Join me, Red Scar, Dori, Blue Scar, Bragi. Gagagagaga. Gabba. We accept our defeat. For the honor of Elbaf's warriors, as promised, we'll be the guardians of your pirate ship. Gabba. Your strength is worthy of the title of captain of Elbaf's warriors. Dori and Bragi were thoroughly convinced and agreed to board Lin Qi's ship as its guardians. Captain. Dori and Bragi called out in unison, then burst into wide grins. Captain, we still want to know, how exactly do you intend to settle our century-long duel? Lin Qi smiled lightly and said, "Simple. By defeating you both, the matter is settled." Lin Qi knew the two giant warriors Dori and Bragi like the back of his hand. After over a century of their unresolved duel, it was only natural that each was desperate to learn the secret to defeating the other. Lin Qi exploited this very fact. As proud giant warriors of Elbaf, bound by the honor of their warrior code, Dori and Bragi found it impossible to refuse his reasoning. "I see now, Gabba. He. A sudden clarity dawned on them. From the very beginning, Lin Qi had intended to defeat them through sheer strength. Lin Qi appointed Dori and Bragi as the guardians of the Ark Maxime. With that settled, he piloted the Ark directly towards the kingdom of Alabasta, the destination of Nico Robin. Nico Robin was the objective of his mission. Rainbase. At the stronghold of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Baroque Works agents were reporting the appearance of a colossal pirate ship in Alabasta. A pirate ship that flies through the sky. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, draped in his coat and dressed in a formal suit, took a drag from his cigar, listening intently to the information about the unidentified vessel gathered by Baroque Works. Crocodile inhaled deeply, blowing out a few smoke rings, and mused, "Have you identified what ship it is? What is their purpose in Alabasta?" Miss All Sunday. The Baroque Works agent known as Miss All Sunday was none other than Nico Robin. At that moment, Nico Robin, wearing a white hat and a light airy top paired with a short skirt, revealed a generous expanse of her alluring figure. After glancing at the nearly blank documents, Nico Robin said, "According to the records, this ark descended from the sky and landed on the ancient island of Little Garden. It is now heading towards Rainbase. What could their goal be?" Crocodile asked, smoking. "Is their aim like mine, to find the ancient weapon in the kingdom of Alabasta?" He speculated. Nico Robin replied, "Their exact purpose in Alabasta is still unclear, but it's certain that their destination is this very place." Rainbase. Crocodile's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, he ordered, "Nico Robin, I'll leave this to you. Find out what they're up to. If they obstruct our plans, eliminate them." Understood. Nico Robin nodded in agreement and left Crocodile's chamber. The Ark Maxime hovered over Rainbase in Alabasta. As soon as they landed, Baroque Works operatives swarmed around the Ark Maxime. "If we present this ship to Crocodile, we'll be promoted to officers in Baroque Works. The Baroque Works agents boasted. Leave this to us. Dory and Bragi stepped off the ark and looked down at the Baroque Works members who seemed as dense as ants below. Giants. It's the captains of the giant warrior pirates who vanished a century ago, Red Ogre Bragi and Blue Ogre Dory. Their bounties are 100 million berries each. The mere sight of Dory and Bragi sent the Baroque Works agents scattering in fear. Hearing this, Lin Qi entrusted the Ark Maxime to Dory and Bragi, then disembarked and headed towards the Baroque Works headquarters. The headquarters was located in a building known as Rain Dinners. As Lin Qi entered, he found the interior filled with gambling dens. Instantly, two beautiful hostesses from the casino approached and linked arms with him, leading him inside. Lin Qi went straight to the manager of Rain Dinners and stated his purpose without preamble: bring Miss All Sunday out. I have something she wants. Tell her that I possess a poneglyph. Although the Rain Dinners building belonged to Crocodile, much of its actual management was handled by Nico Robin. The manager was taken aback upon hearing the name Miss All Sunday. His expression immediately turned serious. The code name Miss All Sunday belonged to one of the highest-ranking figures in Baroque Works, known only to a select few. This guest seemed to know Miss All Sunday personally, and the manager dared not risk offending her. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll be right back. The manager forced a smile, then excused himself, slipping away to a private room where he contacted a Den Mushi. On the other end of the line was none other than Miss All Sunday of Baroque Works. Shortly after, the manager returned with a professional smile and escorted Lin Qi to a VIP room. Miss All Sunday was seated opposite Lin Qi, sipping a cup of coffee. Nico Robin spoke first. You have an ancient poneglyph. Without wasting any time, Lin Qi produced a rubbing from Skypiea and placed it on the table. This is a historical text rubbing from Skypiea, Lin Qi stated. A flicker of excitement crossed Nico Robin's eyes. She tried to calm herself with a sip of coffee. Her dream was to become an archaeologist and uncover the truth of history. This historical rubbing was undoubtedly of immense value to her. What is your goal? Nico Robin asked. My goal is you, Nico Robin. Lin Qi stated bluntly. Nico Robin was taken aback. Who are you? How do you know that Miss All Sunday is Nico Robin? As she spoke, she activated her devil fruit ability, using the Hana no Mi to manifest two hands around Lin Qi's neck, poised, as if to snap it at any moment. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Qi laughed. He continued, Nico Robin, come with me. In this world, I am the only one who can protect you. And I am the only one who knows what you truly desire. Your dream is to become an archaeologist and uncover the truth of history. But the world government will never allow someone like you to exist. Why should I trust you? Because I can stand against the entire world. Lin Qi declared with unwavering conviction. The poneglyphs you seek I can provide. Those who obstruct your path to the truth I can remove. And the proof you require I will give it to you. Nico Robin, you stay by Crocodile's side merely to use his status as a warlord to get close to Alabasta and explore the historical truths that might be hidden here. I already know the location of the historical monument in Alabasta. If you wish to know the truth of history, I can take you there anytime. Even the ancient weapon Pluton. Nico Robin was hesitant, but Lin Qi's words had shaken her resolve. Nico Robin gazed deeply at the man before her. Since O'Hara was annihilated by the world government's Buster Call, she had been the sole survivor of that island. The world government had not only branded her the demon child at the tender age of 8, but had also placed a staggering bounty of 78 million berries on her head. Having survived by navigating the treacherous betrayals of pirates, Nico Robin had finally found a semblance of stability under the protection of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, using his status to find temporary peace in Alabasta. At the same time, this arrangement allowed her to access poneglyphs and delve into the truths of history. A chime echoed ding. Nico Robin's affection for the host is rising. Nico Robin felt a flicker of hesitation. Yet her past experiences made it impossible for her to let down her guard. Are you asking me to betray Crocodile? He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a pirate recognized by the world government. Crocodile is a Logia-type user of the Suna no Mi. No one can defeat him. Nico Robin said, a complex emotion swirling within her as she bit her lip. Dose fleur neck snap. Suddenly 2 arms sprouted from Lin Qi's shoulders, twisting his neck with a sharp crack. Lin Qi had tried to entice her with the road poneglyph to betray Crocodile, but Nico Robin was clearly not so easily convinced. Instead, she attacked him. Her dose fleur was no more than a neck massage to him. Lin Qi didn't even bother to block it. Lin Qi then let out a laugh. No need for tests, Nico Robin. Are you worried about Crocodile? In an instant before she could even react, he was standing right in front of her. Even Logia types have weaknesses such as Haki. Lin Qi unleashed his Haki directly at her. The overwhelming force shook her to her core. Behind him, she seemed to see a colossal demon formed of pure power, paralyzing her with fear. The oppressive aura of a true powerhouse weighed down on her, making it hard to breathe. It was pure primal terror, a fear even Crocodile had never instilled in her. The only other person who had ever made her tremble with such fear, such utter helplessness, was one of the 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters, Akiji. This was absolutely overwhelming power. A mere probe had been enough to feel Lin Qi's immense pressure. Lin Qi strode forward and wrapped his arms around the stunned Nico Robin, chuckling. Nico Robin, you have no choice. I'm taking you with me. And with that, he simply took her. Of course, the Haki he used was precisely controlled. It didn't knock her unconscious, just held her in awe. Carrying Nico Robin out of the Rain Dinners building, he stated calmly to the Baroque Works agents, I'm taking your Miss All Sunday with me. Crocodile, this is terrible. Someone is taking Miss all Sunday. What? You damned fool. To dare snatch prey from a crocodile's jaws, you must have a death wish. Crocodile, enraged, threw down his cigar as he glared at the crocodiles in his tank. Nico Robin is the key to finding the ancient weapon Pluton. I can't let her be taken. His deep eyes couldn't conceal the murderous intent radiating from him. You bastard, let's see who dares to take Nico Robin right in front of me. With that, his body turned into flowing sand as he shot off, consumed by fury. Lin Qi even boldly declared publicly in rain dinners, I'm taking your Miss all Sunday. She will be my woman. Who here objects to this marriage? The Baroque Works objects. In the next instant, Lin Qi unleashed his conquerors. Hockey and members of Baroque Works throughout the rain dinner's headquarters collapsed one by one. His words were shocking. Nico Robin struggled, but it was futile. This man had simply and domineeringly taken her. She wanted to say I object, but the words wouldn't come out. And so right before everyone's eyes, Lin Qi carried off Nico Robin, the Miss all Sunday of Baroque Works. He even declared he was taking her as his concubine. Seeing no one object, Lin Qi nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Nico Robin, who, drained of all strength, leaned limply against him. Nico Robin, come with me. As he spoke, he began leading her towards the Arc Maxime. However, a wall of sand blocked their path. The sand coalesced into a human form. It was Crocodile, the Desert King, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His intent to kill was palpable. It's Crocodile, the hero of Alabasta, one of the 7 warlords. Mr. Zero is Crocodile. The appearance of Crocodile drew gasps from the crowd. That pirate is openly defying a warlord of the sea. He's done for. Miss all Sunday of Baroque Works is Crocodile's partner. Taking her right under his nose is a blatant disrespect to the warlords. Ignoring the murmurs, Lin Qi smiled at Crocodile. Crocodile, if you're here for the wedding, I'll treat you as a guest and spare your life today. But if you intend to interfere, don't blame me for being rude. Crocodile laughed in response. So this is the respect I, Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, get? That's about right, Lin Qi said. Ha ha ha. Crocodile's laughter grew louder. In his palm, a miniature sandstorm began to form, rapidly growing in size. A flash of insight crossed Lin Qi's observation, Hockey, showing him a glimpse of a future fragment. Crocodile was still lost in his maniacal laughter. Lin Qi felt a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began from the clear sky, carrying a strong smell of the sea. It was as if the heavens had suddenly spat a mouthful of water. Lin Qi, holding Nico Robin, vanished and reappeared high in the air, leaping to avoid it. The cascading spit landed directly on the sand-wielding crocodile, instantly drenching him. His face turned uglier than mud. At that moment, the sky echoed with the booming laughter of the giants Dory and Bragi. We heard sand is afraid of water. This will stop him from turning into sand. Gababa. The heavy rain was in fact a mouthful of seawater and spit from the giants Dory and Bragi, directed straight at Crocodile. Crocodile was soaked. Fortunately, Lin Qi's speed was immense, and having foreseen this, he had flown higher to avoid it. He and Nico Robin were unharmed. Crocodile's face was black with fury, a terrifying darkness. Silence. A stillness that spoke volumes. Crocodile's face darkened ominously, and the once sun-drenched rain base seemed to be shrouded in an oppressive gloom. The giants have provoked Crocodile's wrath. The moisture evaporated from Crocodile's form, turning him dry once more. He then transformed into a stream of sand, launching his attack against the giant. Gababa. Bragi swung his massive axe, cleaving down upon Crocodile. The colossal blade cut straight through him, splitting him in two as if slicing into a mound of sand. Crocodile's body crumbled like mud and sand. The axe's impact yielded no blood, only a cascade of grit and debris. As a Logia user of the Suna no Mi, Crocodile reformed. Seeing the imminent danger, Dory on the other side prepared to spit out seawater. Unfortunately, Crocodile had already evaded to another position. The giant's weakness was glaringly exposed. They were far too slow. Sables. Crocodile seized Dory, and the giant's body, visibly dehydrated, his massive frame rapidly shriveling. Like a deflating balloon, the moisture was drained from his body. Dory collapsed, dried, and withered. Seeing this, Bragi swung his axe once more. Sandstorm. Crocodile conjured a swirling vortex of sand in his hand. Its rotation accelerated violently, engulfing the entire giant within the raging storm. The airborne sand and debris even shrouded the entire ark. Thunderbagwat. Yamato aboard the ark struck Crocodile with her kanabo just as he was about to attack the vessel. Yamato stood protectively in front of Koni's, dispersing Crocodile's sandstorm with a single powerful blow. The kanabo slammed into Crocodile with a resounding thud. Crocodile, reeling from the bone-deep impact of Yamato's spiked club, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body convulsed, paralyzed by the crackling lightning. Yamato is incredibly strong. Lin Qi, airborne with Nico Robin in his arms, observed the scene. It seemed he wouldn't need to intervene. Yamato had effortlessly taken down Crocodile. Water. Drink quickly. Koni's offered a flask of water to the dehydrated Dory. He drank, greedily gulping down the water to replenish his strength. Bragi rubbed the sand from his eyes, managing to stumble out of the remnants of the sandstorm. Crocodile, staring in disbelief at Yamato, began to fall from the sky. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was defeated in a single blow. That woman is incredibly strong. Yamato, standing on the ark, looked up at Lin Qi in the sky and called out, Lin Qi, are you alright? Lin Qi was perfectly fine, though he had nearly been caught in the giant's crossfire. Seems like being protected isn't so bad after all, he mused, feeling the security of having a strong woman by his side. He cleared his throat, looking at Yamato, whose smile was as warm as a spring breeze. Nico Robin was deeply shaken. Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, had been defeated by Yamato in a single strike. More importantly, the Logia user had been hit, his physical body struck. Haki. The falling Crocodile, racked with intense pain from the blow, was finally jolted back to his senses. Clearly, Crocodile was unwilling to concede so easily. He chose to continue the fight against Yamato. He hurled crescent-shaped blades of sand, but each one was mercilessly shattered by Yamato's kanabo. Crocodile was defeated by Yamato once again. Aren't you worried about them? Nico Robin asked, turning to Lin Qi. Lin Qi simply smiled and said, now you've seen our strength. Even if an admiral of the Marines showed up, they might not be able to beat her. A mere warlord is nothing to worry about. Yamato's strength was comparable to an admiral's, so he had complete confidence in her victory over Crocodile. However, it was good that he didn't have to lift a finger. Lin Qi held Robin and declared, Nico Robin, you're going to be my woman. Ha ha ha. Lin Qi wouldn't even entertain the thought of rejection. Nico Robin's expression was complex. Watching a warlord of the sea be so thoroughly defeated by this group, she felt a strange sense of weariness. Nico Robin fell silent. Perhaps this could be a form of reliance. All she wanted was to see the true history, but her path had been fraught with endless obstacles and opposition. Lin Qi's overbearing nature paradoxically left Robin without any will to resist. Before long, the battle between Yamato and Crocodile was decided. Crocodile, the warlord of the sea, was utterly defeated. I feel my power growing stronger. After defeating Crocodile, Yamato sensed a change in her physique. Her haki had reached a new level. Their unique method of training had certainly enhanced both their physical prowess and haki. Yamato's face was filled with confidence. Lin Qi nodded and praised her. Yamato, you're amazing. From now on, I'll just rely on you. Yamato puffed out her chest proudly and said, come on, I know you just like women. Lin Qi, just tell me who you fancy, and I'll snatch them for you. Lin Qi found himself at a loss for words. What Yamato said was true, but coming from her mouth it somehow sounded a bit off. Lin Qi approached the severely wounded Crocodile and said, I'm in a good mood today, taking Nico Robin as my concubine. Old Sand, if you're here to celebrate, I might just let you go. Otherwise I'll strip you of your Suna no Mi powers right now, and I'll also reveal the secret that Ivankov told me about you. I know all about the secret between you and Ivankov. Lin Qi's words landed with heavy emphasis. As expected, the moment Crocodile heard Lin Qi mention the secret he shared with Emporio Ivankov, his entire demeanor changed instantly. Crocodile shot up as if startled from a nightmare. He stared intently at Lin Qi. Ivankov. Crocodile, I will never forgive you. The image of that large, unforgettable face flashed in his mind, and a blaze of fury towards Ivankov ignited in his eyes. Ivankov had actually divulged his secret to others. Crocodile was seething with hatred. He glared at Lin Qi and snarled, if you dare to reveal that secret, I'll fight you to the death, even if it costs me my life. In an instant, the ground began to crack and wither. It was as if Crocodile had experienced a final resurgence, unleashing the most powerful force he had ever mustered. The encroaching sand spread and eroded everything around him. He looked ready to take Lin Qi down with him. Crocodile, your secret. Lin Qi bellowed, and in that moment the encroaching sand halted, as if frozen in time. Seeing that Crocodile had taken the bait, Lin Qi added, besides, don't you still want to take Whitebeard's head? Nico Robin observed the situation, realizing that Lin Qi had found leverage over Crocodile. It was unclear who was truly threatening whom at this point. I am here to celebrate your marriage with Nico Robin. Overwhelmed by Lin Qi's power and the threat of his secret being exposed, Crocodile finally capitulated. That's more like it. Lin Qi nodded in approval. Crocodile looked up at the sky, pulling out another cigar and placing it in his mouth. Nico Robin is a wanted criminal by the world government. As the devil child, they will never let her go. Are you prepared to become an enemy of the world government? An enemy of the world? That's right. Robin was taken aback, then looked at the tall and handsome Lin Qi, even though she had been taken by him without her consent. Hearing him declare himself an enemy of the world for her sake, she felt a strange and unexpected warmth in her heart. What if Nico Robin is the devil child? I'm going to marry her no matter what, even if it means making an enemy of the whole world. Lin Qi said with a serious expression. Lin Qi's current strength was not enough to shake the world, but he certainly had the ability to protect Nico Robin. Nico Robin felt a surge of emotion in her heart. The last time someone had stood up for her like this was Saul during the O'Hara incident. Why would you go against the world government for me? We've never even met before. Why would you go this far for me? Nico Robin's emotions slipped out of control as the words she'd held back for so long came pouring forth. If you're just after my body, then even if you had it, you'd never have my heart. Nico Robin, because I truly have my heart set on you, and I truly want to protect you. No one on this sea has to be alone forever. I can be that person for you. I can be your pillar of support. Lin Qi said, honestly, don't you remember Nico Robin? I know everything about you. Since I dare to marry you, that means I don't care who you are. If the world government wants to hunt you, then I'll stand against the world. You are my woman. Anyone who dares to touch my woman, no matter who they are, will die. I'm not your woman yet. Nico Robin murmured, touched. She gazed blankly at this man who was so unreasonably domineering, and for a moment, she found herself lost in thought. Crocodile let out his signature sinister laugh, feeling that things had become quite interesting. Crocodile looked at the resolute Lin Qi and said, "Then I, Crocodile, shall wish you and Miss All Sunday a pleasant time together." Seeing that Lin Qi was determined to marry Nico, Robin Crocodile said no more. From nearby, voices chimed in, "Looks like we're about to have another sister join us." Yamato and Konis nodded simultaneously and remarked with emotion. The two giants Dory and Bragi also grinned foolishly. Meanwhile, on a small island near Alabasta, inside a white wax shelter, Mr. 3 Galdino was leisurely drinking tea with his partner Miss Golden Week Marianne. "I just received a call from Baroque Works. Apparently Mr. 0 Crocodile has been defeated. The people on that ark are the ones who beat Crocodile. Mr. 3, the boss has been beaten by someone, yet here you are still drinking tea so leisurely." A young girl's voice reached Mr. 3 Galdino's ears. Mr. 3 Galdino was stunned at first. Knowing that his boss was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, should have been cause for celebration. But then he heard that Crocodile had been defeated. Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, one of the great pirates officially sanctioned by the world government. Crocodile's strength went without saying, so if even he had been defeated, one could only imagine how powerful the enemy was. Mr. 3 knew that going back would be nothing short of suicide. After much deliberation, he decided it was better to just stay in his wax house drinking tea. Inside the royal palace of Alabasta, King Nefertari Cobra was rallying the nation's army to march to Rain Base and repel the foreign invaders. But then he heard that Crocodile had been defeated and hesitated. "I think I'll just stay as the king after all." This King Cobra was actually Mr. 2, who had eaten the clone fruit. He was torn between continuing to play dead and going to support Crocodile. When Mr. 2, Bon Clay learned of Crocodile's defeat, he decided to play dead and hide in the palace. The other Baroque Works members did the same. However, another piece of news soon startled them all. Miss All Sunday is getting married. When Mr. 3 heard that Miss All Sunday of Baroque Works was to be wed, he was instantly stunned. "Should we go back?" Miss Golden Week asked. "Of course," Galdino said. Meanwhile, at the palace, Mr. 2, Bon Clay looked at Crocodile's telegram and suddenly declared, "I, your emperor, shall attend Miss All Sunday's wedding in my royal capacity." Aboard the Ark Maxim, word spread that Lin Qi had taken Nico Robin as his concubine. Few had expected just how capable Crocodile was. Within moments, he had arranged a grand wedding. Mr. 3 Galdino and the others arrived. To Lin Qi's surprise, Mr. 2 showed up disguised as King Cobra. As the grand wedding banquet came to a close, Lin Qi lifted the wedding veil from his bride Nico Robin. Her jet black hair flowed like ink, carrying a faint, alluring fragrance. Her slender figure formed a perfect curve as if shaped by the golden ratio. It was a beauty too breathtaking to ever tire of. It was the most beautiful wedding night in the mortal world. Ding. Host has completed the main quest of the demon contract, taking Nico Robin as a concubine. Ding. Host has gained 3 years of lifespan. Ding. Host physique, hockey, martial arts, swordsmanship. All abilities have undergone a transformative enhancement. Ding. Host demon body 2. Progress 1010, meeting the unlock conditions for the demon body. Ding. Congratulations, Host has obtained the demon body capable of fusing with devil fruits. Host currently possesses the following devil fruits: the Rumble fruit and the artificial fish fruit. Lin Qi opened the system space and immediately 2 devil fruits appeared before him. Now that the demon body is unlocked, it has compatibility with devil fruits. This is the perfect chance to try the Rumble fruit. After some consideration, Lin Qi said, "Fuse with the Rumble fruit." Ding. Host has successfully fused with the Rumble fruit. Demon ability 1. Devil fruits, 2 types: mythical Zoan, Kirin fruit awakened, and Logia, Rumble fruit. Lin Qi's entire body now brimmed with power as he possessed 2 devil fruit abilities. The Logia Rumble fruit perfectly made up for the Kirin fruit's lack of speed. With this, Lin Qi was extremely satisfied. "Haha, Nico Robin, here I come." From the room came Nico Robin's intoxicating gasps, and Lin Qi marveled that such a stunning beauty could exist in this world. Like a gentle spring breeze, like a fish in water. Nico Robin's quest was finally complete. Lin Qi's lifespan had increased by a full 3 years. The next day, well past noon, a Nico Robin dragged her faintly aching body along. It was all because of Lin Qi's mythical Zoan form and the fact that he had just acquired 2 devil fruit abilities, his entire body brimming with raw power. "Robin, are you alright?" Konis supported Nico Robin. Nico Robin said, "I'm fine, thank you." Konis smiled and said, "From now on we're sisters. Robin, since you're older than me, I'll call you Sister Robin from now on." Konis and Nico Robin instantly felt a deep mutual bond. Yamato, on the other hand, looked completely relaxed. Nico Robin poured herself a cup of coffee and began deciphering the poneglyph from Skypea that Lin Qi had obtained. "This is a poneglyph left by Gold. Roger," pointing toward Fishman Island. "One of the 3 ancient weapons Poseidon lies at Fishman Island." Nico Robin gazed at the poneglyph with contentment, sinking into deep thought. What exactly is the truth of the Void Century? If I follow my clues, and I'm not mistaken, Alabasta should hold historical information about Pluton. Wait, my husband. He knows where the poneglyphs are. Nico Robin's clear eyes lit up, and she turned to look at Lin Qi, who was testing the power of the Rumble fruit. Noticing Nico Robin's serious demeanor, Yamato curiously leaned in, observing her intently. Those strange characters seemed vaguely familiar. Soon it came back to her. When they were in Wano country, Yamato had also encountered such peculiar script before. It was a crimson stone stele that had been collected by the Emperor Kaido. Yamato immediately turned to Robin and said, Robin, so you have a fondness for these strange ancient texts. I have a red steel as well from Wano. Robin hesitated, her voice trembling slightly as she replied, a red historical stone. Is it important? Yamato noticed Robin's agitation. Nico. Robin nodded and explained, there are 4 red historical stones scattered across the Grand Line. Legend has it that these steels collectively point toward the final island Raftel, where the legendary treasure known as One Piece awaits. Its treasure. Yamato's interest piqued. The altar of Skypiea also has a steel covered in such strange characters, though it has grown somewhat overgrown and neglected. Sister Robin, so collecting these steels can lead one to treasure. Kamashi, clearly sharing a trace of excitement, could not contain herself. Of course, she remained unaware that the historical rubbing in Robin's possession was precisely that very steel from Skypiea. Yamato felt she had missed an opportunity, never having carved a copy of that steel from Skypiea. Nico. Robin nodded and confirmed, this historical rubbing is indeed from your Skypiea. Your husband has already made a rubbings of it. Their conversation flowed clearly into Lin Qi's mental network, which he had cultivated through the power of the Gura no Mi combined with observation haki. A slight smile graced Lin Qi's lips as he listened. Before Robin could speak, Lin Qi interjected. Robin, you wish to know where the historical steel of Arabasta is kept, don't you? That stone rests hidden within the Arabasta royal palace. Let us enter the palace now and meet King Nefertari Cobra. With that, Lin Qi gathered Nico, Robin, Yamato, and Kamashi into his arms, and in the blink of an eye transformed into a streak of lightning with a thunderous crack. Only a faint trace of lightning remained upon the stone slab. Lin Qi and his companions had vanished from the spot, speeding directly toward the Arabasta royal palace. The awaking Logia Goro no Mi. Yamato reacted first. You successfully absorbed Enel's power. Lin Qi nodded. You are so amazing, my husband. Kamashi pressed close against Lin Qi's embrace, admiration evident in her voice. Possessing the power of 2 devil fruits simultaneously. Nico. Robin finally saw the true depth of what a monster her husband truly was. Someone who could wield 2 devil fruits at once. Such a being had never existed in history. For when a person consumes a second devil fruit, their body cannot withstand the devilish power and explodes, leading to certain death. Perhaps he was truly someone she could rely upon. The blazing speed of the Goro no Mi proved its worth, and within moments Lin Qi and his party appeared above the capital of Arabasta. Inside the palace, the sudden appearance of Lin Qi and his group startled Mr. Tuban Clay, who had been performing an erotic dance right there in the throne room. He was somewhat flustered. Mr. Tuban Clay had not yet had the chance to revert to the appearance of King Cobra when Lin Qi and his companions saw through him immediately. Mr. Tuban Clay, take us to the real king of Arabasta. Lin Qi spoke. What are you talking about? What king of Arabasta? I know nothing. Mr. Tu intended to feign ignorance or bluff his way through, but his pitiful acting completely betrayed him. At that moment Lin Qi sighed and said to Mr. Tuban Clay, I was just about to compliment your talent as a travesti and recommend you to Ivankov. Looks like that chance is gone now. You know the legendary Emporio Ivankov. Upon hearing the name of the Empress of Impel Down's bottom level, Mr. Tu could no longer hold back. Of course I do. Ivankov has seen your bounty poster and once praised you, saying, Bon, you have great talent as a travesti. He even intended to invite you to the Kamabaka Kingdom, the paradise for travestis in the New World. All of this, of course, was fabricated afterward. Lin Qi, leveraging the talent of Zhuo Wang, Dao, simply controlled Bon Clay completely. Is it true? The Empress Ivankov saw my bounty poster and is really interested in me. Could I go to the ideal land of travestis, the New World Kamabaka Kingdom? Of course. Considering the great favor you did for Robin and me yesterday, I was going to recommend you, Mr. Tu, to Ivankov. Then you must recommend me to Ivankov. Mr. Tuban Clay transformed into an eager fanboy of Ivankov, pleading with Lin Qi. Lin Qi nodded and said, Can you take us to see King Nefertari Cobra now? Yes, certainly. Mr. Tuban Clay nodded with a grin, and then using his Moro no Mi transformed back into King Cobra right before their eyes, saying, I am a mimicker who ate the Paramecia type Moro no Mi. I can transform into anyone I touch. Mr. Tuban Clay chuckled, and leveraging his transformation ability demonstrated for Lin Qi and his group. He not only assumed the appearance of the Queen of Arabasta, but also that of Princess Vivi. This devil fruit was in a certain sense truly godlike. Previously, Baroque works tasked me with impersonating the king to incite internal chaos within the country, achieving our boss Crocodile's objectives. Lin Qi nodded. He was already well aware of this. Soon, guided by Mr. Tuban Clay, Lin Qi and his group reached the true king, Nefertari Cobra, imprisoned within the dungeons of the palace. Cobra's face was haggard, his eyes dim with despair. Upon seeing Bon Clay bring Lin Qi and his companions inside, the hollow desperation in Cobra's eyes flared with anger, and he rebuked them. What do you intend to do with Arabasta? Have the people of Arabasta not already suffered enough? Shut up, Mr. Tuban Clay said, growing irritated. All of this is the doing of that incompetent King Cobra. Cobra fell silent, staring desperately at the Mr. Tuban Clay, who looked exactly like him. For a moment he had no retort. At that moment Lin Qi approached Cobra and interrupted. King Cobra, I have come to propose a bargain. We wish to examine the historical stone in your underground chambers. I would ask that you guide us. Absolutely not. That is a secret guarded by the Nefertari family for generations. Cobra refused. You are the demon child Nico Robin, are you not? The world government has long sought your head. I am aware, Nico Robin replied calmly. But I wish to understand the truth of this world to learn the history that has been lost. Lin Qi did not rush at Cobra's refusal. Instead he smiled, and said, would you not like to save the kingdom of Arabasta? Civil war rages throughout the nation, conflicts unending. If you are a wise king, you should make a rational choice. You must know what consequences would befall the kingdom of Arabasta without a king like you. Besides, if you refuse, I will have no choice but to blow apart the entire royal underground chambers. I already know quite a bit about the secrets of the Nefertari family, including the historical stone beneath the palace and the ancient weapon Pluton. Hearing this, Nefertari Cobra was shocked and said, if you already know all of this, then why come here to insult me? Because you are a good king. Kopsa's expression darkened. If he were praised as a good king while seated on the throne, he would have been pleased. But now trapped in a prison cell, he felt that Lin Qi's words were nothing but an insult. Kopsa wore a helpless look and remained silent for a long while before speaking. Very well, your goal is the poneglyph in the underground palace, or rather the ancient weapon. However, the ancient weapon you seek is not in the kingdom of Alabasta. The royal underground palace is a secret place guarded by successive kings of the Nefertari family, and only the reigning king can open it. I will take you there, and in exchange I only beg you to spare the people of Alabasta. In the end, the king of Alabasta agreed to let Lin Qi, Nico Robin, and their group enter the Nefertari underground palace. Nico Robin laid her eyes upon the poneglyph she had longed for. It bore information about Pluton, indicating its location pointed towards the land of Wano. Just as Nico Robin was captivated by the historical text, Cobra attempted to press a button in the secret chamber. However, Lin Qi stopped him. Lin Qi's mantra saw through Kopsa's intentions, and he said, Kopsa, I hope you won't act rashly. Are you planning to trap us in the underground palace and perish together with us? A bolt of lightning struck Kopsa like a gust of wind, and Lin Qi paralyzed him. Kopsa, do you wish to bring shame upon Nefertari D? Lily. You know of Nefertari Lily. Kopsa's expression changed drastically as he stared at Lin Qi in disbelief. 800 years ago, after the 20 great kingdoms united to destroy the Great Kingdom, they concealed the truth of its 100-year history and subsequently established the world government. The descendants of those 20 kingdoms are the celestial dragons of today. Your first ancestor, Nefertari Lily, seems to have been deceived. After discovering the truth, she returned to the kingdom of Alabasta with some secrets. Kopsa, by seeking death like this, you are merely bringing shame upon the Nefertari family. Kopsa looked at Lin Qi in shock. He actually knew the hidden history of the Nefertari family. Kopsa gave up the idea of mutual destruction and looked at Lin Qi, asking, who exactly are you? A descendant of the Great Kingdom. Lin Qi said casually, speaking of which, your ancestor once made a pact with our Nefertari Lily. Nefertari was slightly surprised. What pact? A marriage alliance between our two families. Ding, the host has obtained the demon contract lifespan mission. Take Nefertari Vivi as a concubine. Ding. Lifespan reward 1 year. A lifespan mission concerning Princess Vivi. The Princess Vivi is probably still at Whiskey Peak, pondering how to infiltrate Baroque works. However, Alabasta had already undergone tremendous changes. A marriage alliance between our two families. Kopsa fell into deep thought. Perhaps it was true, otherwise how could there be such a profound connection with the Nefertari family? As I said, you are a good king. I will help you quell the Baroque works, or rather the Shichibukai crocodile, and the rebellion within the kingdom. After all, our two families share a history of profound ties. Kopsa finally let down his guard and asked, you came to Alabasta not with the same goal as Crocodile, to seize the ancient weapon Pluton, did you? Pluton, the ancient weapon. Let me tell you, Kopsa, I've known where the ancient weapons are all along. That's because the ancient weapon Pluton has been protected by my clan for generations. No wonder. Kopsa was astonished. This also explained the connection between Nefertari Lily and Lin Qi's ancestor. Nefertari Kopsa finally believed Lin Qi's words. He believed in the pact made by his ancestor Nefertari Lily. Immediately ignoring the paralysis from the lightning, Nefertari Kopsa knelt before an ancient statue in the royal underground palace, a statue that bore a faint resemblance to Vivi. Suddenly he knelt down. Kopsa wept with old tears. This unfilial descendant has erred gravely. I nearly brought great shame upon the Nefertari family. I, Kopsa, shall fulfill your pact. Lin Qi hadn't expected such a drastic change in Kopsa's demeanor. It was just a story he had casually woven, combined with his talent for sitting and forgetting, that had actually moved Kopsa to tears. Lin Qi's identity as a mysterious descendant of the Great Kingdom was deeply etched into Kopsa's heart. After Robin and the others had finished examining the historical text, Lin Qi and his group, as promised, made no further moves. Mr. 2. Bon Clay regarded Lin Qi as an important benefactor, hoping Lin Qi would recommend him to Emporio Ivankov so he could go to the Nukama land. Therefore he followed Lin Qi's orders obediently. Mr. 2 stopped mimicking Cobra, and Cobra returned to the throne. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alabasta, before Cobra could even warm the throne, he received news that rebels were attacking the capital. The tyrant is unjust. The people are destitute. Corpses litter the fields. Charge into the palace. Execute justice in heaven's stead. Remove the tyrant. With that, the rebels, along with the starving citizens, launched a civil war in Alabasta, and the royal army struggled to hold their ground. Cobra's face was ashen, and he was at his wit's end. How many rebels are there? Including the refugees, there are likely hundreds of thousands. Cobra was plagued with worry, saying, "Try not to harm the innocent citizens. That will be difficult." Lin Qi and Robin's group were inside the palace. Seeing this, Lin Qi said, "Leave it to me." Nefertari thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened with clouds. Divine punishment. Countless thunderbolts rained down upon the rebels. Divine judgment had descended. The heavens are angry. Rumble. In a short time, Lin Qi suppressed the rebellion, and he swiftly executed the few leaders. The citizens of Alabasta, witnessing the divine thunder, believed a god had descended and ceased their rioting, instead choosing to pray. The power of a Logia type is truly convenient. It allowed for large-scale AoE attacks. In the capital, the rioting citizens finally heard the heartfelt words of Nefertari Cobra. There he was kneeling before a din mushy screen, apologizing to the citizens on his knees. He also opened the granaries for relief, vowing to share the hardships with his people. This gesture from Cobra finally calmed the internal strife within the kingdom of Alabasta. Moreover, with the behind-the-scenes manipulation of Crocodile and Baroque works gone, the kingdom finally had a chance to catch its breath. King Cobra held a banquet in the palace for Lin Qi and his group. Then he said to his minister Belle, "The civil war in Alabasta is over. Belle, go and bring Princess Vivi back. I have an important announcement to make. Our Nefertari family will form a marriage alliance with the Lin Qi family. Your Majesty, he already has wives and concubines." Minister Belle reminded him, "What if Lord Lin Qi doesn't agree to this marriage? What man doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? Regardless, we must make the marriage between Lin Qi and Vivi happen. Even as a secondary wife is acceptable." Nefertari Cobra was determined and said seriously, "The Nefertari family will never break their promise. Ikabsa shall fulfill the 800-year-old pact of the Nefertari family." Belle was a user of the bird fruit falcon form and was the strongest warrior of the Alabasta kingdom. King Cobra entrusted Belle with the mission of retrieving Princess Vivi, both because Belle had the strength to protect her and because he could fly at incredible speeds. This would allow him to bring Princess Vivi back in the shortest time possible. King Cobra needed to expedite the marriage between Vivi and Lin Qi, fulfilling an 800-year-old pact between the Nefertari and Lin families. Yes, the sooner the better, King Cobra thought to himself. Near the reverse mountain in the Grand Line, Vivi, dressed in a miniskirt, had just gone undercover to join Baroque works. Her long light blue wavy hair was tied in a ponytail, giving her a capable, yet youthful and vibrant aura. Even then, Vivi was already showing signs of great beauty, standing gracefully with a budding elegance. Her first mission with her partner Mr. 9 was to capture a whale at the base of the reverse mountain. The immense whale's impact sent Vivi and Mr. 9 into a panic. Realizing the difficulty of the mission, Vivi bit her lip, determined to infiltrate Baroque works and uncover the conspiracy threatening the Alabasta kingdom. The whale's sheer power was overwhelming, quickly putting them in a tough spot. "Miss Wednesday, this whale is too big. We're no match for it." Mr. 9 exclaimed. "Yes, Mr. 9, let's head back to Whiskey Peak to get reinforcements," Vivi said. Both Vivi and Mr. 9 were knocked into the sea by the whale, realizing they couldn't handle it and planning to retreat for help. Just then the whale Laboon turned its head and opened its massive pitch-black mouth wide, lunging towards them. "We're doomed. We're going to be swallowed by the whale." Vivi and Mr. 9 swam frantically, paddling through the water with clumsy strokes. They finally managed to crawl ashore, both completely drenched. At that moment, a giant bird descended from the sky. Princess Vivi. The newcomer was Belle, the vice-captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard. Belle said, "Princess Vivi, King Cobra has summoned you back for an important matter. The rebellion in the Alabasta kingdom has been quelled. King Cobra has discovered that Mr. 0 is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile has sworn not to interfere in Alabasta's internal affairs any longer. Vivi, you no longer need to stay undercover in Baroque works." "Really? Father ended all of this?" Vivi exclaimed excitedly. "Is Alabasta safe?" She fired off one question after another. Belle nodded earnestly. "You've worked hard, Vivi. You can be Princess Vivi again." At that moment, Vivi's eyes welled up with tears. Belle embraced her, saying, "You can be Princess Vivi again." Belle took Princess Vivi back. The sky was clear and vast, with drifting clouds leaving a beautiful trail in their wake. "Belle, what is this important matter Father mentioned?" Belle hesitated for a moment before saying, "It concerns your marriage, Princess Vivi. He saved the Alabasta kingdom, defeated Crocodile, and quelled the rebellion. So King Cobra has decided to betroth you to him. There was a marriage pact between your ancestors." "We have a marriage pact." Princess Vivi looked at Belle in astonishment, a hint of confusion in her eyes, which also sparked a flicker of curiosity about Lin Qi. At the Alabasta Royal Palace. After returning to the kingdom, Princess Vivi changed into her royal attire instantly, revealing her beauty. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, her figure elegant and refined. "Father, what is the meaning of this?" As soon as she returned to the palace and changed, Vivi went straight to King Cobra to demand an explanation. "Vivi, you are grown now and of age to be married," Nefertari Cobra said solemnly. "It is time you learned about certain matters concerning our family, the Nefertari lineage. 800 years ago, our ancestor Nefertari Lily renounced her status as a celestial dragon and founded the Alabasta kingdom. Our ancestor Nefertari Lily made an 800-year pact with the Lin family, agreeing to a union between our clans. Moreover, he is a hero of Alabasta. He is the one who saved our kingdom. Vivi, your father's arrangement is for the good of Alabasta. The Nefertari family has never broken its word." In the end, Vivi nodded in agreement. She was the princess of the Alabasta kingdom, perhaps this was her destiny. Vivi was curious about the kind of person she was to marry. She suddenly asked, "Is he handsome?" Cobra was taken aback then coughed lightly. Without a hint of embarrassment, he said, "Vivi, trust your father's judgment. Though he might be slightly less handsome than I was in my youth, he is unmatched within the kingdom." Afterwards, Cobra led Vivi towards the resting chamber where Lin Qi was staying. The princess felt a flutter of nervousness at the prospect of meeting her betrothed. Soon Cobra and Vivi met Lin Qi. Extremely handsome. That was Vivi's first impression of Lin Qi. King Cobra spoke first. "This is my daughter Princess Vivi." Vivi wore a flowing princess gown, her figure graceful and alluring, her light blue hair carrying the essence of the sea. A young maiden blossoming into womanhood. Lin Qi could tell at a glance that Princess Vivi, though fresh and unassuming, possessed the foundation of a great beauty destined to become a stunning woman. Cobra glanced at Vivi and could tell she was smitten. The weight in his heart was somewhat lifted. He then said, "Lin Qi, our two families have a marriage pact from 800 years ago. Now that you are also a hero of Alabasta, I have decided to betroth Vivi to you, to unite our families." Cobra looked at Lin Qi, feeling more anxious than him to finalize the betrothal. He only relaxed when Lin Qi finally spoke. "Princess Vivi is a beauty of the realm. It is my fortune to have her. I will take good care of her." Lin Qi nodded in agreement. "Vivi, are you willing to marry Lin Qi?" "I am willing." Vivi nodded. Seeing the marriage arranged, Cobra was in high spirits. Ding. Host's demon contract to take Vivi as a concubine successful. Ding. Host receives a reward of 1 year of lifespan. Ding. Host's current lifespan is 12 years. Ding. Host receives a designated life simulation usable only on individuals the host has met. Taking Vivi as a concubine gave me an extra reward this time. A designated life simulation. Even though it's only usable on people I've met, that's more than enough. It seems that goal is now achievable. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Qi's face. Taking Vivi as a concubine had added another year to his life. He never imagined that a story he casually told would lead the king to offer his daughter's hand. After taking Princess Vivi as his concubine, Lin Qi didn't rush to leave Alabasta, choosing instead to stay for a few days. Nico Robin returned to the Arc Maxima. Conies was pouring a cup of coffee for Nico Robin, as usual, who was quietly reading a book on the Arc. Suddenly a wave of immense cold swept over them, and the two giant guards were frozen solid in the blink of an eye. Nico Robin set down her book, her gaze fixed on the icy figure. Her eyes revealed a look of utter despair and terror. Conies was equally frightened. "Robin, what's happening?" Nico Robin, her eyes filled with despair, stared at the ice-encased figure materializing from the air. "You're Aokiji, Admiral of the Marines." "Yo, Nico Robin. Long time no see." The tall figure descended, his features becoming distinct. A familiar face with a languid expression. Clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt, tall and upright with green goggles on his forehead, looking as if he could never get enough sleep. It was none other than Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, one of the 3 top-tier combat powers of the world government. Nico Robin stared in terror at Admiral Aokiji, while the giants Dori and Bragi were instantly defeated by him. Ice spread like spider webs, extending until it covered the giants entirely. Aokiji yawned a breath of frost and said, "Captured successfully Dori the Red Ogre, and Bragi the Blue Ogre with bounties of 100 million berries each." On the Arc Maxim, 2 massive ice-covered giant statues stood. After the capture, Aokiji glanced at Nico Robin and said, "Yo, Nico Robin, long time no see." Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. "Why are you in Alabasta?" Nico Robin's eyes were filled with nothing but despair and terror. Ocho Fleur twist. In her despair and terror, Nico Robin used her Hana no Mi ability, sprouting limbs on Aokiji's body and twisting his various parts. Crack crack. Aokiji shattered into pieces of ice. Moments later, he reformed from the ice and stood up. "I thought you were a smart woman, but it seems you're still just as foolish." Aokiji yawned a breath of frost and said, "Devil child Nico Robin, the world government has been looking for you. I never expected to find you hiding in Alabasta. So you might as well die." Facing Admiral Aokiji, all that remained for Nico Robin was fear. Aokiji made his move, his chilling aura pressing in. Aokiji. Nico Robin collapsed, weakly consumed by despair and fear. "Robin." Conies quickly caught her, but the next moment Conies was frozen into an angelic ice sculpture by Admiral Aokiji. "Save me, Lin Qi." In her despair and terror, Nico Robin screamed. Boom. Lightning crackled across the sky and a bolt struck Aokiji. As the lightning faded, Lin Qi supported Nico Robin and said gently, "Sorry Robin, I let you get scared." That touch of tenderness was like a beam of light in her darkness, shining upon Nico Robin and illuminating her world, soothing the despair and trauma in her heart. Lin Qi lovingly stroked Nico Robin's hair and said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here no one can hurt you. Take Conies and melt the ice with hot water. Leave this to me." Lin Qi said softly. Aokiji, recovering from the lightning strike, stood up again, cracked his neck, and radiated a fierce, chilling aura. But Lin Qi stood in his way. Aokiji looked at Lin Qi, a flood of wanted posters flashing through his mind, yet none matched the man before him. His drowsy eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Why are you helping Nico Robin?" "Why, oi?" Lin Qi sneered. "Because she's my woman. What other reason do I need to protect my woman?" "Understood," Aokiji said, and immediately struck out, attacking Lin Qi. Aokiji attempted to freeze Lin Qi, but Lin Qi wreathed in haki, slashed back at him with his blade. Lin Qi's sword struck the ice, and he remarked, as expected of the Navy headquarters' top combat power, using observation haki to foresee the future and then elementalizing. Lin Qi hadn't expected to kill Akiji with a single strike. However, Admiral Akiji's observation haki was also top tier. He elementalized the part of his body Lin Qi slashed, evading the damage. Following that, Akiji's ice spears also clashed against the lightning. A user of the Logia Goro Goro no Mi. Akiji frowned, seeing his attacks prove futile, and realized Lin Qi was also a Logia Devil Fruit user. Let's see whose power reigns supreme, your ice or my thunder. Lin Qi swung his Zanpakuto, and the lightning coalesced into a Qilin, while Akiji spat out a bird formed of ice spears. Ice Spear Bird. Thunder Qilin. The two energy-formed mythical beasts collided, a clash of immense haki, the confrontation of ice and thunder. The unyielding ice bird cried out to the heavens, while the domineering Qilin suppressed all. Boom. The clash caused the heavens and earth to change color. One side like a frozen wasteland, the other a domain of 10,000 thunders. Finally, they canceled each other out. Akiji formed a long sword from ice, clashing with the Zanpakuto, the metallic ring, thunderous. Divine avoidance. Lin Qi wreathed and haki attacked again. Akiji Kuzan swung his snow sword to parry, pushing his physical and swordsmanship skills to the limit. Ice Age domain. Time and space froze, and a vast expanse of Alabastus desert rapidly transformed into a frozen domain. It spread rapidly in all directions, freezing everything. The terrifying domain and cold air undoubtedly displayed the Admiral's immense power. Meanwhile, Lin Qi transformed into a being like the god of thunder, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that like an inescapable net ravaged Akiji's frozen domain. Two sword auras intertwined, a clash of ice and thunder. Lin Qi, imbued with immense haki, fought Admiral Akiji. Truly worthy of being one of the Navy headquarters' top combat powers, his strength was even more terrifying than Lin Qi had imagined. The two fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky back to the ground. The churning sky roared with thunder. The frozen earth was a domain of ice. A battle between absolute powerhouses stirring up storms. So this is the power of a Navy headquarters admiral. Mr. 3 Galdino and others marveled at the battle between monsters, glad they hadn't provoked them. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, let out a sinister laugh, a battle between an admiral and a monster. This is getting more and more interesting. It's getting my blood boiling. Akiji, you will fall in this battle. You think you can beat me? Both men were brimming with confidence, each exchange a head-on confrontation, not just of devil fruit powers, but also a contest of haki. Lin Qi gathered lightning in his hands, fusing it. The domineering lightning finally condensed into a lotus throne wreathed in black armament, haki, and flames. Finally, it formed a Buddha's lotus. Lin Qi roared at Akiji, "Dare to touch Nico Robin, and you will die." Akiji transformed into a giant of ice, wielding the trident of the ice god, and thrust its massive prongs forward. "Then try to protect her." Akiji roared back, radiating a sharp, chilling aura. Ice god ashes. Like a deity of ice, he charged at Lin Qi. Lin Qi, holding the Buddha's Wrath Thunder Lotus, roared in fury, "Buddha's Wrath Thunder Lotus. Explode." He hurled the lotus at the ice giant that was Akiji. Boom. Thunder roared, and lightning flashed. The ice giant's armor shattered rapidly under the might of the domineering thunder. Ice Age. Akiji unleashed another ultimate technique. The air instantly froze solid, rapidly encasing and trapping Lin Qi. Under the layers of obstructing pressure, Lin Qi suddenly transformed into his mythical Zoan form, the Qilin human. The Buddha's Wrath Thunder Lotus he condensed became even more ferocious, breaking through the layers of Akiji's frozen obstacles. Buddha's Wrath Thunder Lotus. Explode. Lin Qi used the dual fruit empowered Buddha's Wrath Thunder Lotus. His Qilin body absorbed even more lightning damage, making the lotus's power even more concentrated and devastating. Lin Qi's Buddha's Wrath Thunder Lotus shattered Akiji's ice and finally slammed into him. Wreathed in Conqueror's haki, Akiji had no means of escape. Boom. Explode. If the heavens wrong me, I'll blast the heavens. If the world government dares to touch Nico Robin, then I'll blow up the world government itself. Nico Robin. I will be the one to protect her. Lin Qi roared, and the Buddha's Wrath Thunder Lotus blasted through Admiral Akiji's frozen armor, destroying it with unstoppable force. It struck directly onto Admiral Akiji. Akiji suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The battlefield was scarred with the intertwining marks of ice and lightning. This was a battle between monsters. Akiji had been defeated, a dual devil fruit user. So someone in this world truly can possess 2 devil fruit powers. The mythical Zoan Qilin fruit, and the Logia Rumble fruit. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, stared in shock as Lin Qi revealed his 2 devil fruit abilities. The immense power of that final blow was enough to defeat even Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. Mr. 2 Bon Clay and Mr. 3 Galdino were both deeply shaken, as expected of a man with connections to Ivankov. Mr. 2 Bon Clay said while doing his Okama dance. Lin Qi's battle with Admiral Akiji had undoubtedly caused a massive sensation. In the palace, Princess Vivi and Yamato hurried over. Nico Robin rushed excitedly into Lin Qi's arms, saying, "Thank you, my husband." Fortunately, Lin Qi's powerful mantra had sensed Admiral Akiji's presence. He swiftly rushed from the palace to save Robin. Ever since the O'Hara incident, Admiral Aokiji had been a lingering shadow of fear for Nico Robin. Lin Qi and Nico Robin approached the defeated Aokiji. You won. You protected Nico Robin. Aokiji said with mixed emotions. Nico Robin, you've found someone capable of protecting you. Aokiji. Nico Robin gazed at the defeated Admiral Aokiji. Do you regret letting me go on O'Hara back then? What crime did the archaeologists of O'Hara commit for the world government to unleash a buster call upon them? Was it merely to erase the truth of the void century? That is the world government's taboo. Indeed, I now regret letting you go. Nico Robin, for your very existence will plunge the world into turmoil. Aokiji did not deny the thoughts in his heart. In truth, he himself was uncertain why he had spared Nico Robin back then. Was it for his dear friend Saul? Or was it because he couldn't bear the world government's ruthless policy of eradicating all traces? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Nico Robin, you were never meant to exist in this world, Aokiji stated. Bullshit. Lin Qi interrupted Akiji's words. Is the justice of you Marines merely to serve as the lapdogs of those celestial dragons in Mary Geos? Aokiji, what is the justice you hold in your heart? Aokiji fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent. I will not hand Nico Robin over to your world government. Lin Qi declared resolutely. If a man abandons his woman, is he still a man? Lin Qi shielded Nico Robin protectively with a look of deep affection. The world government is more powerful than you can imagine. This is a rule that no one can change. Then we shall simply change the rules. Lin Qi said calmly. Is that so? A look of bewilderment crossed Aokiji's face. It seemed Lin Qi had already made up his mind. Aokiji sank into thought, pondering what kind of justice he truly upheld and what answer awaited him. Aokiji, I once owed you a debt of gratitude, and now it is fully repaid. You may leave. Nico Robin spoke up. This is my choice, and it is also Saul's wish. I will live. Director, we've just received a major scoop. Kazan Aokiji of the Navy headquarters has been defeated by a pirate in Alabasta. At the World Economy newspaper headquarters, Morgan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The defeat of Aokiji, an admiral of the Navy headquarters, was a sensational story. Morgan's had been fretting over the lack of explosive news lately. Aside from the new superstar Fire Fist Ace, his inspiration was running dry. This was truly a godsend. It seems I'll have to spice this up considerably. Director Morgan's thought with a sly smile, then asked, what kind of notorious pirate is he, and what's his bounty? In his albatross form, Morgan's inquired, eager to know what kind of formidable pirate could defeat Aokiji, the pinnacle of the Marines' fighting force. This was definitely big news. Even the Marines have their off days, Morgan's muttered in his albatross form. This was a tremendous business opportunity. He couldn't afford to miss it. He's an unprecedented mysterious pirate with no bounty yet. However, their battle was over Nico Robin, and this mysterious pirate also kidnapped Princess Vivi of Alabasta. The devil child Nico Robin, you say? The albatross Morgans let out a cunning sly chuckle. And so several major headlines were about to be unleashed upon the world. Mysterious pirate defeats Admiral Aokiji. Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom abducted by mysterious pirate. The devil child Nico Robin resurfaces. And other such sensational headlines were churned out in abundance under Morgan's relentless prompting. In an instant, the new world was stirred. The new world. Gururara. The old man laughed heartily upon seeing the news of Admiral Aokiji's defeat, his eyes fixed on the silhouette of the mysterious pirate with a bounty of 3 billion berries. I must make this man my son. Pops. Pops. I know this man. It's definitely him. Fire Fist Ace, now aboard Whitebeard's ship, recognized the figure in the silhouette. Who else could it be but Lin Qi? Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, and Big Mom were equally stirred. Kaido of the 4 emperors laughed heartily. Oro aro aro. Isn't it only natural that my son-in-law, the son-in-law of Kaido of the 4 emperors, can defeat a marine admiral? Oro aro aro aro. While world news was flying everywhere, Lin Qi and his group departed from Alabasta. On the Ark, Vivi watched as the distance between the Ark and Alabasta grew ever wider and said, goodbye, Alabasta. I will return. Father, take care. Vivi reluctantly bid farewell to her father Cobra and Pell from the Ark. As the Ark set sail, Vivi quickly integrated into the group. Robin, your knowledge is truly vast. You can decipher all kinds of ancient scripts. Unlike me, I have no particular talents and no gift for playing the piano either. Konis looked at Nico Robin with envy. Konis, the music you play is beautiful. I love listening to it. Nico Robin said to Konis sincerely. Yamato gazed at the distant sky, her heart surging with excitement, and asked Lin Qi, where shall we go for our next adventure? I've heard there's a great restaurant on the sea. How about we go check it out? Sounds great. The moment Yamato heard about food, she nodded eagerly in agreement. The Ark traveled through the sky routes. Lin Qi thought for a moment. Since they were already in the first half of the Grand Line, they might as well sample the delicacies of the sea restaurant. The Ark, propelled by lightning-based energy, could traverse the sky routes over Reverse Mountain to reach the East Blue. Lin Qi chose the shortest distance between 2 points. Before long, Lin Qi's Ark entered the East Blue and located the sea restaurant Bar Tai. Sanji, the food you cook tastes like crap. You're driving all the customers away. A skinny monkey-faced man yelled angrily, dragging Sanji, who had a rose clenched between his teeth. Just then the colossal Ark appeared in the East Blue. What a huge pirate ship. It must be from the New World. Are those giants? So many beautiful ladies. When Sanji saw Yamato, Nico, Robin, Vivi, Konis, and the others on the ark, his eyes immediately turned into the shape of hearts. The arrival of Lin Qi's group instantly caused a commotion. Zeph, the head chef of the Barity, narrowed his eyes at the sight. So many beautiful ladies. If it weren't for the monkey-faced guy Patty holding him back, Sanji would have rushed over. See restaurant cuisine. Upon reaching their destination, Yamato and the others revealed their foodie expressions. Lin Qi's group landed at the sea restaurant. The monkey-faced man, seeing such an impressive ship, quickly put on a welcoming smile and said, "Welcome guests. What would you like to eat? Please come in." Lin Qi and the others didn't stand on ceremony and walked into the bar. Sanji was practically dancing, a rose in his mouth, as he approached Nico, Robin, and the others. "Ladies, your beauty is as radiant and captivating as a rose. Allow me to be your knight. Order whatever you desire, as Sanji will take care of everything." "Really?" Yamato asked. She couldn't believe such a wonderful thing as free food existed. "You're such a good person. Then I won't hold back," Nico, Robin said with a smile. Vivi and Konis also thanked Sanji. At that moment, Sanji suddenly turned to Lin Qi and said, "You're the exception." "I see." Lin Qi chuckled and said to Sanji, "But they are all my wives." "Huh, they're all your wives? Am I hearing things wrong? Are you a lunatic or something?" Sanji completely ignored Lin Qi's words, still practicing his nightly code as he circled around the four women: Yamato, Vivi, Nico, Robin, and Kaya. As Sanji served the Barity's delicacies and red wine to them, his heart raced with fluttering anticipation. The intensity of his passion was so overwhelming that his excited heart seemed ready to burst from his chest. Peerless beauties. When four stunning women appeared before him all at once, Sanji found himself completely captivated by their beauty. Unable to resist, he leaned closer to catch their fragrance, drawn to them as if by an irresistible magnetic force. Princess Vivi, the youngest among them, was startled by Sanji's behavior and let out a cry. "This guy is sick." Vivi glared at Sanji with disgust. Suddenly, she punched him on the head with thunderous force, leaving a swollen bump on his forehead. "Sanji, you scared the guests again." The bald man named Patty dragged Sanji outside, bowing apologetically. Patty then roughly dragged Sanji into the kitchen. "We can't let the guests go hungry." Inside the kitchen, Zeph, the head chef, had already donned his white chef's coat and prepared the ingredients. With a serious expression, he spoke to Sanji after Patty dragged him in. "I know, old man." Sanji responded, carelessly dismissing Zeph. "The first step to conquering a woman is through her stomach." Sanji completely ignored Zeph, standing nearby, lost in his fantasy of beautiful women. "Sanji, pay attention." Zeph revealed his prosthetic leg and kicked the obsessed Sanji, bringing him back to reality. "These could be important figures from the Grand Line. Do you understand what that means, Sanji?" Zeph roared at Sanji. "The Grand Line." Sanji pondered for a moment, then became more alert. "Old man, do you mean they know about the All Blue?" The legendary ocean All Blue is said to contain fish from all four seas: the East Blue, West Blue, North Blue, and South Blue. Zeph hinted without going further, but his hands never stopped working. He controlled the fire and stirred the pan with fluid, effortless movements, showcasing his extraordinary culinary skills. Soon dishes from the Bartai restaurant began flowing out of the kitchen in succession. Lin Qi and his companion's table was quickly filled with freshly prepared dishes. Yamato eagerly leaned forward to smell the food, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Even Lin Qi was impressed by the speed at which the dishes were being served. Truly worthy of Sanji, the ultimate ladies' man. His devotion to the women was no less than that of a modern-day love warrior. Sanji completely ignored protagonist Lin Qi, treating him as if he didn't exist at all. "Robin Chuan, Yamato Chuan, Vivi Chuan, Kaya Chuan, let me be your most loyal knight." Sanji buzzed around the four women like a flower-seeking bee, his eyes filled with hearts. Nico, Robin, witnessing his passionate chivalrous spirit, found him rather amusing. Nico, Robin smiled gently at Sanji and said, "I'm already married." Kaya also spoke in a gentle, polite tone. "I'm married too, Mr. Sanji." Princess Vivi sniffed lightly and nodded, acknowledging she too had found a husband. "We're all wives now," Yamato said sincerely, then placed a hand on Lin Qi's shoulder and added, "We're all Lin Qi's women." Sanji plummeted from heaven to hell in an instant. The four women's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. They all had husbands, and they were all married to the same person, Lin Qi. A harem was exactly the paradise Sanji had dreamed of. How incredibly blissful was that? But quickly emerging from his despair, Sanji seized upon the word Lin Qi. From that moment on, he regarded Lin Qi as his sworn enemy, harboring deep resentment toward him. "You must be Lin Qi, right?" Sanji's gaze burned with fury as he stared at Lin Qi, who was lounging drunk beside a beauty. "You're their husband?" "Yes, I told you they're my women," Lin Qi confirmed with a nod. "Lin Qi, I harbor an irrevocable grudge against you. Let's settle this once and for all." Sanji fixed Lin Qi with a deeply resentful stare. Lin Qi had stolen his dream of becoming a man among women. "We've only just met," Lin Qi remarked. "No matter, you've stolen my dream of a harem. Why do you get to marry so many peerless beauties and steal away my paradise? Our hatred runs as deep as the ocean itself. Let's settle this. Let's duel." Sanji gritted his teeth, seething with hatred toward Lin Qi. "Oh, so that's what this is about." Lin Qi couldn't help but laugh, gazing at Sanji's almost frenzied state. "Very well, let's duel." Sanji and Lin Qi appeared to bear a generational grudge, their faces twisted with resentment. In the next instant, Sanji launched a kick at Lin Qi. But Lin Qi remained perfectly still. Sanji's kick connected squarely with his head. Startled Sanji realized he couldn't withdraw in time, forcing him to follow through with the strike. As Sanji's foot passed through Lin Qi's body, it was as if he'd kicked straight through a wall of lightning. Yet in the next moment Lin Qi reformed as though nothing had happened. Seeing this, an unwilling Sanji unleashed his kicking techniques, with full force, leaving behind countless afterimages. Yet every strike proved futile. No matter how many times he kicked, each blow passed through Lin Qi like striking a barrier of lightning. The patrons at the Bartai restaurant watched in stunned silence. Yamato and the others remained unfazed, simply observing the spectacle. This must be the power of a devil fruit. Chef Zeph, who had once been a pirate sailing the Grand Line before dedicating himself to cooking, recognized what was happening. Legend speaks of devil fruits on the Grand Line. Consuming one grants demonic powers, but at the cost of never being able to swim again, as the sea rejects you. Just as Zeph suspected, these visitors hailed from the Grand Line. By the time Sanji collapsed from exhaustion, gasping for breath, and utterly unable to land a single strike, the truth was clear. How is this even possible? Sanji muttered in bewilderment, having exhausted every tactic he could think of against Lin Qi's seemingly effortless counter. Save your energy. He's a rumble fruit user, a man of lightning. You can't touch him, Yamato interjected, having watched enough. Seeing Sanji had worn himself out, Lin Qi chuckled. Sanji, my turn. With a simple gesture, a bolt of lightning measuring tens of thousands of volts crashed down upon Sanji. The restaurant filled with the acrid scent of scorched flesh as Sanji lay writhing on the ground, his body crackling with residual electricity. He'd been thoroughly defeated. Devil fruit power from the Grand Line. Sanji gasped weakly from where he lay, clearly having been spared just enough to stay conscious. You lost, Sanji, Lin Qi said softly as he approached. Consider this meal on me. Thank you for the hospitality. We'll meet again someday. Wait. Sanji struggled to his feet, ignoring his scorched and battered frame, and called out desperately. All blue. It exists, doesn't it? The legendary ocean that connects all four seas. Does all blue truly exist? Lin Qi paused then nodded. Yes, it does. Lin Qi's words awakened Sanji, reminding him that dreams require perseverance, and that the all blue truly exists. Of course, the legendary sea where the four oceans converge lies on Fishman Island, though Lin Qi did not reveal its exact location to Sanji. A person ultimately needs an anchor for their goals to keep moving forward and continue their adventures. Old man, did you hear that? The legendary sea, the all blue, is real. Did you all hear that? Sanji exclaimed joyfully to Zeph and the other cooks, his happiness radiating like a child's. While Lin Qi and his crew were relishing a grand feast at the sea restaurant, a young girl had quietly slipped aboard the Ark Maxim. She had short orange hair and wore a tight-fitting tank top and shorts. She carefully maneuvered past the giant guards Dory and Broggy, stealing a nervous glance at them. Her heart trembled, denying her fear would be a lie. With agile footwork, the orange-haired girl exploited the blind spots of Dory and Broggy, silently infiltrating the Ark Maxim. Using her deft skills and an uncanny intuition for gold, she quickly located Lin Qi's treasure vault. Inside, the accumulated gold, large and small, amounted to at least several 100 million berries. Her eyes were instantly captivated by the dazzling, glittering hoard. Jackpot. I've hit the jackpot. Pirate ships from the Grand Line are loaded. This should easily cover my 100 million berry goal. The orange-haired girl nearly emptied Lin Qi's treasure vault before preparing to leave, fully content. This girl was none other than the cat burglar Nami. Just as she was about to retreat from the Ark, her eyes caught sight of a treasure chest. Her eyes sparkled with greed, as a money-obsessed thief Nami would never pass up a chance at more treasure. Nami opened the chest, revealing a pink scale-patterned devil fruit nestled inside. Curious, she picked it up, admiring its beauty and wondering what kind of fruit it could be. It must be delicious, Nami thought. She took a bite, but the next moment her face turned pale and she began to retch violently. It tastes worse than crap. The commotion Nami caused alerted Dory and Broggy, who sensed something amiss and began scanning the Ark with their massive frames. Fortunately, the giant's clumsiness worked in her favor. Nami darted through various hiding spots, narrowly avoiding detection. It was a close call. That was too close. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, completely unaware that she was slowly transforming into a pink dragon. It wasn't until the scattered treasure reflected her image that she saw her horrifying new form. She had become a dragon. Just then a bolt of lightning struck and a magnetic voice echoed. You've been found out, cat burglar Nami. Lin Qi appeared behind Nami with the speed of lightning, startling her. Ding. Host has activated the demon contract lifespan mission. Grant Nami one wish. Ding. Host lifespan, reward 1 year. Lin Qi glanced at the system panel, pondering the task of fulfilling one of Nami's wishes. Of course, Lin Qi had already sensed Nami's presence and her sneaky intentions towards the Ark through his mantra. Seeing her cover was blown, Nami relied on pure instinct to make a swift escape. Kokoyashi village is still waiting for me to return. I absolutely cannot get caught here. Nami's gaze was resolute, willing to risk everything for this cause. Lin Qi understood why it was all because of the Fishman Arlong pirates. Lin Qi was about to offer his help in dealing with Arlong, but Nami was already sprinting away at full speed, leaving him with a wry smile. He transformed into lightning and instantly appeared beside her, saying, I can grant you one wish and help you take care of the Arlong pirates. Nami froze, finally stopping in her tracks. Unbeknownst to them, they were now suspended in midair. You know about the Arlong pirates? She asked in disbelief. Lin Qi nodded, then looked at Nami saying, this fish fruit is actually quite suited for you. I suddenly think Dragon Girl Nami is pretty cute too. Nami finally realized she was high up in the sky in her dragon form. Looking down, she lost her composure and began to plummet through the air. Lin Qi moved with lightning speed, catching her in his arms. He instructed, try to understand and master the devil fruit's power. Learn to control the flame clouds. So that horrid-tasting fruit was a legendary devil fruit from the Grand Line. Nami began to piece it together, recalling the legends she'd heard in the East Blue about these mysterious powers. I'm a devil fruit user now. Yes. You have to be careful. Eating a devil fruit makes you a non-swimmer. You can't fall into the sea. Lin Qi paused, then added. But this fruit is an exception. If you master the flame clouds, you'll be able to fly in the sky. First, calm your mind. Okay. Nami followed Lin Qi's guidance, steadied her mind, and slowly learned to control the flame clouds, successfully soaring through the air. Once Nami had a decent grasp on the fish fruit, Lin Qi spoke up. Now let's set off. Where to? Why? To fulfill your wish, of course. To destroy the Arlong pirates. With that, Lin Qi scooped Nami into his arms. Before she could react, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye they arrived at the heart of the Arlong pirates' territory. Arlong, seeing Lin Qi arrive with Nami, snarled angrily, Nami, what is the meaning of this? Arlong, you harmed my mother and my village. You deserve to die, Nami declared. Ha ha ha. Nami, do you even know what you're saying? Are you really going to betray me for this man? Ha. Pathetic humans. Our fishman's strength is 100 times that of yours. Fishmen are the most superior race in this world. Humans are mere ants, the lowest of the low. Arlong lounged on a beach chair, laughing heartily as he looked at Lin Qi and Nami, emphasizing his perceived racial superiority. Lin Qi didn't even spare Arlong a glance. Instead, he said to Nami, Nami, you've done well. Watch closely. Dealing with scum like this takes but an instant. Any more time would be a waste. You pathetic humans dare to look down on the fishman race. Die. Ha ha. Arlong roared with laughter. The next moment, the sky was filled with lightning. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning gathered overhead and descended with overwhelming force, striking down across the Arlong pirates' base in a wide arc. Every member of the Arlong pirates became a target for the lightning, and they were all wiped out in the snap of Lin Qi's fingers. Nami was completely stunned by the scene. The Arlong pirates. Just like that. The notorious tyrant of the East Blue Arlong was extinguished in the blink of an eye by this man. Nami was deeply shaken by the sight. She didn't even have time to cry tears of relief. The Arlong pirates were simply gone. At that moment, the villagers of Kokoyashi village arrived, including Nami's sister Nojiko and the village policeman Jinzo. They witnessed the destruction of the Arlong pirates and saw Nami. Nami, Nojiko and Jinzo called out, rushing over to embrace her. Thank you, Nami. You saved the village. We always knew that you joined the Arlong pirates to protect our village. Nami caught sight of Nojiko, and Jinzo pinched her own cheek, and an ouch escaped her lips. The sharp sting of pain confirmed this was no dream. Arlong and his crew are truly finished. Nami, you defeated the Arlong pirates. You saved Kokoyashi village. Nojiko and Jinzo, having confirmed that Arlong and the others were completely unconscious, embraced Nami as they spoke. Then where is he? Nami snapped back to reality, her mind filled with the image of that handsome, powerful figure. Where is he? Who? Lin Qi. When Nojiko and Jinzo's group had arrived, only Nami and the defeated Arlong pirates remained. No one else was found. Nojiko said, apart from you, Nami, we didn't see anyone else. He left. Gazing at the distant sky, Nami finally realized Lin Qi had vanished, leaving her all the credit for defeating the fishman Arlong. Under the clear sky, Lin Qi rode a temporary hawk, looking back towards Kokoyashi village. He mused, Nami and the others probably have a lot to talk about. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Arlong pirates and fulfilling one of Nami's wishes. Ding. Host lifespan, reward 1 year. Quest complete. Such an easy task granted a full year of lifespan. Could it be because of the main character's group? Kokoyashi village was filled with mandarin trees, and it was the season when they were laden with fruit. Lin Qi regretted leaving before he could taste one. Nami became the hero of Kokoyashi village for driving away the Arlong pirates. Hawk, fly faster. Lin Qi patted the hawk. He could have instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning to return to the ark, but looking at the blue sky and white clouds, he found a hawk flying by and decided to make it his mount. Watching the clouds drift in the sky and the flowers bloom and wither in the courtyard, Lin Qi savored this moment of tranquility. From the moment Lin Qi met Nami to the destruction of the Arlong pirates, only a brief 10-odd minutes had passed, part of which was spent riding the hawk. Watching the slow-flying hawk, Lin Qi couldn't help but find it amusing. After a tap from Lin Qi, the hawk let out a cry and soared high into the sky. Before long, Lin Qi returned to the ark. Seeing Yamato, Nico, Robin, Vivi, and Konis, he approached and asked, ready? Then let's head back to the new world. After the four beauties had tidied up at the Barity, Lin Qi prepared to return to the new world. Just then Yamato exclaimed in surprise, Lin Qi, there's a dragon over there flying towards us. This world is truly amazing. Another dragon appears identical to Kaido except for its color. Lin Qi was stunned, turned around, and who else could it be but Nami? It took Nami a while to master the dragon transformation and ride the clouds. Had it not been for her urgent desire to catch up with Lin Qi, it would have taken her much longer. Wait. Nami struggled to maintain her balance, approaching the ark, the Thousand Sunny. Lin Qi saw that the artificial fish fruit created by Vegapunk from Kaido's lineage perfectly matched Nami, and a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. This was certainly better than wasting it on Momonosuke. Nami was naturally sensitive to weather thunderclouds, and such so her talent for comprehending the devil fruit's power was exceptional. She did not disappoint Lin Qi. Nami landed successfully on the Thousand Sunny, and reverted to her maiden form saying, "Humph Lin Qi, why did you run off without a word?" A hint of anger and reproach colored her voice. "Thank you for dealing with the Arlong pirates at Kokoyashi village. You saved our entire village from the tyrant fishman Arlong. But I want to know, I initially planned to steal your treasure, so why did you still help me defeat the Arlong pirates?" "Because I also despise the Arlong pirates," Lin Qi said with a smile. This was Lin Qi's honest truth. Even without Nami's quest, he never intended to let the Arlong pirates go. "Fishman Arlong with a bounty of 20 million berries," Nico Robin stated calmly. "He should have been captured by the Marines and thrown into Impel Down years ago. How did he escape and terrorize the East Blue again? The world government shouldn't be unable to keep an eye on a pirate with a 20 million berry bounty." "Robin, are you saying there's more to this?" Conies looked at Nico Robin with confusion, catching the implication in her words. "It's because of Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Lin Qi didn't hesitate to clear up Robin's confusion. Arlong's release from prison was indeed the result of Jinbe using his position as a warlord as a bargaining chip to get the world government to free him. Nami, listening nearby, was utterly bewildered. So these were the big shots of the Grand Line. They spoke with such authority. However, she silently noted the name Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords, thinking she might settle scores with him someday. They actually knew the truth of the matter. Listening, Nami realized that in their eyes the Arlong pirates were nothing but small fry, even though Arlong was the most wanted pirate in the entire East Blue. They were truly powerful allies if she had to hold on tight. Suddenly Nami knelt before Lin Qi, speaking seriously. "Are you heading to the Grand Line? Please let me board your ship. My dream is to draw a complete map of the world. Only by sailing with you can my dream come true. The women on my ship are all my women." Lin Qi joked. The next moment Nami puffed out her chest and declared solemnly, "Give me 3 years, and I'll become a beautiful woman for you, Nami." Uff. Seeing Nami's confident look, Lin Qi couldn't help but laugh. 3 years later, Nami would indeed be a stunning beauty. Ding. Host has triggered one of the demon contract side quests, acquiring the Nurturing Nami quest. Ding. This nurturing quest offers low investment and high returns. Host should seize the opportunity. Lin Qi looked at the panel, slightly taken aback. This demon contract system didn't seem like a proper system at all, now dabbling in nurturing games. Facing Nami's request, Lin Qi nodded in agreement, saying, "Then let us witness the grace of the future dragon girl Nami. This is truly something to look forward to." Lin Qi indeed looked forward to seeing the future dragon girl Nami. Seeing that Lin Qi had agreed to let her board the ship, Nami was overjoyed. She had risked her life countless times to steal maps, and now she could finally head to the Grand Line herself. Everyone in Kokoyashi village, including Nojiko and Jinzo, knew that Nami's dream was to become a great navigator and draw a complete map of the world. When they heard Nami was going to sea, they were supportive. But to ensure Nami's peace of mind, Lin Qi deliberately piloted the Thousand Sunny past Kokoyashi village, allowing Nami to properly bid farewell to the villagers, especially her sister Nojiko. Before leaving, Nami brought along many tangerines and tangerine trees. Then she handed Lin Qi a tangerine, saying, "This is my favorite fruit. It's for you." "Thanks, my favorite fruit is also the tangerine." Lin Qi took the tangerine Nami gave him with a casual air. Nami was taken aback, let out a small humph, and then handed him all the tangerines, saying, "They're all for you." The girl was genuinely serious. Lin Qi took Nami's tangerines, peeled one, and ate it. As expected of a specialty of Orangetown, the tangerine was unexpectedly sweet and delicious. The Arc Maxim drifted slowly through the sky, white clouds floating by. Nami journeyed with Lin Qi's party toward the new world. As they were about to cross the red line, Nami looked up at the sky, her brows knitting tightly. Beneath the calm heavens, currents of air seemed to be secretly stirring. This was the harbinger of a violent storm. Lin Qi changed the Ark's course at once. "A powerful storm is coming." In her urgency, Nami called out to Lin Qi and the others, who were still leisurely at ease on the ship. Nami was a user of the artificial fish fruit. No subtle change in the weather could escape her eyes. She made her judgment immediately and told Lin Qi to alter the Ark's trajectory. Hearing this, Lin Qi immediately altered the Ark's path according to Nami's instructions. Before long, the sky indeed changed drastically, forming an enormous air vortex that drew everything around it into its maw. The greater an object, the stronger the pull of the vortex storm, and the Arc Maxim undoubtedly became its prime target. Lin Qi wielded the power of lightning, striving to break through the storm's attraction and escape the limits of the tempest. Meanwhile, another flying ship in the sky encountered the same plight. Its mast flew a lion's pirate flag. They were the flying pirates. "What are you standing there for? Run quick, the death storm is coming." Nami called out to Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki, with a head resembling a rooster's comb, looked at Lin Qi, Nami, and the others aboard the Arc Maxim, then smiled. "Are you pirates?" "Of course," said Nami. "We're heading to the new world." "Since you're pirates, that settles it nicely." The golden-haired Shiki laughed. As he spoke, Shiki's Golden Lion pirates gradually drew close to the Arc Maxim. Lin Qi directly blocked Shiki's approach. Golden Lion was a user of the float fruit. Everything he touched became weightless and could be freely controlled at his whim. Golden Lion Shiki, you've made a mistake in provoking us. I've already seen through your plan, Lin Qi said. As Golden Lion prepared to make a move on the arc, Lin Qi immediately struck at him. Divine Departure. Lin Qi swung his Zanpakuto and cut straight toward Golden Lion Shiki in one strike. The force that erupted in an instant was enough to blast Shiki back. Endowed with heaven-defying comprehension, Lin Qi had mastered Gold Roger's Divine Departure, and the technique was becoming ever more polished. The dense sword aura was powerful enough to split mountains and carve through the sea. Shiki's expression shifted. Having crossed swords with Roger countless times, he was intensely familiar with this move of Roger's Divine Departure. Who are you to Pirate King Roger? Why can you wield Roger's sword move? Golden Lion Shiki retreated a few steps, then halted in midair to face Lin Qi. Could you be Roger's successor? Jai Ha. If Roger had joined me 20 years ago, we might have conquered the world long ago. Golden Lion Shiki thought back to the Battle of Edwar. Roger had become an opponent he recognized, and when he learned that Roger had turned himself and he had even challenged Marine headquarters alone. At the same time, Roger was the opponent Golden Lion Shiki could never quite let go. Because of that, he had grown somewhat interested in Lin Qi. How about it? 20 years ago, Shiki did not join with Roger. 20 years later, joining with Roger's successor would also make a fine story. Oomph. You want me to join the Flying Pirates and become your underling? That's quite a dream, Shiki. Lin Qi sneered and went on, Golden Lion Shiki, do you know why Roger didn't join you 20 years ago? Because you were too weak. Courting death. The wound in Shiki's heart had been reopened and pain ached within him. Enraged, he said, if not for the storm at Edwar, Roger would have been buried at sea by me long before. There would have been no Pirate King to speak of. Heaven willed me to lose to Roger, and Roger is a man I acknowledge. But you are nothing but a wet behind the ears brat spouting nonsense. Golden Lion Shiki would like to see whether you actually inherited Roger's legacy. Shiki was so angry that he laughed instead. Call him weak. That was the funniest joke he had ever heard. To die beneath my treasured sword, Sakuraji and Kagurashi will also settle the bond of enmity between Roger and me. Golden Lion swung the famous blades bound below his legs, then slashed at Lin Qi with overwhelming sword pressure. Wave slash. Golden Lion Shiki swung his sword in confidence. The sword aura came sweeping in. Lin Qi dodged at the last possible instant. The next moment, the sea was split open by Golden Lion's slash, leaving a flat chasm-like fissure in the ocean. Lin Qi was like lightning, his figure like a phantom. In the martial world, only speed could not be overcome. He unleashed another slash of Divine Departure wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. The black lightning shook Shiki's heart. The sensation was familiar, and Shiki responded quickly. He likewise swung a famed blade with one leg and clashed with Lin Qi. As their mighty Conqueror's Haki collided, cracks appeared in the sky. Golden Lion Shiki was indeed a great pirate, equal in fame to Whitebeard, having matched Roger countless times. Plainly, he was also a master swordsman. Jai Ha. Roger's moves are truly all too familiar. You cannot defeat me, Jai Ha. Golden Lion Shiki laughed uproariously, gazing at Lin Qi with calm ease. That sword strike had stirred his long-dormant fighting blood. Join us. Killing you would really be such a waste. You are Roger's successor. If we join forces, the world will be ours for the taking before long. I refuse. Because you're not worthy. Lin Qi remained cold. It seems you truly want to die. Golden Lion Shiki said regretfully. Boom. Two sword auras crossed once more, and their slashes fell again upon the sea, cleaving it apart. As expected of a legendary pirate of Roger's era, Golden Lion Shiki really did have some measure of ability. So what? A murderous intent flashed through Lin Qi's eyes. His whole body transformed into the awakened human beast form of a Qilin, as if a beast god had descended upon the world. The world went pale. A mythical Zoan. Golden Lion Shiki watched Lin Qi's Qilin human form and burst into laughter. A mythical Zoan devil fruit is even rarer than a Logia. Lion's Might. Thousand Ravines slash. Golden Lion Shiki's fighting spirit ignited as though he were battling Roger once more. He swung both legs and unleashed a continuous storm of slashes at Lin Qi. The sword aura freed by the two renowned blades Sakuraji and Kagurashi became even more ferocious and sharp. Golden Lion started to get serious. Facing Golden Lion's slashes, Lin Qi dodged swiftly and fell back several steps. Then with a flicker of movement, he seized the perfect moment and swung his blade. Thunder Qilin. The sword aura condensed by Lin Qi took the form of a Qilin beast trapped within a cage. Breaking free of its restraints, it charged down at Golden Lion with terrifying speed. Seeing this, Golden Lion Shiki activated the Float Fruit's power, seizing control of the surrounding air and condensing it into a pride of lions. Space warped. The Qilin clashed with the lions. I am the true god of all beasts. Even lions must bow. Lin Qi roared, wrapping himself in Conqueror's Haki as he contested strength with Golden Lion Shiki. The battle grew ever more feverish. Golden Lion Shiki, your greatest strength is your Float Fruit, but right now the Float Fruit has become your greatest weakness. In aerial combat, I am stronger than you. Suddenly Lin Qi released an even more powerful Conqueror's Haki move. The Qilin was as if reborn from the flames, turning into the true beast god. With absolute beastly might, he forced the lions to submit. Golden Lion Shiki's lion's might unleashed in midair lacked power and collapsed within moments. After all, am I just old Roger? Lin Qi cut Golden Lion Shiki down, and Shiki tasted defeat, once more full of unwillingness. In the contest of hockey, he had lost to Lin Qi. The legend of Golden Lion Shiki, a pirate of his generation, had drawn to a close. Lin Qi watched the defeated Golden Lion. Had Shiki fought on solid ground, his lion's might techniques would have been 100 times more powerful, but when it came to aerial combat, Lin Qi held an absolute advantage. Golden Lion Shiki had been defeated by his own underestimation of the enemy. Aerial combat was the advantage of the float fruit, yet when confronted with Lin Qi, who wielded 2 devil fruits, it became a fatal shortcoming. Golden Lion Shiki was a legendary pirate of the Roger era. Back then he single-handedly stormed Marine headquarters and demolished half of Marineford, the seat of the Marines. It was only after Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Garp joined forces to suppress him that the whole matter was finally settled. Yet who could have imagined that after being sent into Impel Down, the world's greatest undersea prison, Golden Lion Shiki would cut off his own legs and escape from that impenetrable undersea stronghold. Shortly after his escape, Golden Lion Shiki vanished without a trace from the world. However, everyone knew that Golden Lion Shiki would inevitably stage a comeback. Nico Robin looked at the defeated Golden Lion and said with a smile, so Golden Lion Shiki had been living in seclusion in the weakest sea, the East Blue, using the power of IQ to manufacture biological weapons. Lin Qi said, whatever grand scheme he was plotting is none of our concern. But the very fact that Golden Lion Shiki chose to attack us is his crime. Lin Qi cared nothing for the Golden Lion's legend. He walked straight up to Shiki and abruptly summoned the system. Devil Plunder. For Lin Qi to utterly crush Golden Lion Shiki, plundering his float fruit was undoubtedly the most reliable approach. Therefore Lin Qi unleashed Devil Plunder upon the Golden Lion and plundered his float fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered Golden Lion Shiki's float fruit. A moment later the system conveyed its voice of success and Lin Qi gained the power of the float fruit. Ding! It has been detected that the host has plundered 2 devil fruits, the Rumble fruit and the float fruit. Would the host like to initiate devil fruit fusion? Devil fruit fusion. Lin Qi was taken aback, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. His very devil body could actually fuse plundered devil fruits. The system panel explained, devil fruit fusion has a probability of manifesting the devil fruit of the host's desire. The rarer and more powerful the fruits, the stronger the power of desire, and the greater the likelihood of manifesting the devil fruit the host wishes for. A devil fruit of my desire. Lin Qi thought for a moment, then said, if a devil fruit can genuinely be born of one's wish, that is beyond overpowered. Honestly, I do want the power of that kind of devil fruit. Then let's try fusing. If that fruit comes out, we'll have struck gold, Lin Qi mused. Fused. Lin Qi let the words fall one after another, attempting to fuse the 2 devil fruits. He was also immensely anticipating the abilities of the newly fused devil fruit. Ding! The host's fusion failed. It is recommended that the host fuse at least 3 devil fruits to increase the probability of successfully manifesting the desired fruit. The fusion failure was within Lin Qi's expectations. Even so, the Rumble fruit and the float fruit were on their own already monstrously powerful. The system had shown Lin Qi another possibility. At the very least, he now knew that his devil body could fuse devil fruits. Even if the fusion did not produce the fruit of his heart's desire, it still offered a conceivable possibility. Moreover, Lin Qi would next search for clues about the dark fruit. If worst came to worst, he would simply fuse the dark fruit as well. He was also eagerly anticipating the devil fruit that would emerge from the fusion. Lin Qi gathered his thoughts and dealt with the flying pirates along the way. Now that he had obtained Golden Lion Shiki's float fruit, everything on the floating islands, the Golden Lion's entire legacy, was inherited by Lin Qi. Nami, hearing Nico Robin's introduction, suddenly asked, is Golden Lion Shiki a very famous pirate? Nico Robin nodded. He is the only pirate to have ever escaped from Impel Down, the ironclad undersea prison. I have almost grown tired of hearing his legends. At that, Nami's eyes gleamed. Since Golden Lion Shiki is such a formidable pirate, his treasure must be extremely abundant. Nami's little abacus was already clicking away over Golden Lion Shiki's treasure. Lin Qi smiled wryly. What a money-grubbing little fanatic. Nami said, if not now, then when? Let's go to the floating island. Yamato, sensing the wonder of the floating island, agreed with Nami's opinion, and the two promptly boarded it. In the mountain forests of the floating island, tremendous shrieks soon echoed as birds and beasts rampaged wildly. Even a praying mantis was nearly as large as a house. This was the achievement of Golden Lion Shiki's research using the power of IQ. Biological giantification weapons. Gahaha. Dori the blue ogre and Bragi the red ogre burst into laughter. Compared to the giant race, they are still no more than little insects. You giants are the world's largest race, Nico Robin said, rolling her eyes. Nami and Yamato had boarded the floating island first, and their figures gradually faded from everyone's sight. Subsequently, the two giants Bragi and Dori also bore Vivi and Conies forward. Lin Qi was not worried about their safety in the slightest. With his current observation haki, he could clearly take everything into view. Everyone advanced, and in the end only Nico Robin and Lin Qi remained. Robin looked at Lin Qi and asked, what do you intend to do with these floating islands left behind by Golden Lion Shiki? Lin Qi walked over to Nico Robin and smiled faintly. I intend to bring these floating islands to the new world, establish a nation in the sky, and make it a sanctuary for all of you. A person adrift on the ocean will eventually grow weary. That place will be your home. Lin Qi gently embraced Robin. O'Hara is gone, but you have us, Mrs. Robin. Robin was inexplicably moved, yet she looked at the roguish Lin Qi and said, "You are taking advantage of me again. We have been an old married couple for ages. If I do not take advantage of you, would that not be letting you off scot-free?" With that, after exchanging a moment of playful banter, Robin said, "Aren't you worried about them? Right now the floating island is full of gigantic creatures spawned by that IQ power." "You have a point," Lin Qi nodded. "In that case, let me go see how they are faring." So saying, Lin Qi locked onto Nami through his observation haki and transformed into a bolt of lightning flying away. To Nami, the creatures of the floating island were still fearsome adversaries. With her gaze fixed on Golden Lion Shiki's treasure, she advanced despite the enormous peril, but a colossal creature soon blocked her path. Nami had barely escaped the jaws of a giant python when she was singled out by a building-sized eagle. Startled, Nami transformed into a colorful scaled dragon, yet the eagle's eyes only grew keener, its stare laden with greed. Nami sprinted swiftly through the forest. "I should have followed Yamato and the others. This is the end. I haven't even secured the treasure, and now an eagle has me in its sights." In her dragon form, Nami was nothing but a worm in the eagle's eyes. She still could not understand why the eagle was hounding her so relentlessly. The next moment, Lin Qi appeared. Nami felt as though she had seen a savior. Immediately after, however, the eagle opened its immense beak and lunged at the two of them. Nami cried, "Watch your back." Lin Qi remained perfectly composed. He glanced at Nami, the corners of his mouth curling upward, then unleashed a massive surge of conqueror's haki at the eagle. The eagle was instantly overwhelmed. In a matter of moments, the building-sized eagle rolled its eyes and collapsed before Nami's astonished gaze. Snapping back to her senses, Nami hastily hugged Lin Qi's leg and said, "Master, please accept this disciple's bow. From this moment on, you are my master. Please accept this disciple's bow." Nami looked at Lin Qi with pleading eyes, hoping he would take her as his disciple. Over the past few days, Lin Qi had become an invincible presence in Nami's mind. Nami said, "I want to become stronger, as strong as you all, rather than being a burden to you." As Lin Qi looked at Nami, whose eyes were filled with admiration, and contemplated whether to accept her as his disciple, the system panel suddenly emitted the sound of a side quest. Ding! The host has triggered one of the demon contract side quests. Take Nami as a disciple. Reward 1 year of lifespan. It was actually a lifespan reward quest. Lin Qi glanced at the system panel, convinced that Nami was the system's favored daughter. Lifespan was what Lin Qi lacked the most. The demon contract had consumed 100 years, and he had originally thought that only by taking wives and concubines could he increase his lifespan. But it now seemed the demon contract had various hidden quests, and Nami's nurturing quest was one of them. Lin Qi nodded and said, "Being my disciple will be very tough. If you want to become a powerhouse like your master, you'll have to endure a lot of hardship. Of course, after you endure one hardship, there will be endless hardships waiting for you." Then master, you've agreed." Nami smiled knowingly as Lin Qi had agreed to be her master. "With master protecting me, I'm not afraid of any hardship," Nami said with flattery, nearly elevating Lin Qi to the heavens with her praise. Lin Qi coughed dryly, then pointed to the animals and beasts in the floating forest, saying to Nami, "This treasure trove is left for you. Once you defeat them all, you can graduate from my tutelage." "Master, are you joking?" Nami exclaimed in shock. "Each of those animals is as tall as a building. Your disciple would die a miserable death. Would you be willing to let them bully your disciple?" Nami quickly seized on Lin Qi's momentary softness, putting on a pitiful expression. Nami wanted the treasure of the Golden Lion Shiki, but not this inheritance. It had to be said, Nami was quite skilled at acting cute and pitiful. Lin Qi was almost swayed. Lin Qi thought for a moment and said, "That's true." Nami grinned, then said, "Sister Robin said the Golden Lion Shiki was a notorious pirate, so his treasure should be abundant. Master, let's hurry through the floating forest and head to his lair now." Lin Qi had unwittingly become Nami's errand boy. Moments later, the floating forest opened a path and Nami joyfully passed through to the Golden Lion Shiki's base. The moment she entered the base, Nami forgot all about Lin Qi and began scouring for the Golden Lion Shiki's treasure. Lin Qi gave a wry smile, muttering inwardly, "This is the real Nami, no doubt. A true little money grubber. The Golden Lion Shiki's treasure. Perhaps there really is something." Watching Nami's figure disappear into the castle, Lin Qi extended his observation haki, sweeping through the entire castle of the Golden Lion Shiki. Moments later, the system panel sounded and Lin Qi's heart jolted. Could it be a devil fruit? With his demon physique, the system could immediately detect any devil fruit nearby. Lin Qi quickly opened the system panel, and sure enough, his observation haki detected a devil fruit within the Golden Lion Shiki's treasure. This is truly an unexpected gain, Lin Qi thought to himself, and with the system's cheat-like assistance, he quickly found the devil fruit in the secret chamber of the Golden Lion Shiki's base. The devil fruit resembled a peacock in full display, adorned with iridescent feathers. This fruit was undoubtedly connected to the peacock. It looked stunningly beautiful and alluring. Ding! The host has acquired a peacock devil fruit, which has another name, mythical Zoan peacock fruit, sacred mother, heavenly venerable peacock, bright king form. It was actually the mythical Zoan peacock fruit, sacred mother, heavenly venerable peacock, bright king form devil fruit ability. This was a devil fruit, even rarer than the Logia type. Who would have thought the Golden Lion Shiki's treasure contained a mythical Zoan devil fruit? This was a great deal. Lin Qi accepted this mythical Zoan, sacred mother, heavenly venerable devil fruit. Holding it, he pondered whether to plunder and fuse it himself or give it to a crew member to eat. Just then Yamato and Vivi entered. Looking at Yamato and Vivi, Lin Qi suddenly made a decision. Wasn't this devil fruit a perfect match for Vivi? Is that a devil fruit? Yamato spotted the fruit in Lin Qi's hand the moment she entered. Lin Qi nodded to Yamato, then looked at Vivi. Vivi, you should eat this devil fruit. Haha, Vivi, don't be fooled by its pretty appearance. The taste is absolutely terrible. Of course, once you eat it, you'll gain a certain devil fruit ability and become a devil fruit user. Vivi agreed with Yamato's words. She had also heard that devil fruits tasted horrible like crap. Therefore, when Lin Qi suggested she eat the devil fruit, Vivi was ready to refuse. She had no desire to become a non-swimmer. But her inner thoughts were seen through by Lin Qi. Lin Qi directly gave Vivi an offer she couldn't refuse, saying, "This devil fruit can make you more beautiful, granting you the beauty of a peacock." Beauty. It was a temptation no woman could resist. Sure enough, just as Lin Qi had predicted, the moment Vivi heard she would become more beautiful after eating it, she snatched the devil fruit from Lin Qi's hand and said, "I'll eat this devil fruit." Vivi took a small bite and her fair face instantly contorted into a mask of agony. The taste is just as rumored, absolutely awful. Yamato laughed gleefully at the sight of Vivi's pained expression. This is the price of a devil fruit. Come on, Vivi, show us what ability you've got. Moments later, Vivi transformed into a peacock in full display, radiating a dazzling, iridescent divine light. Her cyan peacock feathers shimmered brilliantly. Vivi manifested the sacred mother, heavenly venerable peacock, bright, king form, bathed in holy light. Her fanned-out feathers were a breathtaking spectacle of five-colored radiance. Vivi, you look absolutely stunning. Yamato praised upon witnessing Vivi's new devil fruit form. Vivi blushed slightly. It was her first time unleashing her devil fruit ability, and honestly, she wasn't confident about it. Fortunately, both Yamato and Lin Qi were captivated by her splendor, which finally allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. This is the mythical Zoan peacock fruit, sacred mother, heavenly venerable peacock, bright king form. Since Vivi's techniques are also related to peacocks, this fruit couldn't be more perfect for her. Lin Qi praised Vivi as he looked at her. No wonder, it's a rare mythical Zoan. Yamato chimed in. How fascinating. Thank you. I'm a devil fruit user now. Vivi thanked Lin Qi, feeling that her sacrifice was well worth it. Despite the devil fruit tasting absolutely dreadful, like a near-death experience that hit her like a bolt from the blue, the end result was wonderful, for she had gained the rare, mythical Zoan peacock fruit's sacred mother, heavenly venerable ability. Just then Nami emerged from the Golden Lion Shiki's base, carrying 2 huge bags of gold and jewels. The moment she saw Vivi, she froze and said, "Is that really you, Vivi? You look like a celestial maiden descended to earth. Your glistening divine radiance is almost blinding me." Hearing this, Vivi shyly retracted her devil fruit ability. Lin Qi looked at his newly accepted disciple Nami, whose sweet words flowed so effortlessly, and thought to himself repeatedly, what a teachable disciple she is. As expected of the mythical Zoan peacock fruit, Wei Wei's resplendent, iridescent divine light made her fair visage appear even fuller, more radiant, and transcendent above the mortal world. It was like a celestial peacock spreading its tail, breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Qi marveled inwardly. Under the form of the mythical Zoan peacock fruit, the Bodhisattva, immaculate peacock Wei Wei, seemed reborn from fire. He was utterly captivated by her. Nami, carrying 2 large bags of treasure plundered from Golden Lion Shiki's base, was also entranced by Wei Wei's radiance for a brief moment. But she snapped back to her senses almost immediately. The thought of the immense wealth they had reaped from Golden Lion's fortress nearly made Nami laugh in her sleep. What a windfall. She walked over to Lin Qi, beaming like a blooming flower, her face brimming with satisfaction. This treasure is all mine, master. You can't rob your own disciple, all right? Nami declared. Lin Qi gave a wry smile. Not only had he been used as a pawn by Nami, but he was also being morally strong-armed by her. Looking at the cheerful and lively Nami, Lin Qi smiled bitterly and said, "It's all yours. This master isn't so destitute as to plunder his own disciples' belongings." Nami chuckled. "Master, you have so many mistresses to support. If you ever have children, I'll help raise them for you." Lin Qi pursed his lips, then gently stroked Nami's forehead. "You always know just what to say." What Nami said was something Lin Qi had actually considered before, after all, having been reborn into the world of pirates who would settle for merely playing house. Afterwards, Nami hauled all the treasure left behind by Golden Lion Shiki onto the Ark Maxim. The adventure on the floating island concluded, and Nico, Robin, and the others returned to the Ark as well. Lin Qi had now inherited Golden Lion Shiki's legacy. Even the entire floating island was now under his control through his stolen Fua no Mi ability. Guiding the Ark Maxim and the floating island, Lin Qi soared across the sky, passed over the Red Line, and returned once more to the New World. If it were an ordinary pirate ship, passing the Red Line would require approval from the Holy Land of Mary Geos. But since Lin Qi crossed it through the clouds high above, there was no such problem. The journey back to the New World was largely smooth, aside from occasional interference from harsh weather. However, with the powers of the mythical Zoan Shielan fruit, the Goro no Mi, and the Fua no Mi, Lin Qi was more than capable of perfectly avoiding the worst of the tempests. Ding! Host has triggered a hidden mission: establish a pirate stronghold and found a pirate crew. Ding. Mission reward: 3 years of lifespan. Lin Qi stared at the hidden mission on the system panel. Establishing a pirate base and founding a pirate crew actually came with a reward of 3 years of lifespan. Lin Qi also happened to be looking for his own pirate stronghold. It's time to found a pirate crew. He thought to himself, then glanced at Nico, Robin, Yamato, and the others. In the world of pirates, if he wanted to properly protect everything he held dear, he would need a fearsome reputation as a pirate. Like the 4 emperors. Which pirate crew would dare provoke an emperor? Guiding the Ark and the floating island, Lin Qi looked at the hidden mission on the system panel and began mapping out his plans for what came next. After entering the new world, Lin Qi and his companions arrived at an island plagued by pirate chaos. The island's shape resembled a colossal beehive. Beehive Island. Countless pirates gathered here, a true lawless zone. The Ark Maxim came to a halt above Beehive Island. Lin Qi fixed his gaze on the enormous hive ahead and declared, "This is where we'll establish our pirate stronghold." The Ark Maxim hovered above the island and Lin Qi led his crew ashore onto this pirate paradise. Those women over there are gorgeous. Soft and smooth, truly a fine piece of skin. Just the kind I like. Come over here and keep us entertained, ladies. A group of pirates on Beehive Island, upon seeing Nico, Robin, Yamato, and the others, were overwhelmed with lust and began to catcall them. And they've even got a giant with them. Aren't those Dory the Blue Ogre and Broggy the Red Ogre? The ones who vanished 100 years ago. Their bounties are 100 million. Ha. Are you 2 rookies or what? Every pirate on Beehive Island has a bounty over 100 million. Did you know? Our captain Wang Ji is a legendary pirate with a 2,200,000,000 berry bounty. Even my bounty of 400 million is higher than theirs. Apart from the giants Dory and Broggy, none of Lin Qi's crew had a bounty poster, so the pirates of Beehive Island completely dismissed them. They mocked Lin Qi and his crew, heedless of the danger. Suddenly, a flash of lightning. Lin Qi appeared before the 400 million bounty pirate. Before they could even react, a single electrified punch wreathed in 10 million volts sent them crashing to the ground. The sky above Beehive Island was now shrouded in crackling thunderclouds, dark and oppressive. Lin Qi's killing intent surged, and the terrifying pressure in the air was suffocating. Godo, with a bounty over 400 million, was one shot. The pirates' laughter died in an instant, replaced by a heavy silence. Beneath Lin Qi's overwhelming presence, only one voice now echoed across Beehive Island. That voice belonged to Lin Qi. From now on, this island belongs to our beast god pirates. Lin Qi's tyrannical tone dripped with murderous intent. Those who don't wish to die had better get lost. As Lin Qi's words fell, the pirates of Beehive Island remained unmoved. Only a scant few chose to flee. The rest stayed put, either calm or even eagerly awaiting something. Just then Lin Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Through his Kinbunchika haki, he sensed a figure flash toward him, teleporting to his side in an instant and driving a sword clean through his body. The figure materialized, a rough, towering man wearing a pirate captain's hat. Let me see which arrogant supernova dares to lay claim to Wang Ji's territory. It's Captain Wang Ji. Captain Wang Ji is a legendary pirate with a 2,200,000,000 bounty. Who would be foolhardy enough to covet Beehive Island? Ha. Captain Wang Ji is a user of the teleport fruit. The moment he draws his blade, you've already lost. Serves him right. Cross Wang Ji and you won't be leaving Beehive alive. He's a Logia. Captain Wang Ji's sword didn't kill him. The pirates of Beehive Island watched as Wang Ji's blade pierced through Lin Qi's body, only to strike nothing but lightning. He's the Logia user of the Goro, Nomi the Rumble fruit. Wang Ji saw that his strike had failed to kill Lin Qi. So you're a Logia user. No wonder you had the nerve to target Wang Ji's territory. Lin Qi's gaze turned icy cold. I'll say this once: this island belongs to the beast god pirates. If you don't want to die, get out. A collective hiss filled the air. The pirates all took a sharp breath, then burst out laughing. Who do you think you are, some no-name pirate? What are you pretending to be? How can you possibly compare to Wang Ji, a pirate with a bounty of 2,200,000,000? You think being a Logia makes you invincible? It means nothing against haki. So many supernovas end up dying from their own ignorance. Seeing this, Lin Qi wasted no more words. He summoned his thunderous might directly, a devastating thunderbolt wrapped in the power of Conqueror's haki. The entire Beehive Island became a cage of lightning. As the cataclysmic thunderbolts rained down, even Wang Ji's expression turned ashen. Even the legendary pirate Wang Ji fell in defeat after just a few exchanges with Lin Qi. With combat power on par with an emperor, how could Lin Qi not easily handle a pirate like Wang Ji? Before long, Lin Qi had completely brought the lawless chaos of Beehive Island under his control. The teleport fruit ability was it. Lin Qi's gaze was deep and contemplative. He opened the system panel, Demon Plunder, and directly seized the ability from the Lord of Beehive Island. Lin Qi and his crew officially took control of Beehive Island. Honeycomb Island had become a lawless haven for pirates, largely due to its strategic position along vital maritime routes. Lin Qi recognized the value of this location and chose it as the base for his operations. After Lin Qi secured Honeycomb Island, Nami's first priority was to search for the treasure of the great pirate Wang Ji. Are you giving up on this too? 2 billion berry bounty on his head. Lin Qi called out to Nami's retreating figure, pointing at the unconscious Wang Ji. Then Lin Qi turned his gaze to Yamato, Nico, Robin, Vivi, and Koni's, declaring, "This will be our base from now on. Chief, we have a massive scoop. The Beast God pirates have annihilated the Wang Ji pirates on Honeycomb Island." At the News Coup headquarters, a reporter was briefing President Morgans on the major events unfolding in the New World. As Morgans examined the photographs, his sharp eyes quickly locked onto a familiar figure. Lin Qi. Morgans pondered for a moment, then muttered repeatedly, "So it's him. Ha. This truly is a colossal headline. The captain of the Beast God pirates, Lin Qi." The staff watched their ecstatic and frenzied president with curiosity. A 2 billion berry pirate shouldn't warrant this much excitement, should it? Morgans began to murmur to himself, "This figure is unmistakable. It's definitely him. The mastermind behind Princess Vivi's abduction during the Alabasta incident, the pirate who defeated Admiral Akiji of Marine Headquarters, and now the captain of the Beast God pirates. Lin Qi, your name will soon echo across the New World. I, Morgans, have my eye on you. The Marines, the warlords, the emperors, the balance of the three great powers. If that balance were shattered and another contender entered the race for Pirate Emperor, how would the world react?" Morgans seemed to perceive the dawn of an intriguing new era, already scheming about potential future headlines that could shake the world. After Lin Qi established his foothold on Honeycomb Island, he put an end to the chaos that had reigned there, freeing the civilians who had been captured by the pirates. Suddenly, a man with a distinctive pompadour hairstyle approached them and said, "Are you the Beast God pirates? I am Thatch, the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. I was targeted by the Wang Ji pirates here on Honeycomb Island. Thanks to you, I managed to escape." The man with the pompadour hairstyle beamed with pride and admiration as he mentioned his captain. "The Whitebeard pirates. You mean Edward Newgate, the man known as the strongest in the world. Legend says Whitebeard possesses the power to destroy the world." Upon hearing this, Nico Robin explained, "The Whitebeard pirates have an ironclad rule. They absolutely must never raise a hand against their comrades." Thatch nodded in agreement. "So you've heard of our crew as well? Even Wang Ji and his men were wary of us, or we wouldn't have survived this long." Hearing mention of Whitebeard, Yamato suddenly recalled the man Kaido often spoke of. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, just like Kaido. I've heard Kaido speak of him too. He said Whitebeard is an opponent even he fears. A look of even greater pride spread across Thatch's face. Lin Qi glanced at Thatch, a flicker of recognition passing through him. This was the man who had discovered the Yami Yami no Mi only to be killed by Blackbeard, who stole it from him. He hadn't expected to find him imprisoned here on Honeycomb Island. A faint smile played on Lin Qi's lips that felt like fate had orchestrated this meeting. "So you're Thatch, the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates." Lin Qi sought an opportunity to get close to Thatch, knowing he was the key to finding the Yami Yami no Mi. "I've long admired the name of Whitebeard." Lin Qi extended his hand to shake Thatch's. After the handshake, Lin Qi discreetly opened his system interface. "When I took Vivi as my wife, the system rewarded me with a life simulation for another person. Time to use it on Thatch. Whether I find a clue about the Yami Yami no Mi depends on this simulation." Lin Qi thought to himself. Ding. Target has met the conditions for life simulation. Will the host use it on him? Yes. Lin Qi initiated the life simulation on Thatch, hoping to uncover the location of the Yami Yami no Mi within his simulated life. Soon Thatch's simulated life began to unfold on the system panel. Ding. Beginning Thatch's life simulation. Born on March 24th in the kingdom of Isukel in the North Blue, Thatch's parents were royal chefs. He showed culinary talent from a young age and befriended the clever 6th prince. At 13, a civil war erupted in Isukel. The 6th prince's coup failed, and Thatch, by harboring the fugitive prince, brought ruin upon his own family. Following his parents' wishes, Thatch set sail and fled overseas. At 15, with his exceptional skills and his signature gliding dual blades, he made a name for himself as a pirate. At 17, Thatch challenged Whitebeard, was defeated, and was invited aboard his ship, becoming the chef of the Moby Dick. At 29, he met Fire Fist Ace, who had come to challenge Whitebeard, and the two became sworn brothers, trusting each other with their lives. At 31, with Whitebeard's health declining, Thatch set out to sea to find nourishing ingredients. A shipwreck led him to a mist-shrouded island. Shadow Island. On Shadow Island, Thatch stumbled upon a dark purple devil fruit, the Yami Yami no Mi. He brought the fruit back to the Whitebeard pirate's ship, where Marshal D. Teach saw it. Thatch was ambushed and killed by Teach. Thatch died at the age of 31. End. Thatch's life simulation has concluded. Lin Qi sucked in a breath. The Yami Yami no Mi. Shadow Island. Having used his only life simulation to find the fruit's location, Lin Qi finally saw the answer at the very end of Thatch's simulated life. The Yami Yami no Mi. Shadow Island. In the simulation, he saw the island shrouded in mist, and the fruit itself. It wasn't a waste of my simulation. At least now I have a lead on the Yami Yami no Mi. Lin Qi thought to himself. Lin Qi looked at Thatch, the man destined to be the catalyst for the Summit War 2 years from now. By simulating his life, he had effectively taken on that karmic burden, and in return gained the fruit's location. Lin Qi said, "I will definitely visit Whitebeard someday. So Thatch, how about it? Want to join the Beast God Pirates? We're in need of a chef." Thatch flipped his pompadour, giving a simple, honest smile as he refused. "You've got your sights on Pops too. I'd advise against it. He's the strongest man on this sea and the one most worthy of becoming Pirate King. Even though you saved my life, my goal is to help Pops become Pirate King. Lin Qi merely smiled. We just stand on different sides. Lin Qi didn't press Thatch further. Having met him on Honeycomb Island, and obtaining the clue to the Yami Yami no Mi was more than enough. Right? Thatch nodded, making it clear he could never betray Whitebeard. But for now I'm just a chef on Honeycomb Island. Let me Thatch repay your kindness. Encountering Thatch on Beehive Island felt like a twist of fate, saving Lin Qi considerable effort. Lin Qi studied the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates who appeared utterly unremarkable. Who would have guessed he was connected to the Yami Yami no Mi? Through his life simulations, Lin Qi had already pinpointed the location of the Yami Yami no Mi, that fruit which would become the catalyst for the Summit War. Repaying a debt of gratitude, Lin Qi was indifferent, for he had already obtained what he sought. Yet Thatch proved to be more enthusiastic and energetic than anticipated. Perhaps owing to his role as the chef aboard the Moby Dick, Thatch was exceptionally adept in culinary arts. Even in the world of pirates, there is honor and righteousness. Though our allegiances differ, you saved our lives from Wang Ji. Tonight dinner is on me. Thatch's treat. Thatch said with a hearty, simple smile. Awesome. Yamato chimed in, nodding eagerly. Pompadour, you seem quite formidable. Thatch, the 4th Division commander and chef of the Whitebeard pirates. I can't wait to see what you've got. When it came to food, Yamato was undeniably enthusiastic, her true, gluttonous nature laid bare. Don't worry, the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates isn't just for show. This little challenge is nothing for me. Thatch nodded. Lin Qi let out a sigh and shook his head. Indeed, one cannot measure another's effortless skill by one's own inadequacy. Despite his unassuming appearance, Thatch possessed remarkable culinary talent, which explained his firm hold on the position of 4th Division commander. Under ordinary circumstances, pirates would clash to the death. But Lin Qi had no intention of confronting Whitebeard just yet. Of course, the thought of testing the might of that strongest man, Whitebeard, had crossed his mind. What are you pondering? Nico Robin, ever composed, drew close to Lin Qi. That man would never let anyone who attacked the Whitebeard pirates go unpunished. Perhaps that's precisely why the Wang Ji pirates hesitated to make a move against Thatch and his crew. On the vast sea, having one less enemy and one more friend is always a good thing. Nico Robin remarked, at the very least it saves us precious time, wouldn't you agree? You're right. Tonight let your husband properly attend to you. How did I fall into your trap again and let you have your way, eh? Nico Robin looked at Lin Qi's mischievous grin, knowing full well she wouldn't escape his clutches tonight. News of the incident on Beehive Island spread across the world like wildfire. The Wang Ji pirates, with a bounty of 2 billion, had been utterly crushed. Just what kind of pirate crew possessed such fearsome power? At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku suddenly rose from his desk, clutching a letter. As he listened to the Marine's report and glanced at the letter, a throbbing headache began to take hold. Meanwhile, the hero of the Marines sat idly by, leisurely munching on rice crackers. You damn Garp. It's your family again. Sengoku could barely stand Garp's eating habits, nearly boiling over with fury. Look at what you're doing. If you have this much free time, go deal with those damn pirates. The new world is in complete chaos. Sengoku glared at Garp angrily, then hurled the letter across the desk. Fire Fist Ace has refused the invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea and has boarded the Whitebeard pirate ship. It seems Whitebeard, like us, has set his sights on Fire Fist Ace. Huh. Sengoku, why so much anger? So Ace boarded Whitebeard's ship, and our plans were intercepted by Whitebeard first. What's the big deal? Garp roared with laughter, looking at the exasperated Fleet Admiral with an air of ease and nonchalance. Fire Fist Ace, do you have any idea what this means? If it weren't for you damn Garp, would we be facing such troubles? This is an incident that should have been extinguished 20 years ago. Huh. Just like Ace. Garp replied dismissively, laughing heartily. So what if he boarded? It's your own fault. Whitebeard saw through your schemes, Sengoku. You damn Garp. With his last shred of composure, Sengoku snatched the rice crackers from Garp's hand and devoured them in large mouthfuls. Seeing his crackers snatched away, the ever-composed Garp panicked. Give me back my crackers. What's the matter with eating a few of your crackers? You caused such a huge mess, and I'm the one cleaning up after you. Strangely, seeing Garp's frantic state, Sengoku found himself feeling considerably more at ease. He is the heir to the most evil bloodline, the son of Joel D. Roger. Sengoku ignored Garp entirely, swallowing the crackers in one big bite right in front of him, then flashing a satisfied expression. All that remained was a dumbstruck, utterly crestfallen Garp. The Ace incident had not been resolved. Instead, Ace had joined the Whitebeard pirates. Not only did Garp refuse to lend a hand, but Sengoku had expended considerable effort covering up the matter on his behalf. Just as Sengoku and Garp were squabbling over the rice crackers, a Marine soldier rushed in with urgent news. What is it now? Sengoku demanded. Reporting, Fleet Admiral. We've received a report from the front lines. The Wang Ji pirates on Beehive Island have been wiped out by another pirate crew. That's excellent news. Let the pirates destroy each other. Sengoku sat back down, rubbing his temples. Finally, a piece of good news. What kind of pirate crew is it? Sengoku inquired. I recall that Wang Ji was formidable. A former crewmate of the Rocks pirates, no less powerful than the Yonko like Whitebeard or Kaido. Reporting, Fleet Admiral. It's the Beast God Pirates. Beast God Pirates. Sengoku fell into thought, but the name stirred no recollection. The Beast God Pirates. Newly formed. Huh. The waves of the great river push forward and new talents emerge among pirates. Garp remarked. A pirate is always a pirate. Sengoku stated firmly, then gestured for the reporting soldier to continue. Go on. The captain of the Beast God Pirates is Lin Qi, the very man who abducted Princess Vivi from Alabasta a few days ago. According to our intelligence network, Princess Vivi was indeed spotted on Beehive Island. Furthermore, the legendary giants Dori of the Elbaf 100-Year War and Bragi, along with the demon child Nico Robin, also landed on the island. Sengoku's brow furrowed deeper with each word. The one who defeated Aokiji in Alabasta a few days ago. Garp thought of Admiral Aokiji, his foremost disciple. He knew Aokiji's strength all too well. When Garp saw Aokiji return covered in wounds, he couldn't fathom who in the first half of the Grand Line could have defeated an admiral. Garp's roots lay in the East Blue, and he knew the situation there like the back of his hand. Aokiji had gone to the East Blue to catch up with an old friend, yet returned battered and bruised. Anyone would be shocked. It's likely the same person. After all, if he could defeat Admiral Aokiji, then taking down Wang Ji makes perfect sense. However, just days ago they were in Alabasta, and within a mere span of days they've reached the New World. That's baffling. Sengoku retrieved the wanted poster with the silhouette bearing a 3 billion berry bounty, and pondered deeply. Hearing this, Garp fell silent as well. After a long moment, both Sengoku and Garp spoke, simultaneously uttering two words. The sky. Yes, crossing the red line from the sky to the New World is the shortest distance. Fleet Admiral Sengoku took a map of the New World circled islands such as Alabasta and Beehive and deduced Lin Qi's aerial route. Regardless, he abducted the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta and Nico Robin. The world government cannot simply stand by. Fleet Admiral Sengoku said in a deep voice. Meanwhile, as he was considering whom to send to Beehive Island, Garp burst out laughing and spoke up. Of course we can't ignore it. I volunteer for this mission. Let me go meet these young people. Garp clenched his fists, his heart surging with a long-lost fervor. This old man's fists are aching for battle. Damn you, Garp. Don't tell me you just want to fight. To vent for Admiral Aokiji, said Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Unfazed by Sengoku's angry scolding, Garp calmly replied, Sengoku, don't forget that I am Garp, the hero of the Marines. Of course, when a disciple fails, his master has no reason to stand idly by. Garp laughed heartily and made the decision on his own. Garp, the enemy is probably a devil fruit user. We must be cautious about this, Sengoku said. Besides, I have other arrangements for this matter. Sengoku cut off Garp's line of thought. At the same time, a man and a woman walked into Sengoku's office. The woman was tall and long-legged with a spider tattoo on her fair thigh, while the man carried a roguish and lecherous air. The two who entered were Admiral candidates Momosaji Gion and Shitan Tokicake. As soon as Shitan Tokicake entered and saw Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a smile hung on his face. Remembering that Aokiji had been defeated by a rookie pirate a few days earlier, he knew his chance to become an admiral had come. Therefore, upon seeing Sengoku, Tokicake directly lodged a complaint against Aokiji. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, as an admiral of Marine Headquarters, Aokiji represents the absolute ceiling of Marine combat power. Not only did he lose to a rookie pirate, but he also let the devil child Nico Robin go and even allowed the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta to be carried off by pirates. This is a grave failure of the Marines, making everyone doubt that Marine power has collapsed and that they have any ability to restrain pirates at all. While Shitan Tokicake was enumerating the consequences of Admiral Aokiji's defeat, Sengoku calmly said, this is exactly why I called you two here. As admiral candidates, whichever of you completes this mission will be promoted to the new Marine Admiral. Are you serious, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Shitan Tokicake revealed a satisfied smile. Becoming an admiral at Marine Headquarters had long been his cherished wish. Tokicake looked at the aloof Momosaji beside him and said with a grin, once I become an Admiral Gion, you'll marry me. The one who becomes an admiral will be me. You had better give up on that hope. Momosaji Gion said icily. Is this my 101st failed confession? Shitan Tokicake said. Momosaji remained like a block of ice placed before Tokicake with not the slightest sign of melting. On the contrary, Momosaji Gion showed disgust at Shitan Tokicake's relentless pestering. Momosaji Gion did not take Tokicake to heart. Instead, she focused on the mission, traveling to Beehive Island to rescue the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta and arrest the Beast God pirates. After Momosaji Gion and Shitan Tokicake received the mission and left, Garp standing nearby looked at Sengoku with displeasure. Sengoku, is this your so-called other arrangement? Garp asked hesitantly. Sengoku nodded. Garp, you know that Aokiji's defeat has caused widespread dissatisfaction, with some even demanding a change of admiral. Sending Momosaji and Tokicake this time is undoubtedly to consolidate the justice of Marine Headquarters. At the same time, it is also a test of their qualifications for the admiral position. Of course, there is one more important reason. Momosaji Gion is the most suitable person for this matter. Giving her the task of rescuing Princess Vivi is the most fitting choice. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I don't know what scheme you are devising, but as the Marines' wise strategist, I believe you wouldn't do anything meaningless. But in this old man's eyes, fists are the only truth. Garp said. Momosaji and Tokicake are no weaker than you or I. Sengoku calmly shot back at Garp. As for you, Garp, take care of your family first. Fire Fist Ace must never fall into Whitebeard's hands. If he cannot be turned to serve Marine Headquarters, then you must place justice above family. Just as Marine Headquarters was deliberating countermeasures against the Fire Fist Ace incident and the newly risen Beast God pirates, President Morgan's the Albatross ordered newsbirds to spread a hidden truth about Alabasta across the world. It was the truth about the Beast God pirates. In an instant the entire new world was shaken. The pirate crew that abducted the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta is actually the Beast God pirates, the one that defeated Wang Jia 2 billion berry pirate on Beehive Island. What? The second in command of the Beast God pirates is Yamato, Emperor Kaido's daughter. Could it be that even Emperor Kaido's daughter has been taken? What exactly is the origin of the Beast God pirates? It's one thing to steal Alabasta's princess, but how dare they steal Emperor Kaido's daughter? Aren't they afraid of incurring Kaido's wrath? Is there a possibility that Emperor Kaido agreed to it willingly? After all, even Marine Headquarters Admiral Aokiji was defeated by his subordinate. In a short time the Beast God pirates had shocked the entire world, defeating Admiral Aokiji, subduing Emperor Kaido, abducting a kingdom's princess. The legends about the Beast God pirates became more and more absurd, and before anyone knew it some people had even placed the Beast God pirates on par with the four emperors. Morgans went even further, hyping the captain as the heir to the future pirate king and the new emperor of the pirate world. Morgans looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This will surely provoke a struggle over the emperor's throne, and there is only one throne. Since Pirate King Gold Roger, this world has seen far too few great events. Wahaha! Let us welcome the new pirate emperor. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked at Lin Qi's wanted poster, tore off his foredrip, and laughed. Gurura, an heir to the pirate king, a new pirate emperor. Do you mean to defeat me, Whitebeard? Gurura, there is only one heir to the pirate king. Gurura. Whitebeard looked at Ace beside him meaningfully. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lean Big Mom of Tadoland saw that the Beast God pirates had been hailed as a new emperor, and Morgans had even placed Lin Qi above the four emperors. Charlotte Lin stared fixedly at the Beast God pirates wanted poster, a terrifying aura radiating from her, and said, ignorant little thieves. The Beast God pirates. Never heard of them. How dare they place themselves above the four emperors? Heir to the pirate king. Even Gold Roger in his lifetime would not be so arrogant. Meanwhile, the red-hair pirates. Red-haired Shanks, overflowing with hockey and more of a true man than ever, also looked at Lin Qi's wanted poster. Future pirate king. Do you mean to defeat us all? Then bring it on. Let me, red hair of the four emperors, see whether the future heir to the pirate king has what it takes. On Kaido's side, Kaido burst into laughter. Wororo. Lin Qi, you've finally become famous. I bet those old men are frantic now. The Beast God pirates had been silent. When they finally spoke, they stunned the world. At this moment they had already come to rule the sea and resound across the world. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, caught in the crossfire without knowing it, was still singing and dancing on Beehive Island, completely oblivious. Nothing to do today. Listen to melodies in the pleasure house. Ask not about the tangled affairs of this world. A night of spring bliss is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The sacred land. Mary Geos, the ancient city. The center of the world government's supreme power. The residence of the five elders. The sudden rise of the Beast God pirates had undoubtedly stirred the highest authorities of the world government. In response to the shifting dynamics across the seas, with the pirate supernova Port Gasti, Ace defeating former warlord Finra the werewolf, the resulting vacancy in the seven warlords' ranks, and the emerging threat of the Beast God pirates, the five elders were currently seated within the palace of Mary Geos, deliberating their strategy. Port Gasti. Ace declined the warlord invitation and joined Emperor Whitebeard's fleet, one of the five elders remarked. He wore a black suit, his white curly hair cascading over his shoulders, a bushy white beard framing his face, and a flat-topped hat perched upon his head. A scar marred his left cheek. This was none other than J. Garcia Satan, one of the five elders. The four emperors, the world government, and the seven warlords formed the three pillars maintaining balance across the seas. Regardless, we must fill the warlord vacancy as swiftly as possible. Indeed, stated St. Marcus Mus, our immediate priority is to identify a new warlord whose presence alone will command respect across the seas. It appears the only option is Typhoon Bear from the South Blue, said St. Sherbert, Tenpiat, nodding. Meanwhile, St. Nasu Shiro, seated to the side, continued polishing his blade. But will Typhoon Bear accept the position? St. Topman Warcury asked with a hint of doubt. St. Satan replied resolutely, there are compelling reasons why he cannot refuse. Rather than the warlord matter, I am more concerned about the recent rise of the Beast God pirates. Not only did they defeat Admiral Aokiji, bringing disgrace upon the Marines, but they also share peculiar ties with Emperor Kaido. The O'Hara survivor Nico Robin aboard their ship is also a factor threatening world stability. You mean the Beast God pirates who abducted the princess of Arabasta? They are nothing but lustful scoundrels. Where there is desire, there is control. St. Nasu Shiro paused his blade polishing and glanced at St. Satan. Sengoku has already dispatched Tashiji and Charlotte Chrysanthemum. Regardless, St. Muz continued, the O'Hara remnant Nico Robin cannot be permitted to remain unchecked. Eradicating all destabilizing elements is precisely the duty of the world government. If necessary, St. Warcury said coldly, we shall issue a buster call against Hive Island. Hive Island. Lin Qi sleepily pushed open the door, blinding sunlight flooding into the room. Connie poured him a cup of awakening tea as a brilliantly blue sky stretched overhead. Nami and Yamato intercepted a news coup. The newspaper price jumped. 100 berries. Why don't you go rob someone? You foolish bird. Nami pouted as she pummeled the news coup selling bounty posters, leaving two prominent bumps on its forehead. The news coup looked utterly wronged. It merely delivered news as its duty. Nami, however, was aggressively bargaining with it. In truth, threatening it with force. Newspapers had always cost 50 berries, but now the price had doubled to 100, provoking the notoriously stingy Nami's ire. Eventually the news coup surrendered, accepting 50 berries from Nami before swiftly flying away. Beside her, Yamato chuckled, then noticed her own name on the bounty poster. The world government has put a bounty on me, and it's 1 billion berries. Yamato beamed, seeming to take pride in such an impressive bounty. Let me check if mine's there. Please tell me it's not there, Nami said as she composed herself after the news coup departed. Nami scanned the bounty posters rapidly. Lin Qi, 3 billion berries Yamato, 1 billion berries Dongli and Bragi, 300 million each, and Nico Robin, 200 million. Yamato's billion-berry bounty, granted simply by virtue of being Emperor Kaido's daughter, clearly served to honor the emperor's standing. Lin Qi's bounty is 3 billion berries. Nami's mouth formed an O-shaped dumbstruck. Previously, the highest bounty from the Arlong pirates never exceeded 20 million berries, and now her master's bounty stood at an astonishing 3 billion. This completely exceeded her comprehension. Oh no, oh no. If the world government discovers my master is Lin Qi, won't my bounty be at least 1 billion? A dreadful premonition struck her. I've been so low-key, surely the world government doesn't know about this, Nami thought hopefully as she continued scanning. On the final poster, disciple of beast god Captain Lin Qi, cutie cat Nami, 500 million berries. Oh my god, 500 million. Nami stared at her own bounty in utter disbelief, torn between laughter and tears. Suddenly targeted by the world government with a 500 million berry bounty, she wondered if they had too much money to waste. Meanwhile, Nami and Yamato's reactions were worlds apart. One devastated, the other overjoyed. Only Nico Robin remained composed, seemingly savoring this tranquil moment. Master, please save me, Nami whined dejectedly to Lin Qi. With a 500 million bounty, pirates and bounty hunters worldwide will hunt me. I'm finished. Haha, don't be so discouraged, Nami, Yamato comforted her. You don't understand how terrifying bounty hunters can be. Nami rolled her eyes at Yamato. In our East Blue there was once a bounty hunter named Roronoa Zoro who specifically hunted high bounty pirates. I'll definitely get targeted. Nami complained with a rueful smile, already foreseeing a future swarmed by relentless bounty hunters. Lin Qi watched all this with a knowing smile, and said to Nami, this is simple. Whoever dares lay a finger on our Nami will answer to me first. You're the best master, always caring for your disciple. Receiving Lin Qi's assurance, Nami's spirits lifted instantly, her dejection evaporating as she returned to her usual cheerful self. Lin Qi patted Nami's head, then turned his gaze to his own bounty poster. 3 billion berries. Heir to the Pirate King. New Emperor. The exaggerated titles flashing through his mind instantly conjured the image of that Birdman Morgan. 3 billion berries is one thing, but calling me the heir to the Pirate King. Does Morgan think the seas need more chaos? He's piling up enemies on my head for no reason. Lin Qi muttered under his breath. Morgan was pushing the boundaries for attention and views, completely disregarding martial virtue. It seemed Lin Qi's attempt at keeping a low profile was futile. He would have to embrace the spotlight instead. And now was the perfect time. At that very moment, the marine forces led by Tashigi and Charlotte Chrysanthemum had arrived near Hive Island. Tashigi interrogated several disheveled pirates who, under the temptation of her stunning beauty, eagerly revealed details about Hive Island. We were originally crewmen of Wang Ji's pirate crew until they encountered the beast god pirates who descended from the sky in their ark. What abilities does their captain possess? The captain is a Logia-type devil fruit user who controls lightning. Our captain Wang Ji stood no chance. Logia thunder powers. Tashigi gathered intelligence from the captured pirates, piecing together the beast god captain's capabilities. A Logia-type ability is indeed formidable, added Tashigi's partner, feeling the same. Though I somewhat disagree with Marshal Sengoku's strategy. It grants that beast god captain far too easy an escape. Tashigi glanced at the enchanting Charlotte Chrysanthemum beside her. Right, Chrysanthemum. Marshal Sengoku's beauty trap strategy. I opposed it from the start. Gion did not reply to Chiton Cake's words. Instead, she ordered the Marines to take away the pirates who had been coaxed for information. Some remnants of the former Wang Ji pirate crew were still basking in the gentle dream Gion had woven for them, utterly wrapped around her finger. Only after Gion had settled all of that did her cold, exquisite eyes turn to Chiton Cake. Vice Admiral Chiton, we are on a mission now. Please spare me your sentimentality and self-indulgence. What a cold woman you are. I am only worried about you, Momosaji, Chiton Cake said slowly. Do not give me that. I think you are afraid I will earn the Admiral's position before you. Gion shot Chiton a frigid glance. As she looked at that somewhat lecherous man, a trace of disgust appeared in her eyes. Chiton was like a fly that refused to be swatted away, pestering her relentlessly. From the very start, Gion had never given him the slightest hope. Refusing to give up, Chiton Cake stared at Gion. Gion, you know I love you. You said back then that you would consider my courtship once I became an admiral. And I also said that once I became an admiral you would have to give up, Gion interjected. Her expression remained as calm and cold as snow, ruthlessly crushing his hope. Chiton smiled and continued. Is this not heaven giving me a chance, moved by my sincerity? With the vacancy left by Admiral Akiji, although you and I are both admiral candidates, and once made similar promises, if I had to choose between the admiral's seat and you, Gion, I would still choose you. How boring you are. Gion sighed helplessly. Tell me what you like about me, and I will change it. I like the way you do not like me. Chiton let out a cheerful laugh, looking every bit the middle-aged uncle. What a perverse taste, Guion said in disgust. With that, she stopped wasting words on Chiton and turned her thoughts back to the mission. Guion's gaze landed on Hakanosu Island ahead, and she immediately ordered the Marines to set out. Vice Admiral Chiton, this mission has already begun. You had better not slip up. After tossing that one remark to Chiton, behind her Guion boarded the Marine warship bound for Hakanosu. Before long, several Marine warships closed in on the island, and word of the Marines' arrival spread throughout Hakanosu. Soon Lin Qi on Hakanosu received a den mushy call from the Marines. The voice on the other end was cold and enchanting. It was Guion calling Lin Qi. The Marines are here. They are not after me, are they? Nami turned her gaze to Lin Qi. Lin Qi held the den mushy and negotiated with the party on the other end. Wang Ji is a major pirate with a 2 billion bounty. Did the world government bring the money? What the world government has promised you will not be short, the cold sultry voice said through the snail with disdain. Still, as a pirate you are quite bold to demand the world government's own bounty money. Lin Qi could see the deal was done. It was not that he feared the world government pulling any trick, but Wang Ji's 2 billion bounty was indeed worth taking a risk. He just had not expected Sengoku to actually agree to give him Wang Ji's bounty. Lin Qi patted Nami and said, the world government has sent someone to pay us. Let us go collect it. At the mention of money, Nami's eyes lit up, all her earlier fears swept away. How much, she asked. 2 billion. Lin Qi pointed to the imprisoned Wang Ji. He had no intention of letting this bounty slip away. Judging by the voice, Sengoku had sent a female marine this time. He wondered which one it was. At least he had not sent an admiral like a Kainu or Kizuru. It seemed Sengoku wanted to appease him, and that showed a measure of sincerity. As agreed, Lin Qi brought Wang Ji to the marine warship, and a gorgeous woman stepped out. She wore a marine cloak over her shoulders with the word justice upon her back. She was striking and heroic, tall and graceful, carrying a cold, seductive air. She seemed born with bewitching charm, beautiful beyond words. Lin Qi's heart jolted. Immediately after, the voice of the demon contract system sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has activated the demon contract system mission. Take Guion as a concubine. Ding. Mission reward 1 year of lifespan. Admiral candidate Guion. Lin Qi looked at the cold, beautiful woman before him. Her extraordinary features were different from the image of Momosaji Guion in his mind. 2 billion berry. Please confirm the amount. The leading marine beauty said in a cool, alluring voice, promptly handing Wang Ji's bounty to Lin Qi. Nami, who had come with Lin Qi, opened the chest. It really is berry. 2 billion. Her heart raced and her hands trembled. Nami stared at chest after chest of berry, utterly lost in rapture. By then the originally bright and calm sea had at some point turned into a sea of mist, yet the people aboard the warships noticed none of it. The cold, gorgeous marine woman approached Lin Qi. Her voice was intoxicating, and her seductive charm carried an allure that was hard to resist. Even Lin Qi sank deep into it. Men are all birds of a feather. A lustful heart is a nature that never changes. Momosaji watched Lin Qi gradually fall deeper into her ability. Soon he would be playing in the palm of her hand. At that moment, Lin Qi was sinking into another world entirely. It was his 3 lifetimes of reincarnation. In each of those 3 lives, this cold, beautiful marine woman appeared, and he lived happily with her for the rest of his days. In reality, Lin Qi was held in Momosaji's arms. Momosaji tried to search the dreamlike illusion for all of Lin Qi's information. Guion had cast herself into the game, appearing within Lin Qi's cycle of 3 lives and 3 worlds. But Chiton, cake in the distance, could only watch as the man in Momosaji's arms wore such a blissful smile. He gnashed his teeth in fury and burned with envy at the same time. Even though he knew this was Guion's ability, Chiton was still jealous. Damn Sengoku, damn this honey trap. A vicious glint flashed in Chiton's eyes. He had pursued Guion for so many years, yet he had never once received such treatment. Ever since Lin Qi abducted Princess Vivi, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had noticed Lin Qi's weakness. Seizing on Lin Qi's desire for Wang Ji's bounty, he sent Momosaji Guion to handle the matter. In this regard, Momosaji's ability was the perfect counter to Lin Qi. Even if Lin Qi was a Logia-type rumble fruit user, Sengoku had absolute confidence. Now things were developing exactly as Sengoku had predicted. Lin Qi would completely become Guion's captive. 1 lifetime, 1 cycle of reincarnation. 3 lifetimes of heartbreak. Lin Qi seemed to return to a lush green campus, where he encountered Momosaji, wearing a summer plaid skirt. On a midsummer night, cicadas sang their chorus. Couples whispered by the lakeside, and youthful vitality filled the air. The evening breeze drifted past, stirring the hearts of countless young men and women. Momosaji nestled against Lin Qi's broad shoulder, just like that beam of white moonlight illuminating his world. The scene shifted, and Lin Qi and Momosaji appeared in another cycle of reincarnation. In that scene, Lin Qi had just arrived in the world of pirates. He became a marine, unexpectedly obtained the mythical Zoanchilan fruit, and married a female marine. That female marine was Guion. Vice Admiral Guion. Will she really be alright? As the warships around them were already shrouded in thick mist, Guion gradually vanished into the white veil. Had the Marines not prepared countermeasures in advance, they too would have succumbed to the fog's embrace. At sea, nothing is more perilous than losing one's bearings within a mist-shrouded sky. Faced with such a situation, a marine soldier revealed a hint of worry and asked Vice Admiral Tokicake beside him. Vice Admiral Tokicake, however, could clearly see what was happening within the mist. Feigning calm composure, he waved his hand and said, "This is Gion's ability, Mirror Flower Water Moon. The enemy has already fallen into her formation." Though Tokicake envied Lin Qi for collapsing into Gion's embrace, he convinced himself for the sake of duty that this was Sengoku's honey trap, luring the enemy deep into its snare. Watching flowers in the mist, the flowers are not flowers. Dreaming of the moon in a dream, the moon is not the moon. This was one of the abilities of Gion's mist fruit, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Tokicake believed that Lin Qi had likely already been captured by Gion. We split up. Proceed according to the original plan. The captain of the Beast God Pirates has already fallen into Gion's Mirror Flower Water Moon and will be trapped by illusions for some time. Tokicake added, "We are heading to Beehive Island to rescue Princess Vivi. This is Sengoku's top priority." "Yes, Vice Admiral Tokicake." The Marines nodded in response. The mist at sea was actually caused by Vice Admiral Gion's ability, and the soldiers were greatly relieved. Clad in the mantle of justice, they stood tall and proud. Vice Admiral Gion's ability comes from the Logia-type mist fruit. This is my first time witnessing her power. Vice Admiral Tokicake, isn't Gion's ability incredible? She can even create illusions. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they'll be trapped within their own fantasies. The Marines are mighty. Justice shall prevail. Seeing the morale of the Marines surge, Tokicake's expression finally improved. Although he possessed the ability to see through the mist, it still irked him to see Gion taken advantage of by another man. Yet as a Marine Vice Admiral candidate, Tokicake knew where his priorities lay. He nodded to the soldiers and said, "Set sail." At Tokicake's command, the Marines raised their arms in rousing cheers and steered toward Beehive Island, the stronghold of the Beast God Pirates. The scale of this expedition to eradicate Beehive Island was second only to a Buster Call, mobilizing dozens of Marine warships under the command of Tokicake and Gion. At Tokicake's order, the Marine fleet sailed grandly across the sea, threading through the mist without being hindered by it. Before long, Tokicake and his men landed on Beehive Island. The island's gatekeepers Dori and Bragi, along with Yamato and Nico Robin, had all been ensnared by Gion's Mirror Flower Water Moon due to the mist. Begin the pirate capture operation. Seize every pirate on Beehive Island. Rescue Princess Vivi of the Arabasta Kingdom. At the same time, don't forget to bring the sea stone. Many of them are devil fruit users. Tokicake issued the orders methodically to the Marines. With everyone still trapped within Gion's mist fruit ability, Mirror Flower Water Moon, this was the perfect moment to arrest them. Before long, Tokicake received reports from the Marines. Reporting Vice Admiral Tokicake. Princess Vivi has been successfully rescued. Reporting Vice Admiral Tokicake. Nico Robin, the child of the devil, has been successfully captured. Hearing the string of good news, Tokicake revealed a satisfied smile, marveling at Fleet Admiral Sengoku's terrifying insight into the human heart. No matter how extraordinary the Beast God Pirates captain might be, he could not escape the honey trap. Take them all back to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Tokicake ordered. Looking at his accomplishments, he mused that Admiral Akiji had lost to such an unknown pirate. A true disgrace to the title of Admiral. Because of Gion's Mirror Flower Water Moon, the Beast God Pirates' hideout had been raided. Yamato, Nico Robin, the Blue Ogre Dori, the Red Ogre Bragi, and any others with bounties were all escorted aboard the Marine warships. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the clash of Gion's Mirror Flower Water Moon, Lin Qi realized something was wrong. Damn it, this is an illusion. Too late. You've already fallen under my Mirror Flower Water Moon. The only way to escape is to defeat me. Who exactly are you? I am Gion of Marine Headquarters. Pirate, you are now my prisoner. As her cold, enchanting voice faded, the beauty in the illusion reverted to her true form. With her tall, graceful figure draped in the cloak of justice, she stood upright, exuding a distinctive military bearing. A spider emblem was tattooed across her long, slender legs. Gion. Lin Qi was startled. This was undeniably the Gion he remembered. The earlier visions had all manifested from Lin Qi's own consciousness. He had fallen victim to Gion's illusion. So you're the one who defeated Admiral Akiji. Gion regarded Lin Qi with a cold, alluring gaze. So what if I did? Lin Qi did not deny it, though he was annoyed at having fallen for the Marines' scheme. The Marines must have planned all of this long ago. Lin Qi muttered. I knew Fleet Admiral Sengoku wouldn't so readily hand over the bounty to a pirate. As expected of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, turning my own trick against me. Lin Qi looked at Gion before him and called out, You don't actually think Mirror Flower Water Moon can hold me, do you? Or is it that within this Mirror Flower Water Moon I cannot defeat you? With that, Lin Qi gripped his Zanpakuto and slashed at Gion with a single decisive stroke. The severed Gion reformed from the mist and sneered, Everything you do is futile. I ate the Logia-type mist fruit. What lies before me is Mirror Flower Water Moon, and before you it is the same. What you see is merely an illusion crafted from your own consciousness. The stronger one is, the deeper they are trapped, and the tighter the shackles bind. Until at last, exhausted and drained, they become my prisoner. Mirror Flower Water Moon, is it? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Lin Qi burst into laughter. Whatever made you think I fell for your ability? Wasn't it from the very beginning? Gion was taken aback, a trace of confusion flickering in her clear, cold eyes as she gazed at this strange man. Wrong, Lin Qi said with a smile. It's because I let you into the game. I just didn't expect you to be Guion, the Vice Admiral candidate. Fleet Admiral Sengoku is certainly shrewd. I already suspected this was his honey trap, but I never imagined he would send Vice Admiral candidate Guion. But he still underestimated me, thinking your ability would be enough to confine me. Now I'll make Fleet Admiral Sengoku understand the true meaning of losing both the bait and the hook. Lin Qi smiled, then looked at Guion. If I'm not mistaken, there are 3 ways to break your mirror flower water moon from the outside from within oneself, and a 3rd way. Even so, neither the outside nor the self is within your reach. Guion said coldly. Even if Lin Qi knew how to break the mirror flower water moon, what could he possibly do now? Did he expect a 3rd party? Guion scoffed, and no 3rd party will come to save you. By now the pirates on Beehive Island should have all been taken away by Tokacake. The Marines have already surrounded Beehive Island. You pirates will be caught in one fell swoop. Over the sea, dark clouds hung low. Outside the temporary outpost of the Marine branch, several bedraggled figures were bound tightly by iron chains, their bodies covered in wounds, yet they still raised their heads stubbornly. Nico Robin's long black hair stuck messily to her cheeks. The once composed and elegant scholar now had her wrists scraped raw and bloody by sea stone manacles. She was the devil child the world government had been hunting for 20 years. Once she fell into Marine headquarters' hands, only endless darkness and death would await her. Beside her, Nami's eyes were red-rimmed, but she clenched her jaw and refused to cry. As a navigator, she had never felt so powerless. Her opponent was a Marine Vice Admiral, true high-end combat strength, not just some random small fry. The weather she had conjured with all her might was like a child's magic trick in the face of absolute power. The two were pinned in the center of the execution platform, only waiting for the order to be escorted to impel down. The one in charge was Vice Admiral Chiton. He wore a frivolous expression, and with drunken half-lidded eyes appraised the 2 exquisite women beneath the platform, an undisguised greed curling at the corner of his mouth. Hehe, members of Lin Qi's gang. Good thing we captured them. Especially this historian and this little beauty. Before you're sent to headquarters, let this Vice Admiral properly take care of you first. The Marines around them burned with anger, but dared not speak. Chiton was of low moral character and lecherous by nature. He had climbed to the rank of Vice Admiral on brute strength alone, and in ordinary times, he had done plenty of deeds that oppressed upright people and preyed on women. But this time he had kicked a truly solid iron plate. Because he had captured people he should never have captured, and provoked an existence he should never have provoked. Buzz. From the heavens, an unbearably terrifying killing intent pressed down without warning. Gale winds burst forth and the black clouds rolled backward. A tall, straight-backed figure trod upon the void, descending step by step from the clouds. His black trench coat snapped in the wind, his eyes were as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, and visible black hockey coiled around him, making him look like an Azura risen from hell. It was Lin Qi. Who gave you the nerve to touch my people? A single casual sentence plunged the entire Marine outpost into deathly silence. Chiton was stunned at first, then flew into a rage. Where did you come from, you little brat, to dare act recklessly in front of this Vice Admiral? Do you know who I am? You're not worthy to know my name. Lin Qi swept his gaze over Robin and Nami, who were chained on the execution platform. When he saw the wounds on them, murderous intent exploded in his pupils. All you need to know is, today you die? Arrogant. Chiton bellowed, his body erupting with formidable armament hockey. Both fists covered with a jet black sheen, he hurtled toward Lin Qi to kill him. He was a physical combat Vice Admiral who had cultivated hockey for years and regarded himself as a powerhouse even in the New World. Rokushiki Soru. Tekai. Fist bone barrage. A dense blur of fists rained down like a storm, sealing off every route of escape for Lin Qi. Excitement gleamed in the eyes of the Marines around them. They thought this ignorant fool who did not know the limits of heaven and earth would be beaten into meat paste in the next second. However, Lin Qi merely raised one hand. Buzz. Conqueror's hockey erupted without reserve. It was not a scattered intimidation, but a true tide of Conqueror's hockey that swept the entire area like a tsunami. Thud, thud, thud. The Marines nearest him rolled their eyes and collapsed in waves unconscious. Chiton's whole body stiffened, his pupils shrank, and disbelief flooded his face. Conqueror's hockey. What on earth are you? In the New World, those with Conqueror's hockey could be counted on one hand, and every one of them was a future Emperor-class powerhouse. He was only a Vice Admiral who had used his seniority to climb up. How would he dare to provoke such an existence? Lin Qi did not answer. He could not be bothered to explain. With a light step, Lin Qi's figure vanished from where he stood. His speed was beyond the limit. Chiton only felt his vision blur as a deadly sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart. He hurriedly activated all the hockey in his body, wanting to defend. Too late. Lin Qi's cold voice sounded in his ear. On his right arm, armament hockey condensed to its limit, black as an abyss, faintly shimmering with a dark red luster. The sign of hockey honed to an extreme. There was no flashy technique. It was only a simple punch thrown out. Chilin fist. One punch unadorned. One punch suppressing everything. Crack. The armament hockey that Chiton had unleashed with all his might shattered inch by inch like glass. His proud physical defense was like paper before that fist. No. A miserable scream escaped only halfway before it was abruptly cut off. Chiton's body was as if struck head-on by a cannonball. His chest caved in with a ghastly fist imprint, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the Marine outpost, and smashing a human-shaped crater into the thick reinforced concrete. Dust billowed. When the dust settled, Shaitan lay limp at the bottom of the crater, devoid of breath, eyes wide open. A death with grievances unappeased. A Marine vice admiral killed in an instant. After disposing of Shaitan, Lin Qi did not spare him a second glance. He turned and walked toward the execution platform, his gaze softening at once. Sorry I'm late. Robin trembled violently. The strength she had been desperately holding on to collapsed completely in that moment, and her eyes reddened. Lin Qi. Nami's eyes reddened, as well her voice choked with tears. If you had come any later we would have. That day will never come. Lin Qi raised his hand, condensing a thread of sharp qi at his fingertip, and flicked it gently. Clang. The sea stone chains binding the two snapped on the spot. Freed from their bindings, Robin and Nami's legs gave way, and they nearly fell. Lin Qi stepped forward and firmly steadied both of them. Where his hands touched was warm and soft. Robin leaned in his embrace, feeling the steady, powerful heartbeat, and the taut string in her heart finally relaxed completely. Nami, meanwhile, clung directly to his arm and buried her face in his shoulder. The fear and grievance she had suppressed for so long were all released at this moment. It's okay, it's all over. Lin Qi comforted them gently, his voice so tender it seemed to drip with tenderness. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you again. Just then hurried footsteps came from the distance. A woman wearing the uniform of a Marine rear admiral, breathtakingly beautiful and coldly elegant, strode over quickly with a long blade in hand. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn water, and her purple hair was tied behind her head. Heroic bearing and intoxicating charm blended perfectly in her. It was Momosaji. She had originally received word to come and stop Shaitan's lawless behavior, only to find the moment she arrived that Shaitan had already been killed by a single punch. The instant she saw Lin Qi, all the coldness on her cool, clear face melted away, leaving nothing but endless tenderness and devotion. Lin Qi. Momosaji advanced quickly, and without the slightest hesitation threw herself into Lin Qi's arms. She and Lin Qi had known each other and understood each other long ago. In her heart, she had already chosen this man. Only her Marine identity had prevented them from being together openly. Today Shaitan had courted death, not only by laying his hands on Robin and Nami, but also by harassing her time and again in daily life, earning her deepest disgust. Lin Qi raised his hand, gently stroking Momosaji's long hair, and said softly, "You've suffered. I haven't." Momosaji lifted her head, a trace of resolve in her eyes. "From today on I am no longer some Marine rear admiral. I just want to be with you." She had had enough of the rot inside the Marines, enough of hypocritical justice, and enough of the days when she could not be with the one she loved. Today she was willing, for this man before her, to give up all identity, status, and glory. Warmth filled Lin Qi's heart. He lowered his head and gently kissed Momosaji's forehead. "All right. From now on I'll protect you." Off to the side, Robin and Nami watched the scene, knowing smiles spreading across their faces. They had long known of Momosaji's existence and had already accepted this gentle and powerful woman. In this world where the strong were honored, being able to lean on a man like Lin Qi was to them the greatest happiness. Lin Qi held Momosaji with his left arm, Robin by the hand with his right, and Nami obediently looped her arm through his. Three peerless beauties, one on the left, one on the right, and one in his arms, surrounded him. One man, three beauties. The scene was warm and dazzling. Lin Qi raised his head and looked toward the vast sea in the distance, a contented smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Once he had transmigrated into this pirate world alone, without kith or kin. But now he had people worth protecting and beloved companions to walk through life beside him.